none to you. Now,
The alarm started as a soft beep. Jake Morrison stood in the center of the massive chamber and tried not to let his hands shake. The Galactic Council's meeting hall stretched higher than any building on Earth, its crystal walls glowing with soft blue light that hurt his eyes. 12 giant thrones formed a circle around him, each one holding an alien being that looked down at him like he was some kind of bug they had found on their shoe. Commander Lisa Hayes stood to his right, her military uniform crisp and perfect, despite the long journey from Earth. Dr. Alex Turner was on his left, clutching a datapad that held humanity's greatest achievements and discoveries. All three humans looked very small in this place that was built to make visitors feel tiny and unimportant. Chancellor Zektar of the Vorthak hegemony leaned forward on his throne. His gray skin was covered in sharp ridges, and his forearms moved, like deadly snakes as he gestured. When he spoke, his voice echoed through the chamber like thunder rolling across mountains. "So these are the humans who think they belong among the stars," he said, and Jake could hear the mockery in every word. The crystalline Empress Velnara sat perfectly still, her body made of what looked like living diamond that caught and split the chamber's light into rainbow patterns. Her voice sounded like wind chimes when she spoke. "We have reviewed your species application for membership in our council," she said. "The results are most interesting." Jake had practiced his speech 1,000 times during the long trip from Earth, but now all those words seemed to stick in his throat. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Your honors, humanity comes before you not as beggars asking for charity, but as partners ready to contribute to the greater galactic community." A sound that might have been laughter came from Council Member Thisara, whose snake-like body coiled around her floating throne. Her scales shifted from green to dark red as she spoke. "Partners," she hissed, "your species has existed for barely 10,000 years of what you call civilization. We have watched entire star systems be born and die while your kind was still learning to make fire." Dr. Turner stepped forward and activated his datapad. Holographic images filled the air above them, showing Earth's great cities, the first Mars colonies, humanity's art and music and literature. "We may be young," he said, his voice steady despite the fear Jake could see in his eyes, "but we have accomplished much in our short time. We have turned a single world into a garden, reached for other planets, and created beauty that moves the heart." The images showed human paintings and sculptures, recordings of symphonies and operas, great buildings that reached toward the sky like prayers made of stone and metal. They showed the cure for cancer, the first fusion reactors, the development of faster-than-light travel that had brought them to this place. Council Member Morthek, whose body looked like it was made of living stone, rumbled deep in his chest. "Impressive for children, perhaps," he said. "But what can you offer beings who have mastered the secrets of time and space? What wisdom can creatures who live barely a century share with those who have existed for millions of years?" Jake felt anger rise in his chest, but he pushed it down. Getting angry would only prove their point about human emotions being a weakness. "We offer a fresh perspective," he said. "We see problems with new eyes and find solutions that others might miss. We adapt quickly to new situations and we never give up when things get difficult." "Adapt?" Zektar's forearms spread wide in what might have been amusement. "You mean you stumble around trying random things until something works by accident? That is not adaptation, human, that is chaos." Commander Hayes stepped forward, her military training helping her keep her voice calm and professional. "With respect, Chancellor, Humanity has survived ice ages, plagues, wars, and natural disasters that would have destroyed other species. We have turned every setback into a chance to grow stronger. That is not chaos. That is determination. The Empress Velnara tilted her head, the crystals of her body chiming softly. Determination is admirable in the young, she said, but the galaxy is vast and full of dangers you cannot imagine. Ancient powers sleep between the stars, waiting for the wrong move to wake them. Civilizations that thought themselves mighty have vanished without a trace, leaving only empty worlds behind. Which is exactly why you need us, Jake said, and this time he let some of his passion show in his voice. You've grown comfortable and safe in your ancient wisdom. You've stopped taking risks, stopped exploring, stopped dreaming of what might be possible. Humanity still dreams. We still reach for things that seem impossible. The chamber fell silent for a long moment. Jake could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears and the soft hum of the building systems. Finally, Council Member Thisara spoke again. Dreams are for the young and foolish, she said. The galaxy is not a playground where children can run about breaking things. Your technology is primitive, added Morthek. Your ships are slow and clumsy compared to ours. Your weapons are crude. Your understanding of physics is still in its infancy. Dr. Turner activated another section of his presentation, showing humanity's latest scientific discoveries and technological achievements. We may not have your advanced technology yet, he said, but we're learning fast. Give us a chance to prove ourselves and you'll be amazed at what we can accomplish. Zektar made a gesture with two of his arms that Jake somehow knew was dismissive. Learning fast is not the same as knowing deeply, the Chancellor said. You rush toward every new discovery like children chasing after bright toys, never stopping to consider the consequences of what you do. The Council has existed for over 2 million years, Velnara said, her crystal body flashing brighter. In that time, we have seen countless young species make the same mistakes, over and over again. They reach too far, too fast, and destroy themselves or threaten others. We will not allow such chaos to spread to the civilized galaxy. Jake felt his hope starting to crumble, but he made one last desperate attempt. Then teach us, he said. Guide us. Help us become the kind of species you want us to be. Isn't that what the Council is for? To help younger species grow and learn? The silence that followed lasted forever. Finally, Thisara spoke for all of them. The vote is unanimous, she said. Humanity is denied membership in the Galactic Council. Furthermore, we cordially request that your species restrict all activities to your home system until such time as you achieve true civilization. We estimate this will require perhaps another 10,000 of your years, assuming you do not destroy yourselves first. Jake felt the words hit him like a physical blow. All of humanity's hopes and dreams, all the work that had gone into reaching this moment, crushed in a single sentence. But even as despair filled his heart, he straightened his shoulders and looked up at the 12 beings who had just dismissed his entire species. Very well, he said, his voice somehow steady. We thank the Council for their time and consideration. Humanity will comply with your request. He paused, and something in his eyes made several of the Council members lean forward slightly. We wish you well in your ancient wisdom and comfortable safety. The humans were given 48 hours to evacuate all human presence from Council space. As they walked out of that vast chamber, Jake Morrison was already thinking about what came next. The message arrived on Earth like a thunderbolt from the sky. President Karen Walsh stood in the emergency meeting room deep beneath the White House, watching the faces of the world's leaders on the wall-mounted screens as Jake Morrison's report played for the third time. The room was silent except for the quiet hum of air conditioning and the occasional cough from one of the dozen people gathered around the long table. General Pete Rodriguez slammed his fist down on the table, hard enough to make the water glasses jump. 48 hours, he said, his voice thick with anger. They give us 48 hours to pack up everything we've built out there and come crawling home like beaten dogs. Admiral Nancy Chen sat across from him, her fingers drumming against the table's surface. The evacuation is already underway, she said. I've sent recall orders to every ship, station, and outpost in Council space. Our people are professionals and they'll follow orders, but morale is going to take a beating. Dr. Ben Parker adjusted his thick glasses and leaned forward. Perhaps we should look at this differently, he said in his quiet voice. The Council has just told us that we're free to develop without their interference or oversight. That could be an opportunity rather than a punishment. Opportunity? General Rodriguez turned to stare at him. They've locked us in a box and thrown away the key. How is that an opportunity? Dr. Rita Coleman, the head of Earth's space science program, cleared her throat. Ben has a point, she said. Think about it from a different angle. For the past 50 years, we've been trying to copy Council technology, following their rules, adapting our methods to match their expectations. What if we stopped trying to be what they want us to be and focused on being what we are? President, Walsh raised her hand for silence. Explain that thought, Rita. Coleman stood up and walked to the large display screen at the front of the room. With a few touches, she brought up a star map showing human space and the much larger area controlled by the Council. The Council controls roughly 30% of the galaxy, she said. They've been around for 2 million years and they've spread out slowly and carefully, avoiding anything that looks dangerous or unknown. Look at their territory. See how it forms a rough sphere around the galactic center, never going too close to the really active star-forming regions or the areas where we've detected unusual energy signatures. The room studied the map. Walsh could see what Coleman meant. Council space was neat and tidy, avoiding the galaxy's wild frontiers. You're saying they've gotten cautious in their old age? I'm saying they've forgotten how to take risks, Coleman replied. But we haven't. We're still young enough to be stupid and brave enough to try things that might fail. The galaxy is huge, people. There's so much space out there that the Council has never even explored. Admiral Chen leaned back in her chair. So instead of trying to join their club, we start our own? Exactly. Coleman's eyes lit up with excitement. We take everything we've learned from our brief contact with Council technology, and we build on it. We don't copy their methods. We develop our own. We go to the places they're afraid to go, and we meet the species they've never bothered to contact. General Rodriguez still looked skeptical. And when they decide we're getting too big for our britches, what happens when they show up with their advanced weapons and tell us to get back in our box? Then we'll deal with that problem when it comes, Walsh said. Right now I want to hear more about this expansion idea. Rita, what would it look like in practical terms? Coleman touched the display again and the map zoomed out to show the entire galaxy. We have 312 ships currently operating in Council space, she said. Everything from small research vessels to our biggest colony ships. Instead of bringing them all home, we redirect them to unexplored regions. We use them as the foundation for a new expansion program. The map lit up with dots of light spreading out from Earth's solar system. But instead of heading toward Council space, they moved in the opposite direction, toward the galaxy's outer rim and the mysterious areas between the major spiral arms. Captain Sam Foster's voice crackled over the communication system as his ship, the Liberty, reported in from the edge of Council space. Command, this is Foster. We've received the recall orders, but we're currently tracking some very interesting energy readings from a system about 200 light-years outside Council territory. Request permission to investigate before heading home. Walsh looked around the room and saw nods from most of the people present. Permission granted, Captain Foster, but be careful out there. Copy that command, Foster out. Dr. Parker pulled up another display showing Earth's current industrial capacity. If we're going to do this, we need to think big, he said. The Council rejected us partly because our technology seems primitive to them. They're not wrong about that, but they made the mistake of assuming we'd stay primitive. What are you thinking, Ben? Walsh asked. I'm thinking we stop trying to reverse engineer Council technology and start developing our own from scratch. We take the basic principles we've learned and we apply human ingenuity to them. We think outside their box entirely. Coleman nodded, enthusiastically. The Council species all seem to specialize, she said. The Vorthak focus on military technology, the crystallines work with energy systems, the stone people do construction. But humans? We're generalists. We adapt. We take ideas from one field and apply them to another in ways that would never occur to a specialist. Over the next 6 hours, the emergency session turned into something else entirely. Instead of planning humanity's retreat, they found themselves designing humanity's future. The recall orders were modified. Instead of coming home, human ships were directed to rendezvous points beyond Council space where they would receive new orders and new missions. Captain Maria Santos, commanding the research vessel Endeavour, was the first to reach her assigned rendezvous point in a previously unexplored system. Her excited report came in just as the meeting was winding down. "Command, you're not going to believe this. We've found a system with 7 planets and 2 of them are in the habitable zone." But that's not the interesting part. There are ruins here, massive structures orbiting the 4th planet. They're clearly artificial, but they don't match any known Council architecture. The room fell silent. Walsh leaned forward toward the communication panel. "Are you saying we've found evidence of another spacefaring civilization?" "That's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am. And judging by the decay patterns, these ruins are old. Really old. Maybe older than the Council itself." Admiral Chen stood up, her eyes bright with excitement. "Mr. President, I request permission to redirect additional ships to Captain Santos's location. If we've stumbled onto something like this in our first day of exploration, imagine what else we might find." Walsh looked around the room one more time. Every face showed the same expression of determination and hope that she felt growing in her own chest. "Permission granted, Admiral. And I want you to expand the search grid. Let's see what else is out there waiting for us." Dr. Coleman moved to the star map one final time and gestured at the vast, unexplored regions beyond Council space. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "the Council just gave us the greatest gift they could have given us. They set us free." As the meeting broke up and people began making preparations for humanity's great leap into the unknown, Walsh remained behind, staring at the star map. Somewhere out there in that vast darkness were wonders and dangers that the Council had never imagined. Species that had never heard of the Great Galactic Council and their ancient rules. Technologies that had developed along completely different paths. Worlds that had never known the touch of any sapient being. The Council had meant to humble humanity by sending them back to their little corner of space. Instead, they had pointed them toward infinity. And if there was one thing Walsh knew about her species, it was that humans had never been able to resist the call of the infinite. The evacuation from Council space continued as ordered, but now, it felt less like a retreat and more like the beginning of the greatest adventure in human history. 48 hours had seemed like so little time when they thought it meant the end of their dreams. Now it felt like barely enough time to begin, preparing for everything that was about to unfold. 50 years had passed since the Council's rejection, and Captain Tony Blake stood on the bridge of his colony ship, the New Horizon, looking out at something that would have made those ancient aliens choke on their own pride. The Kepler sector stretched before him, 800 light-years from the nearest Council world, and it was alive with human activity in ways that defied everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. "Captain," called out Lieutenant Jenny Adams from her position at the navigation console, "we're receiving docking requests from 17 different vessels. The orbital traffic control system is asking us to take position 43 in the approach queue." Tony smiled as he looked at the main display showing the controlled chaos of New Terra's orbital space. Massive cargo haulers moved between the planet's 3 orbital shipyards, while smaller vessels darted between them like busy insects. Construction platforms worked on projects that stretched for kilometers, building structures that combined human engineering with design principles, learned from a dozen different alien species the Council had never even met. "Take us in, Lieutenant. I want to see what Governor Martinez has accomplished since our last visit." The New Horizon descended through New Terra's atmosphere, passing through layers of specialized habitats that had been constructed at different altitudes. High above the surface, floating cities rode the jet streams, their transparent domes filled with gardens and residential areas for humans who preferred the freedom of the open sky. Below them, The planet's surface showed the careful hand of terraforming technology that had turned a barren rock into a world where multiple species could live together in comfort. Susan Martinez met Tony at the spaceport, her hair now gray, but her eyes still bright with the enthusiasm that had driven her to become the first civilian governor of a human colony world. She wore clothing that mixed human fabrics with materials developed by their new alien partners, practical garments that could adapt to different atmospheric conditions and temperatures. "Tony Blake," she said, grabbing his hands in greeting. "You picked a good time to visit. We just finished the Deep Ocean project and the results are beyond anything we hoped for." They took a transport vehicle through the colonial capital, a city that looked like nothing Earth had ever produced. The buildings grew rather than being built, using living materials that the humans had learned to cultivate from the plant-like aliens called the Verdani. Streets curved and flowed like rivers, designed to work with the natural patterns of the planet's weather rather than fighting against them. "Tell me about the Ocean Project," Tony said as they rode through neighborhoods where human children played, alongside young Verdani and the small furry creatures called the Small Folk, who had been the first species to accept humanity's offer of friendship. Susan's face lit up with pride. "You know how the council species always build their habitats above ground or in space? They never really explored what could be accomplished underwater. Well, we partnered with the deep swimmers and created something amazing. The transport brought them to the edge of a vast body of water that stretched to the horizon. Beneath the surface, Tony could see the lights of an underwater city that extended far below, its towers and domes arranged in patterns that followed the ocean's natural currents. Ships that moved like fish swam between the structures, carrying people and cargo through the liquid environment. The deep swimmers taught us how to build with the water instead of in spite of it," Susan explained. "Every structure down there produces its own oxygen and processes waste into useful materials. The city actually improves the ocean's health rather than polluting it." "And the population? We've got over 2 million people living down there now. Humans and aliens working together on projects the council never dreamed of. They descended in a submarine vessel that moved through the water with organic grace, inside the underwater city." Tony saw gardens where earth plants grew alongside alien species, creating ecosystems that had never existed anywhere else in the galaxy. Research laboratories worked on projects that combined human curiosity with alien knowledge, developing new technologies that solved problems in ways that surprised everyone involved. Dr. Frank Hudson, the city's head of research, met them at the Central Laboratory Complex. His team had just completed work on a communication system that could transmit messages across the galaxy instantly, using principles that combined human understanding of quantum physics with insights learned from the energy-based life forms called the sparklings. "The Council's quantum link networks are impressive," Frank explained as he showed them the new system. "But they're based on the assumption that information has to travel through normal space-time. The sparklings exist partially outside normal space, so they experience time and distance differently. When we applied their perspective to our quantum theories, we discovered we could create communication channels that bypass space-time entirely." Tony watched the demonstration with amazement. Messages sent from New Terra reached colony worlds hundreds of light years away in mere seconds, with perfect clarity and no signal degradation. "How long before this technology is available to all our colonies?" "We're already installing the equipment," Frank replied. "Within 6 months, every human settlement will be connected by instant communication. We'll be able to coordinate activities across our entire expansion zone as if we were all in the same solar system." Their tour continued to the planet's northern continent, where Major Kate Wilson was overseeing a terraforming project that was turning a lifeless desert into fertile farmland. But this was not the crude terraforming that human engineers had imagined back on Earth. Working with the crystalline beings called the Shapers, Kate's team had learned to transform entire continents by working with the planet's natural systems, rather than overwhelming them. "We start by introducing the right microorganisms to the soil," Kate explained as they stood on an observation platform, looking out over thousands of square kilometers of green fields, where desert had existed just 5 years before. "The Shapers taught us that every world has its own unique chemistry, and if you understand that chemistry, You can guide its development instead of forcing change upon it. The fields below them grew crops that had been developed specifically for this world's conditions. Plants that combined Earth genetics with adaptations learned from studying how alien species had evolved to thrive in similar environments. The yields were higher than anything achieved on Earth, and the crops required no artificial fertilizers or pesticides because they had been designed to work in harmony with the planet's native ecosystem. As they traveled back to the capital city, Susan showed Tony recordings from other human colonies that demonstrated the incredible diversity of what humanity had accomplished in just 50 years. On the ice world of Glacier Prime, humans had built underground cities that used geothermal energy to create tropical environments in chambers carved from solid ice. The mining world of Rockfall had developed techniques for extracting metals and rare elements without damaging planetary environments. Methods that were so effective that even the rock-based species called the Stonekin had asked to learn them. But perhaps most impressive were the collaborative projects with alien species that the Council had either never encountered or had dismissed as too primitive for consideration. The insectoid hive builders had joined with human engineers to create construction techniques that could build massive structures in days rather than years. The gaseous beings called the Cloudwalkers had taught human pilots how to navigate in three-dimensional space using principles that made human spacecraft incredibly agile and efficient. The best part, Susan said as they sat in her office overlooking the bustling colonial capital, is that we're just getting started. Every month brings new discoveries, new partnerships, new possibilities. The Council thought 50 years was barely enough time for a species to learn basic space travel. In 50 years, we've created something they never imagined in 2 million years. Tony looked out at the city below, where humans and aliens worked together on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. Children of multiple species played together in parks designed to accommodate different environmental needs. Scientists from dozens of worlds collaborated on research that pushed the boundaries of what anyone thought was possible. "How many colonies do we have now?" he asked. 312 worlds across 57 star systems, Susan replied. "And that's not counting the mobile habitats, the research stations, or the joint settlements we've established with our new allies. We estimate that human space now covers roughly the same volume as the Council's territory, but we've accomplished it in 50 years instead of 2 million. Tony shook his head in wonder. "What do you think the Council would say if they could see this?" Susan's smile was sharp and satisfied. "I think they would realize they made the biggest mistake in galactic history when they told us to go away and grow up. We did exactly what they asked us to do. We just did it faster and better than they thought was possible." As the New Horizon prepared to leave New Terra and continue on to other human colonies, Tony received a priority message from Earth. President Coleman, Junior Analyst Mordoon of the Vorthak hegemony, stared at his detection screens with growing confusion. The readings made no sense according to everything he had been taught about how the galaxy worked. Strange energy signatures were appearing near the outer rim territories, patterns that did not match any known technology in the Council databases. He filed his first report as routine sensor glitches, the kind of false readings that sometimes occurred when monitoring equipment operated at the extreme edges of its range. Council member Thisara dismissed his findings without even reading the full analysis. After all, nothing interesting had ever come from those empty sectors beyond Council space. They were wastelands unsuitable for civilized beings. But the reports kept coming. Survey ships detected unusual hyperspace distortions in areas that should have been completely empty. Deep space monitoring stations recorded brief flashes of artificial energy that appeared and vanished too quickly to properly analyze. Most disturbing of all, several border patrols reported sighting unidentified vessels that appeared to be using faster than light technology, but with engine signatures unlike anything in Council records. The first real shock came when the crystalline trading convoy Bright Harmony encountered a strange vessel while conducting routine business near the edge of Council territory. Captain Zelnoth had been expecting to meet with primitive traders from one of the barely civilized worlds that sometimes tried to sell raw materials to Council merchants. Instead, he found himself facing the human merchant ship Prosperity, commanded by Captain Greg Thompson. and nothing about the encounter went according to his expectations. The human vessel was beautiful in ways that made no sense to Zelnoth's understanding of proper starship design. Its hull seemed to flow like liquid metal, constantly adjusting its shape for optimal efficiency. When micrometeorites struck its surface during their conversation, he watched in amazement as the hull material flowed to repair the tiny impacts, instantly leaving no trace of damage. "This is Captain Thompson of the Prosperity," came the transmission. And Zelnoth was surprised to hear the human speaking perfect galactic standard, with no trace of the accent that primitive species usually displayed. "We're on a peaceful trading mission. How can we assist you today?" Zelnoth had dealt with hundreds of lesser species over his long career. They all followed the same pattern when encountering Council vessels. First came fear and awe at meeting representatives of the great galactic civilization. Then came desperate attempts to prove their worthiness through excessive deference and pathetic offerings of whatever crude goods they had managed to produce. But Captain Thompson showed no fear, no awe, and certainly no deference. He spoke to Zelnoth as an equal, with the casual confidence of someone who had every right to be traveling freely through space conducting his own business. When Zelnoth announced his intention to conduct an inspection of the human vessel, as was standard procedure with unknown ships, Thompson's response left him speechless. "I appreciate the offer, Captain Zelnoth, but we'll have to decline. Our cargo manifest is available if you'd like to review it, and we're happy to provide proof of registration and legitimate trading permits. However, our vessel contains proprietary technology and confidential trade information that we cannot allow foreign inspection of without proper diplomatic authorization." No one had ever refused a council inspection. No one had ever suggested that council representatives needed authorization from anyone to examine whatever they chose to examine. The concept was so foreign to Zelnoth's experience that he initially thought he had misunderstood the human's words. "You are refusing to submit to council authority?" he asked, certain that the human would immediately apologize for the misunderstanding and comply with proper procedures. "We respect council authority within council space," Thompson replied politely, but firmly. "However, according to our navigation records, we are currently in unclaimed territory beyond council borders. As representatives of the Free Traders Alliance, we operate under our own regulations in neutral space." The Free Traders Alliance. Zelnoth had never heard of such an organization, but something about the human's calm confidence suggested this was not some made-up excuse. Thompson spoke like someone backed by real authority, real power, real alternatives to council approval. The encounter ended with the human vessel departing peacefully, leaving Zelnoth to file a very disturbing report. The humans he remembered from 50 years ago had been primitive creatures barely capable of crude space travel. The being he had just spoken with represented a civilization that clearly considered itself equal to the council in every way that mattered. More reports followed. Council deep space monitoring stations detected massive energy signatures coming from the direction of former human space. The reading suggested construction projects on a scale that rivaled the greatest achievements of Council engineering, but using power sources that produced energy signatures unlike anything in their databases. The breakthrough moment came when long-range sensors detected the activation of what could only be described as an artificial star. Dr. Rachel Stone's team on Luna Station had successfully tested humanity's first controlled stellar engineering project, a fusion reactor the size of a small moon that could power entire sectors of space. The energy output was staggering, visible to Council sensors from hundreds of light years away. More disturbing was the sophistication required for such a project. Creating artificial stars was considered theoretical, even by Council standards, a technology that might be achievable in another million years of careful research and development. Chancellor Zektar convened an emergency session of the full Council when the sensor reports reached his attention. The 12 great beings who ruled galactic civilization gathered in their crystal chamber, but this time they were not looking down at primitive supplicants. This time they were looking up at displays showing energy readings and technological achievements that surpassed their own capabilities. "This cannot be accurate," insisted Council member Thyssera, her scales shifting through the colors that indicated deep distress. "The humans were barely above Stone Age technology when we last evaluated them. No species develops this rapidly. Empress Velnara's crystalline body pulsed with worried light patterns. The readings have been verified by multiple sensor networks, she said, her wind chime voice carrying undertones of concern. Whatever the humans have become, they are no longer the primitive creatures we dismissed 50 years ago. More reports arrived hourly. Council intelligence networks had finally focused their attention on human space, and the results were shocking. Humanity had not simply developed advanced technology. They had apparently convinced dozens of other species to work with them, creating some kind of alliance that was expanding through previously unexplored regions of the galaxy at unprecedented speed. The recordings from Captain Zelnoth's encounter were analyzed by Council experts who reached disturbing conclusions. The human vessel's technology was not simply advanced. It was innovative in ways that suggested fundamentally different approaches to solving engineering problems. Where Council technology had developed along predictable paths over millions of years, human technology seemed to leap from one breakthrough to another without following any logical progression. They appear to be collaborating with species we have never encountered, reported Chief Analyst Thekmore. Our xenobiological databases contain no reference to at least 17 different technological signatures detected in what we now must refer to as human space. They have apparently made contact with civilizations that we were completely unaware. However, the final straw came when border monitoring stations detected a massive fleet of human vessels, conducting what appeared to be a joint military exercise with unknown aliens near the edge of Council space. The ships moved with precision and coordination that demonstrated advanced tactical thinking, using formation techniques that no Council military strategist had ever imagined. Chancellor Zektar stood before the great display showing the growing extent of human expansion and felt something he had not experienced in thousands of years: uncertainty. The galaxy that had been stable and predictable for so long was changing in ways that challenged everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. Perhaps, suggested Empress Velnara carefully, her voice carrying harmonics of diplomatic necessity, we should extend another invitation to the humans, as equals this time, with full membership rights and voting privileges. The silence that followed lasted for several minutes as the 12 most powerful beings in known space contemplated the unprecedented step of admitting they had made a mistake. Finally, Thesara spoke the words that none of them wanted to say, out loud. "Draft the invitation," she said, her scales now showing the dull gray colors of reluctant acceptance. "And make it clear that we are prepared to offer them everything they originally requested, plus additional concessions if necessary." The message was sent immediately, transmitted to Earth through the Council's most secure diplomatic channels. It was addressed to Ambassador Jake Morrison, if he was still alive, or to whoever now spoke for humanity in galactic affairs. Ambassador Jake Morrison, now 78 years old but still sharp as the day he had stood before the Council half a century ago, received the message aboard the flagship vessel Enterprise while it was docked at Harmony Station, humanity's greatest achievement in collaborative engineering. Admiral Chris Parker stood beside him as they read the Council's invitation on the bridge's main display, both men wearing expressions that mixed amusement with something harder and less forgiving. "They want to make us equals now," Jake said, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent building something better than what the Council had offered. Full membership rights, voting privileges, and what they call additional concessions if necessary. Admiral Parker looked out through the bridge windows at Harmony Station's central hub, where representatives from 47 different species worked together on projects that pushed the boundaries of what anyone had thought possible. "Too little, too late," he said simply. Jake activated the communication system and sent a response that would be received by the Council in minutes, rather than the weeks their own message had taken to travel. The reply was brief, polite, and devastating in its implications. To the Galactic Council, from Ambassador Jake Morrison representing humanity and our allies in the Free Species Federation, thank you for your gracious invitation to join the Council as full members. After careful consideration, humanity must respectfully decline your offer. The message was broadcast simultaneously across both human space and Council territory, ensuring that every inhabited world in both regions would hear humanity's response at the same time. But Jake was far from finished. He had spent 50 years preparing for this moment, and he intended to make it count. However, his message continued. Humanity would like to extend our own invitation to the Galactic Council and all member species. We invite you to join the Free Species Federation, an alliance built on principles of mutual respect, voluntary cooperation, and shared discovery. Unlike traditional hierarchical structures, the FSF operates as a true partnership where every species contributes, according to their strengths and benefits, according to their needs. What followed was a presentation that showcased everything humanity had accomplished with their new allies. The display showed joint colonies where multiple species lived and worked together, creating environments that were more diverse and productive than anything any single species could have achieved alone. Research facilities demonstrated breakthrough technologies that had emerged from collaborative efforts between human curiosity and alien knowledge. The deep swimmer cities showed architectural principles that worked with natural forces rather than against them. The Verdani agricultural projects demonstrated farming techniques that improved planetary ecosystems while producing unprecedented yields. The Shaper terraforming operations revealed methods for transforming worlds that enhanced rather than destroyed their natural beauty. Most impressive were the exploration missions that human-led alliances had conducted in regions of space that the Council had never dared to investigate. Captain Diana Ross of the exploration vessel Voyager 3 appeared on screen, reporting from the edge of the galactic core where her mixed-species crew had discovered phenomena that revolutionized understanding of stellar evolution and galactic structure. The Council has spent 2 million years building a civilization based on maintaining the status quo. Diana reported from her ship's bridge, where human and alien crew members worked side by side. The Free Species Federation has spent 50 years proving that diversity and innovation are the true keys to progress. Jake's presentation included detailed comparisons between Council achievements and FSF accomplishments. In terms of territorial expansion, the FSF had covered as much space in 50 years as the Council had claimed in their first million. In technological development, human-led collaborations had produced advances that surpassed Council capabilities in multiple fields. Most important, the FSF had made peaceful contact with over 200 species that the Council had never encountered, creating a network of cooperation that spanned previously unexplored regions of the galaxy. The response from Council space was immediate and dramatic. Within hours of Jake's broadcast, formal diplomatic inquiries began arriving from individual Council member species. The Aquatic Depths Collective, which had always struggled with the Council's atmospheric bias toward air-breathing species, sent a delegation to the nearest FSF territory to discuss membership possibilities. The young flame dancers, who had been considered too primitive for full Council membership despite 50,000 years of civilization, found kindred spirits in humanity's rapid development and sent representatives to explore partnership opportunities. Even some of the older Council species began quietly investigating what the FSF had to offer, compared to the rigid hierarchies they had endured for millions of years. But the most shocking defection came from the Stonekin, the ancient rock-based species that had been among the Council's founding members. Elder Granite Who Remembers appeared in a formal broadcast that was transmitted throughout known space, announcing his people's decision to withdraw from the Council and join the Free Species Federation. For 10 million years, the Stonekin have watched the galaxy turn while the Council remained still, the ancient being said, his voice carrying the weight of geological ages. We have seen enough of stagnation. It is time to learn from these young humans who have shown us that age means nothing without the willingness to grow. Chancellor Zektar stood alone in the Council chamber as half the member species formally announced their departure for the FSF. His forearms trembled with rage, and something that might have been fear as he watched the empire that had ruled the galaxy for 2 million years crumble in a matter of weeks. The remaining Council members gathered for an emergency session that felt more like a funeral than a meeting of galactic leaders. Empress Velnara's crystalline body had lost its usual brilliant glow, dulled by the realization that their ancient authority was collapsing around them. "How did this happen?" asked Council member Thisara, her scales cycling through colors that indicated deep confusion and distress. How did a species we dismissed as primitive create something that surpassed everything we built? The answer came from an unexpected source. Dr. Rachel Stone's scientific reports had been analyzed by council researchers who finally understood what they had missed 50 years ago. Humanity's greatest strength had never been their technology or their adaptability. It had been their ability to see potential in others and inspire them to reach beyond their current limitations. Where the council had created a hierarchy with themselves at the top, humanity had created a network of partnerships. Where the council had maintained order through control, humanity had achieved progress through cooperation. Where the council had feared the unknown, humanity had embraced it as an opportunity for growth. The final scene played out at Harmony Station, where Jake Morrison stood before a gathering that included representatives from over 100 species. Human children played alongside young aliens in observation areas designed to accommodate multiple atmospheric and gravitational requirements. Scientists and engineers from dozens of worlds collaborated on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. The council offered us membership in their exclusive club, Jake said to the assembled delegates. But we discovered something better. We learned that the galaxy becomes infinitely larger when you stop trying to control it and start trying to understand it. Captain Diana Ross appeared on the main display, reporting from her current position near the galactic core, where her exploration fleet had discovered structures that predated even the Council's ancient civilization. We're transmitting coordinates for 17 systems that contain artifacts of unknown origin, she reported. These discoveries are being shared freely with all FSF members for joint investigation. The presentation continued with reports from other exploration teams that had found everything from crystalline beings that existed partially in hyperspace to living planets that had achieved self-awareness. Each discovery was shared immediately with all FSF members, creating a constantly expanding database of knowledge that grew faster than any single species could assimilate. Jake concluded his presentation by looking directly into the camera, knowing that his words would be heard throughout both FSF and Council space. 50 years ago, the Council told humanity that we needed to grow up before we could join galactic civilization. They were right about one thing. We did need to grow. But we didn't grow by copying what already existed. We grew by imagining what could exist if everyone worked together toward something better. The final image showed Earth as seen from space, but it was not the same planet that had sent Jake Morrison to plead for Council membership decades ago. This Earth was surrounded by orbital habitats where multiple species lived and worked together. Ships from dozens of worlds came and went, carrying trade goods and cultural exchanges that enriched everyone involved. But most impressive was what could be seen in the background of the image. The artificial star that Luna Station had created blazed like a second sun.
Is normal for human children? Well, not the advanced stuff, Martinez replied. We don't teach them explosives handling until secondary school. Safety first, you know. Behind him, Vextar heard his medical officer whisper what sounded like a prayer in the old tongue. Captain Martinez, he began, then stopped as she casually flicked the knife at a target painted on the far wall. The blade flew across the cargo bay and embedded itself exactly in the center, quivering slightly from the impact. That's quite accurate. Thanks. I was on the throwing team in university. Made regionals 3 years running. She walked over to retrieve the knife, pulling it free with the kind of casual ease that suggested she'd done this thousands of times. Of course, competitive throwing is nothing compared to actual combat applications, but it's good for hand-eye coordination. Competitive throwing. They had organized sports involving deadly weapons. Vextar was beginning to suspect that humanity's rapid expansion across the galaxy wasn't due to advanced technology or superior tactics. It was because every other species took one look at them and decided that fighting wasn't worth the risk. Captain, he said, trying a different approach, I notice your crew seems very relaxed around dangerous implements. Well, sure, Martinez replied, as if this was the most obvious thing in the galaxy. Tools are only as dangerous as the person using them. And we've got good people here. She gestured to Jake, who was now juggling 3 smaller knives while humming what sounded like a children's song. Jake there served 6 years in the Terran Deep Space Marines. Lisa, our engineer, used to work demolitions for a mining company. Our pilot Mike was a fighter ace before he went civilian. Fighter ace, demolitions expert, Deep Space Marines. What Vexitar was looking at wasn't a cargo crew. This was a ship full of warriors pretending to be merchants. And they were doing it so convincingly that they probably believed it themselves. "And what about you, Captain?" he asked. "What's your background?" Martinez grinned, and for just a moment, Vexitar caught a glimpse of something cold and calculating behind those deceptively warm human eyes. "Me? I'm just a simple cargo hauler trying to make an honest living." Just then, alarms began blaring throughout the ship. Not the gentle chimes that most civilized species used to indicate minor problems, but the kind of bone-rattling, panic-inducing shriek that suggested imminent death was approaching at high velocity. "Proximity alert!" came a voice over the ship's communication system. "3 vessels approaching fast. Configuration suggests Korthak raiders." The transformation was instantaneous. One moment, Martinez had been a cheerful cargo captain chatting about hobbies. The next, she was a combat commander assessing threats and issuing orders with the kind of crisp efficiency that spoke of extensive military training. "Jake, get to the weapon systems. Lisa, I want full power to shields and engines. Mike, evasive pattern Delta 7. She turned to Vexitar, and her expression was completely serious for the first time since they'd met. "Commander, I'm afraid we're going to have to postpone this inspection. Your ship should get clear. Korthak raiders don't usually take prisoners." Vexitar's mind reeled. The humans had weapon systems? On a cargo hauler? "Captain, perhaps we should contact the Hegemony fleet for assistance. The nearest patrol is 4 hours away," Martinez finished. "We'll be debris by then." She was already moving toward what Vexitar had assumed was a storage locker, but which now revealed itself to be an armory that would make a battlecruiser jealous. "Don't worry, Commander. We've dealt with Korthak before." The ship shuddered as the first enemy shots impacted their shields. Through the cargo bay's viewport, Vexitar could see 3 sleek, predatory vessels closing in fast. Korthak raiders were the nightmare of the outer systems, fast, heavily armed, and completely without mercy. Their ships were purpose-built killing machines crewed by some of the most vicious pirates in known space, and the humans were planning to fight them. "Captain," Vexitar said urgently, "this is a cargo vessel. You can't possibly—" The ship lurched as Mike threw them into a series of evasive maneuvers that should have liquefied everyone aboard. Instead, the humans simply adjusted their stance and kept working as if violent acceleration was just another minor inconvenience. "Sir!" Kryn called out, her voice tight with panic. "The human ship is returning fire!" Through the viewport, Vexitar watched in stunned amazement as concealed weapon ports opened along the Lucky Strike's hull. What emerged wasn't the light defensive armament you might expect on a merchant vessel. These were military-grade particle cannons, plasma torpedoes, and something that looked suspiciously like a gravity lance. The first Korthak raider exploded in a spectacular fireball. "How?" Vexitar whispered. "Surplus. Military hardware," Martinez explained casually as she strapped on what appeared to be combat armor disguised as a tool vest. "Turns out the Terran Navy sells off a lot of outdated equipment to civilian contractors. Great prices, minimal paperwork." She hefted an energy rifle that could punch through a tank. Plus, cargo hauling can be dangerous work. You never know what you might run into out here. The second raider was trying to flank them, but Mike anticipated the move and rolled the ship in a maneuver that put them directly in line for a torpedo spread. The explosion lit up the cargo bay like a second sun. 2 down, Jake announced cheerfully from the weapons console. The third one's trying to run. Let him go, Martinez ordered. No point in being wasteful. Wasteful. They'd just destroyed 2 warships in under 3 minutes, and they were worried about being wasteful. As the threat alert stood down and the crew began securing from combat stations, Vextar found himself staring at Captain Martinez with a completely new understanding. This wasn't just a human cargo hauler. This was a human cargo hauler who could single-handedly take on Korthak raiders and win. "Captain," he said slowly, "I believe I need to revise my assessment of your vessel." Martinez smiled, and this time Vextar noticed that the expression didn't reach her eyes. "Oh, Commander," she said, casually cleaning the combat knife before returning it to its sheath. "You haven't seen anything yet?" As the Lucky Strike resumed course, and the crew went back to their normal activities, Vextar began to wonder if the galactic hegemony had made a terrible mistake in classifying humans as a peaceful trading species. Because if this was what they considered a routine cargo run, he really didn't want to see what they called a military operation. 3 hours later, Vextar was seriously considering early retirement. Or therapy. Possibly both. The inspection had resumed, but now everything looked different through his newly adjusted perspective. That industrial equipment in the engine room? Military-grade fusion reactors capable of powering a small battle station. The navigation computer? A tactical AI system that could coordinate fleet movements across multiple star systems? The cargo containers? Well, he'd stopped asking about those after discovering that one of them contained enough antimatter to glass a small moon. "Commander," his science officer Zliktar whispered, her translator struggling with what humans apparently called nervous laughter. "I've completed the analysis of their medical bay." "And?" Vextar asked, though he was beginning to dread the answer. "They have surgical equipment capable of performing battlefield amputations, combat stims that could keep a warrior fighting for 3 days straight, and regeneration pods that can regrow entire limbs." Zliktar paused. "Oh, and their standard first aid kit contains more advanced medical technology than our primary sick bay." Of course it did, because apparently humans considered battlefield surgery to be routine healthcare. "Sir?" Kryn approached, looking even more disturbed than usual. "I've been talking with their engineer, Lisa. She showed me their backup power system." Vextar waited. He'd learned that interrupting these reports only made them worse. "It's a miniature black hole, sir. They're using controlled gravitational collapse to generate emergency power." When I asked about safety protocols, she laughed and said they hadn't had an accident in months. Months. They measured the time between potentially civilization-ending disasters in months. Captain Martinez appeared at his elbow with that unsettling human ability to move silently despite wearing heavy boots. "Everything all right, Commander? You look a bit pale." "Well, paler than usual for your species." "Captain," Vexitar began carefully, "I'm beginning to suspect that your ship isn't quite what it appears to be." "What gave it away?" Martinez asked with mock innocence. "The hidden weapons? The military-grade equipment? Or was it Jake's victory dance after we vaporized those raiders?" "All of the above," Vexitar admitted. "Plus, I've been reviewing your crew's service records. Your pilot, Mike, has more confirmed kills than most fighter squadrons. Your engineer, Lisa, was decorated for creative problem-solving under fire, which apparently involved turning a mining laser into an orbital bombardment platform. And your communications officer, Tommy, was a signals intelligence specialist who once hacked an entire enemy fleet. Tommy's good at his job, Martinez agreed, though he gets cranky if you interrupt him during his crossword puzzles. Crossword puzzles. The man who could crack military encryption algorithms did word games for relaxation. Captain, Vextar said, I have to ask, why are you hauling cargo instead of serving in your military? Martinez's expression grew thoughtful. Well, the pay's better, for one thing. Plus, we get to travel, meet interesting people, and occasionally blow things up without having to file paperwork afterward. She gestured around the ship. Military service was great, don't get me wrong, but there's something to be said for being your own boss. And the Terran government just lets former Special Forces personnel wander around the galaxy with enough firepower to level cities. Why wouldn't they? Martinez seemed genuinely puzzled by the question. We're responsible adults. We know how to handle dangerous equipment safely. And if someone tries to cause trouble... She shrugged. Well, problem solved. Vexitar felt his worldview shifting yet again. The humans weren't hiding their capabilities because they were planning something sinister. They were just casually carrying around enough destructive power to conquer small star systems because they thought it was normal. Commander! Bliptar's voice crackled over the comm system. We're receiving a distress signal. Hegemony transport, peaceful endeavor. Under attack by unknown hostiles. They're requesting immediate assistance. Martinez was already moving toward the bridge before Vextar could respond. How far? 20 minutes at maximum burn, Mike called out from the pilot station. Too long, Martinez muttered. Lisa, can you give us more speed? I can try, came the reply from engineering, but I'll have to bypass a few safety protocols. Do it! Vextar watched in fascination and terror as the humans transformed once again. The casual, friendly merchants disappeared, replaced by a precision military unit that moved with the kind of coordinated efficiency that took decades to develop. Jake was already plotting firing solutions. Tommy was analyzing the distress signal for tactical data. Mike was calculating approach vectors that would minimize their exposure while maximizing their offensive potential. And Captain Martinez stood in the center of it all, like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of controlled violence. Contact, Tommy announced. I'm reading 6 heavy cruisers. Configuration suggests Thrakari supremacy. They've got the transport surrounded. The Thrakari supremacy. Vexitar felt his blood chill. They were one of the most aggressive expansionist powers in the galaxy, with a military doctrine that favored overwhelming force and no survivors. Their heavy cruisers were mobile fortresses designed to reduce enemy vessels to component atoms. Captain, he said urgently, the Thrakari don't take prisoners, but 6 heavy cruisers. Even with your ship's capabilities, the odds are about what we faced at the Battle of Kepler Station, Martinez interrupted. Except this time we don't have to worry about collateral damage. She turned to her crew. All right, people, you know the drill. Jake, I want solution targeting their engines first. Disable, don't destroy if possible. Tommy, see if you can hack their communications. Mike, get us in close and keep us moving. What about weapons lock warnings? Jake asked. Standard protocol is to give them a chance to surrender. Martinez's smile was sharp as the combat knife she'd been casually juggling earlier. Tommy, open a channel to the Thrakari fleet. Channel open, Captain. Thrakari vessels, this is Captain Martinez of the Lucky Strike. You are attacking a hegemony transport in violation of interstellar law. Withdraw immediately or face the consequences." The response came in the form of plasma cannon fire directed at their position. Mike rolled the ship away from the incoming barrage with casual ease. "Well," Martinez said cheerfully, "I tried diplomacy. Jake, you are weapons-free. Show them what human hospitality looks like." What followed wasn't a battle. It was an educational demonstration in applied violence. The Lucky Strike moved through the Thrakari formation like a predator among prey. Their first shot disabled the Ibri lead cruiser's engines, sending it spinning helplessly. The second took out another ship's weapons array. The third Thrakari cruiser made the mistake of trying to ram them. It ceased to exist in a brilliant flash of light. "Oops," Jake said with false contrition. "I think I set that one too high." "It happens," Martinez replied calmly, as Mike threaded them between two more cruisers, while Jake systematically dismantled their weapon systems. "Just try to leave some survivors for questioning." Within 10 minutes, 4 Thrakari heavy cruisers were disabled and drifting. The 5th was attempting to flee, and the 6th had apparently decided that discretion was the better part of valor and was broadcasting surrender signals on all frequencies. "Tommy, patch me through to the Peaceful Endeavor," Martinez ordered. "This is Captain Yilthar of the transport. Peaceful Endeavor," came a shaky voice over the comm. We thank you for your assistance. How did you defeat 6 heavy cruisers so quickly?" Martinez glanced at Vextar with amusement. "Just lucky, I guess. Are you in need of medical assistance?" No, we're fine. But what ship are you flying? Our sensors show you as a civilian cargo hauler." "That's because we are a civilian cargo hauler," Martinez replied matter-of-factly. "We just happen to be really good at our job." As they finished securing the area and waiting for hegemony patrol ships to arrive, Vexitar found himself alone with Captain Martinez in the observation lounge. Through the viewport, he could see the disabled Thrakari cruisers being taken into custody. "Captain," he said finally, "I have to ask, is this normal for human cargo operations?" "Define normal," Martinez replied, pouring herself a cup of that terrifying beverage she seemed to enjoy. "I mean, we don't run into pirates every day. Maybe once or twice a week at most." Once or twice a week. They encountered military-level threats twice a week and considered it routine. "What I don't understand," Vextar continued, "is why the Galactic Council classified humanity as a peaceful trading species. Your capabilities clearly suggest otherwise." Martinez laughed, and for the first time, it sounded completely genuine. "Commander, I think you're misunderstanding something fundamental about humans. We are a peaceful trading species. We just happen to be really, really good at violence when the situation calls for it. But your weapons, your training, your casual attitude toward mortal danger are all perfectly normal for us," Martinez finished. "See, humans learned a long time ago that if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. We're not violent by choice, Commander. We're violent by necessity, and we're very, very good at it." She gestured toward the viewport where the rescue operation was concluding. "Those Thrakari cruisers? They attacked that transport because they thought it was defenseless. They calculated that the potential profit outweighed the risk of hegemony retaliation. But they didn't factor in the possibility that a harmless cargo ship might be crewed by former military personnel with enough firepower to level a city." Vextar nodded slowly. "So your apparent harmlessness is actually a form of deterrent." "Exactly," Martinez beamed. "Most species look at humans and see either primitive warmongers or defenseless merchants. They never consider that we might be both. or neither. Or that those categories might not even apply to us in the first place. And the knife throwing? The casual handling of military-grade weapons? Cultural holdovers from our evolutionary development, Martinez explained. Humans survived by being adaptable, creative, and really good at killing things that threatened us. Just because we developed spaceflight doesn't mean we forgot those skills. Vextar felt a chill run down his spine. Captain, are you telling me that every human cargo hauler in the galaxy is potentially a military threat? Oh, no, Martinez said reassuringly. Most of them are perfectly ordinary merchants with normal defensive capabilities. Vexitar relaxed slightly. It's just the ones like us you need to worry about. You know, former special forces, ex-military, discharged intelligence operatives, that sort of thing. There's maybe a few thousand ships crewed by people with serious military backgrounds. A few thousand ships crewed by humans who considered destroying heavy cruisers to be routine cargo protection, scattered throughout the galaxy, disguised as harmless merchants. Captain Martinez, Vexitar said slowly, I think I need to file a report recommending that humanity's threat assessment be significantly revised. That's probably a good idea, Martinez agreed, but you might want to phrase it diplomatically. Humans can be a bit sensitive about being misunderstood, and you really don't want to make us feel threatened. As the Lucky Strike prepared to resume its cargo run, Vexitar found himself composing a priority message to Hegemony Command. He stared at the blank communication form for a long time, trying to figure out how to explain that they'd been sharing the galaxy with a species that could probably conquer half of known space without breaking a sweat, and that these potential conquerors were currently running cargo routes and complaining about shipping schedules. Finally, he settled on a simple message. Recommend immediate review of human threat assessment. Current classification of peaceful trading species may be inadequate. Suggest new classification. Friendly neighborhood apocalypse. He paused, then added, also recommend establishing formal diplomatic protocols for knife-throwing demonstrations, for safety reasons. As the Lucky Strike jumped to hyperspace, Vexitar made a mental note to request assignment to a nice quiet sector, somewhere far from human shipping lanes, somewhere safe, though he was beginning to suspect that in a galaxy where humans casually hauled cargo while armed for planetary conquest, there might not be any truly safe places left. And somehow, that thought was oddly comforting.
Captain Rex Murphy had been in worse situations. Not many, mind you, but definitely some. Like that time on Proxima 7 when he accidentally proposed marriage to a fungal colony, or when he convinced an entire Zephyrian battle fleet that Earth's greatest export was interpretive dance. Good times. Right now, though, sitting tied to a chair with a plasma blade humming inches from his jugular, Rex had to admit this ranked pretty high on his personal well. This sucks scale. The blade belonged to Kira Voss, and Kira Voss belonged to that special category of beings the universe occasionally produced just to make everyone else's lives more interesting. She was Naltharian, which meant she had 4 arms, reflexes that made cobras look sluggish, and a cultural appreciation for violence that bordered on artistic. Her reputation preceded her across 3 sectors, usually followed closely by someone's dismembered limbs. Last words? She asked, her voice carrying that particular blend of professional courtesy and barely contained bloodlust that made her so popular at dinner parties. Rex looked up at her with the kind of smile that had gotten him into more trouble than a drunk diplomat at a peace treaty signing. Yeah, he said, as if she'd just asked him about the weather. You're holding it wrong. Kira's secondary arms twitched. In Naltharian body language, this was roughly equivalent to a human doing a double take while simultaneously having an aneurysm. Excuse me? The blade, Rex continued helpfully, nodding toward the weapon that could currently slice through his neck like a hot knife through butter. You're holding it wrong. Thumb goes on top, not wrapped around the grip. Better leverage that way. For a moment, the only sound in the cramped cargo hold was the steady hum of the ship's life support systems and what Rex was pretty sure was his own cardiovascular system trying to figure out if it should panic or just give up entirely. Kira stared at him. Rex had seen that look before, usually right before someone started questioning their life choices. It was the universal expression for "Am I having a stroke?" or "Did this person just critique my murder technique?" "You do realize," she said slowly, "that I am about to kill you." "Oh, absolutely," Rex agreed. "But if you're going to do it, might as well do it right. I mean, what if someone's watching? You don't want word getting around that Kira Voss doesn't know proper blade handling etiquette." This was Rex's problem, and had been since roughly the age of 12 when he'd convinced his teacher that homework was actually a violation of several interstellar child labor laws. He had never met a situation he couldn't make exponentially more complicated through the simple application of his mouth. Humans, as it turned out, had developed quite a reputation in the galaxy over the past few decades since making contact. Not for their wisdom, their technology, or their diplomatic skills. No, humans were known throughout civilized space for one thing: their absolutely baffling ability to make every single situation weird. Kira adjusted her grip on the blade, and Rex nodded approvingly. "There you go. See how much more natural that feels. Now you've got proper control," and Rex paused, studying her stance with the focused attention of a university professor examining a particularly interesting thesis. "Actually, your footwork could use some adjustment too." "My footwork," Kira repeated flatly. "Yeah, you're too squared up. Leaves you vulnerable to a counterattack if your target gets loose. Which, granted, probably doesn't happen often in your line of work. But you never know when you might run into someone slippery." Otto, Rex's AI companion, chose that moment to materialize as a shimmering hologram near Rex's shoulder. Otto looked like a cross between a disco ball and an anxiety attack, which was pretty much exactly what he was. "Rex," Otto said in his perpetually worried electronic voice, "I feel I should point out that you are currently being threatened with immediate death." "I noticed, buddy. Thanks for the update. Also, our ship has been impounded, our cargo confiscated, and I am running on backup power because someone forgot to pay the electricity bill." "That someone being me." "That someone being you." "Right. Well, priorities, Otto. Right now I'm helping MS Voss improve her combat technique." Kira looked back and forth between Rex and his holographic companion like she was watching the galaxy's most surreal tennis match. "Are you having a conversation with your AI about my assassination skills?" "More of a consultation, really. Otto's got access to about 14,000 combat manuals." "Don't you, buddy?" "I do," Otto confirmed miserably. "I also have access to our current legal status, which can best be described as completely screwed." The whole mess had started 3 days ago, which in Rex's experience was usually how long it took for one of his routine jobs to go spectacularly sideways. He'd been hired to transport what his client claimed was cultural artifacts from the Centauri system to a collector on Vega Prime. Simple milk run, good pay, no questions asked. Rex really should have asked questions. Turned out the cultural artifacts were actually stolen military intelligence. The collector was an undercover federal agent, and his client had been dead for 6 months. The whole thing was a setup, designed to catch whoever had been running illegal goods through that particular shipping route. Rex had walked right into it with all the situational awareness of a tourist following a definitely not a mugger into a dark alley. The thing about combat, Rex continued, apparently determined to turn his own execution into an educational experience, is that most people focus too much on the weapon and not enough on the psychology. You've got excellent intimidation presence, by the way. Really top-notch glowering. "Thank you," Kira said, though it came out more like a question. But intimidation only works if your target is actually intimidated. Some people, and I'm just throwing this out there, some people might be too stupid to be properly scared. Otto's holographic form flickered with what might have been electronic embarrassment. He means himself, the AI explained helpfully. Rex is too stupid to be properly scared. I prefer optimistically oblivious, Rex corrected. You know what your real problem is? Rex continued, completely ignoring the fact that he was still tied to a chair with a weapon pointed at his throat. You're thinking about this all wrong. This isn't an execution, it's a negotiation. Kira's 4 eyes narrowed in sequence, which was her species' equivalent of slowly counting to 10. I am being paid to extract information from you and then kill you. That is not a negotiation. Everything's a negotiation if you're creative enough about it. The cargo bay door hissed open, and Commander Thax strutted in like he owned the ship, the system, and possibly the entire concept of authority itself. Thax was Rigelian, Mia, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a praying mantis with a middle manager, and then given the result an extensive collection of medals that nobody could quite remember him earning. Ah, the infamous Captain Murphy, Thax announced, his voice carrying the kind of theatrical pomposity that suggested he practiced his entrances in front of a mirror. How delightfully ordinary you appear. Thanks, Rex said. I work hard to maintain my averageness. It's trickier than you'd think. Thax circled Rex's chair with the predatory grace of a creature that had watched too many Villain of the Week performances. Do you know why you're here, Captain? Well, I was hoping it was for my sparkling personality and roguish good looks. But I'm starting to suspect it might be related to that cargo container full of what I'm now guessing wasn't actually antique pottery. Military intelligence, Thax said with the kind of dramatic pause that demanded a thunderclap. Specifically, tactical information about human combat doctrine. Rex blinked. Human combat doctrine? Don't play innocent with me, Captain. The files you were carrying contained detailed analysis of human military strategy, psychological warfare techniques, and Thax consulted a datapad with 4 of his 6 hands, something called the Art of War. Oh, that, Rex said, relief flooding his voice. Yeah, that's not military intelligence. Then what is it? Rex grinned. It's a cookbook. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either enlightenment or explosions. Kira looked at Thax. Thax looked at Kira. Otto looked at everyone and made a sound like a computer trying to sneeze. A cookbook, Thax repeated slowly. Yeah, The Art of War. A culinary journey through human cuisine. Great book. Really gets into the philosophical aspects of food preparation. You know, like how the best strategy for cooking a perfect roast is to know your enemy, which in this case is the meat. Thax's compound eyes bulged. You're telling me that the classified intelligence we intercepted is recipes? Well, yeah, although some of those recipes are pretty classified. My grandmother would probably kill me if she knew I was sharing her secret barbecue sauce formula with aliens. Kira lowered her blade slightly. What kind of barbecue sauce requires military-grade encryption? You'd be surprised. Humans take their food very seriously. We've had wars over less. Wars over food? Thax's voice cracked slightly. Oh, absolutely. The Great Cola Wars of 2157, the Pineapple Pizza Rebellion, the infamous Taco Tuesday Massacre. Rex shook his head sadly. Dark times. Really makes you appreciate the simple things in life, like not being tied to a chair. Otto materialized more solidly, his holographic form stabilizing as ship's power was redirected to his systems. Rex, I should mention that while you've been conducting this impromptu comedy show, I've been analyzing our captor's ship systems. Find anything interesting? Their security protocols are approximately 37 years out of date. Their navigation system hasn't been updated since the Galactic Standard Calendar switched to metric time, and their life support system is held together with what appears to be genuine optimism. Thax sputtered. That's impossible. This is a state-of-the-art bounty hunting vessel. Sir, Otto said with the polite tone AIs used when delivering devastating news, your ship is held together with space duct tape and prayer. I've seen more sophisticated technology in human toasters. Rex had been working on his restraints since the moment he'd sat down, but using a technique he'd learned from a Terran escape artist who'd taught him that the secret to getting out of anything was to make sure people were looking somewhere else while you did it. Right now, everyone was looking at Otto, who had begun displaying holographic schematics of the ship's various failing systems like a mechanic delivering the worst possible diagnosis. Your primary life support has a 63% chance of catastrophic failure within the next 4 hours, Otto continued cheerfully. Your artificial gravity generator is running on what I can only describe as hope and momentum, and your hyperdrive is apparently held in place by a substance that my analysis suggests is either advanced polymer gel or very old chewing gum. That's impossible, Thax shrieked. I'm afraid not, sir. I'm currently accessing your maintenance logs, and I have to say, your definition of routine upkeep is rather creative. Did you know that percussive maintenance is not actually a recognized repair technique in any galactic engineering manual? Kira was staring at her employer with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who had just discovered their life savings had been invested in a company that sold ice to penguins. Thax, please tell me you didn't hire me to work on a ship that's going to explode. It's not going to explode, Thax protested. Probably. Probably? Rex interjected helpfully. That's not really the kind of word you want to hear when discussing explosive decompression in the vacuum of space. The restraints around his wrists finally gave way, thanks to a combination of the knots being tied by someone who clearly skipped that day in Bounty Hunter Academy and Rex's extensive experience with getting out of things he shouldn't have gotten into in the first place. Otto, Rex said casually, how's our ship looking? The Murphy's Law is currently impounded in Docking Bay 7, but I've been remotely accessing her systems. She's in much better condition than our current accommodations. Can you get her ready for a quick departure? Already working on it, Rex. Though I should point out that technically, stealing a ship while imprisoned on another ship could be considered either very clever or very stupid. Why not both? Kira was still processing the revelation that her employer had hired her to work on what was essentially a flying death trap held together by wishful thinking. Thax, how long has this ship been making that grinding noise? What grinding noise? As if summoned by his words, a metallic screech echoed through the cargo bay, followed by a series of thuds that sounded distinctly like important things falling off other important things. That grinding noise, Kira said. Rex stood up, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders like he'd just finished a particularly satisfying yoga session rather than escaping from what had been intended as his final chair. You know, this has been fun, but I think it might be time for me to make a graceful exit. Thax spun around, all 6 arms flailing. When did you? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. I've just been waiting for a good moment. Turns out the best time to escape is when everyone's distracted by catastrophic system failures. The ship shuddered, and somewhere in the distance, an alarm began blaring with the kind of urgent tone that suggested immediate action was required to prevent everyone from becoming very small, very scattered pieces of organic matter floating through the cosmos. Otto, Rex called out, please tell me that alarm doesn't mean what I think it means. I'm afraid it means exactly what you think it means, Rex. Also, several things you probably haven't thought of yet, but will be thinking of very soon. The ship lurched violently to starboard, which would have been merely inconvenient if it hadn't been accompanied by the sound of something large and expensive detaching itself from something else large and presumably important. Otto, Rex called out, grabbing onto the nearest support beam as artificial gravity decided to take a brief vacation. Status report. Well, the good news is that I've successfully accessed the Murphy's Law and she's ready for immediate departure. The bad news is that this ship's structural integrity has just dropped to what I can only describe as optimistically theoretical. Kira had drawn her blade again, but this time she was looking at Thax instead of Rex. You hired me to work on a ship that's actively disintegrating. It's not disintegrating, Thax protested, just as a section of wall panel fell off and clattered to the floor. It's experiencing rapid unplanned deconstruction. That's literally the definition of disintegrating. Rex shouted over the growing cacophony of failing systems and increasingly urgent alarms. The cargo bay door, apparently deciding that it had had enough of being attached to the rest of the ship, began sliding open without anyone asking it to. Through the growing gap, Rex could see the docking bay where the Murphy's Law sat waiting, her engines already warming up thanks to Otto's remote piloting. "Okay, new plan," Rex announced, as a shower of sparks rained down from an overhead conduit that had clearly given up on conducting electricity in any organized fashion. "Everyone who wants to not die in the next few minutes, follow me." He sprinted toward the malfunctioning door, which was now opening and closing with the rhythm of a very large, a very mechanical mouth that couldn't make up its mind about whether it wanted to eat anything. Kira hesitated for exactly 2 seconds before following him, apparently deciding that whatever Rex was planning had to be better than staying on a ship that was falling apart faster than a cheap suit in a rainstorm. Thax, meanwhile, was frantically pushing buttons on a control panel, apparently under the impression that random button pressing was a valid response to catastrophic system failure. "Wait," he called out. "I can fix this. I just need to reroute the primary power coupling through the secondary O." The O came right about the time he accidentally activated the escape pod ejection sequence. There was a brief moment where Thax looked surprised, then confused, then mildly alarmed, and then he was gone, shot out into space in a pod that immediately began broadcasting a distress signal in 17 languages, most of which roughly translated to "Help, I've made a terrible mistake." "Did he just?" Kira began. "Yep," Rex confirmed, timing his jump through the spasming cargo door. "And honestly, given his track record, he's probably safer out there." They made it through the door just as it decided to close permanently, sealing itself with a grinding sound that suggested it would not be opening again without the assistance of heavy explosives or divine intervention. The Murphy's Law's cargo ramp was already lowering as they approached, and Rex felt that familiar surge of affection for his ship that he always experienced when she rescued him from his own poor life choices. "Welcome aboard the Murphy's Law," he called out to Kira as they ran up the ramp. "She's not much to look at, but she's got it where it counts." Is that a quote from something? Probably. I quote a lot of things, most of them inappropriately. The ship lifted off just as the bounty hunter vessel behind them experienced what engineers would later describe as a rapid energy redistribution event, and everyone else would describe as a really big explosion. As they cleared the docking bay, Rex dropped into the pilot's seat and looked over at Kira, who was strapping herself into the co-pilot's chair with the practiced efficiency of someone who had clearly been in similar situations before. "So," he said conversationally, "want a job?" 3 weeks later, Rex stood in front of a classroom filled with some of the most dangerous beings in the galaxy, all of whom were taking notes with the focused attention of students who had just discovered that the final exam was worth 90% of their grade. "The thing you have to understand about humans," he was saying, gesturing at a holographic display that showed a tactical scenario involving what appeared to be a three-way conflict between a military convoy, a group of insurgents, and a herd of very confused livestock, is that we don't follow our own rules. In the front row, a Zephyrian battle commander raised one of her 12 tentacles. "But Captain Murphy, if humans don't follow their own tactical doctrines, how do you coordinate military operations?" "That's the beautiful part," Rex replied. "We don't coordinate, we improvise. And improvisation, my friends, is chaos in a uniform." Kira, who was sitting in the back of the classroom with her arms crossed and an expression that suggested she still couldn't quite believe this was her life now, spoke up. "Rex, Maybe you should explain why that's actually effective instead of just making it sound like humans are glorified disaster monkeys. Hey, disaster monkeys with really good reflexes, Rex corrected. There's a difference. The classroom was part of what Earth's diplomatic corps optimistically called the Interspecies Cultural Exchange Program, and what everyone else called that place where they teach aliens to think like humans, which is either the best idea anyone's ever had or the beginning of the end for galactic civilization. Rex had been recruited for the program after his encounter with Kira had been analyzed by Earth's Military Intelligence Division, who had apparently decided that anyone who could talk their way out of an execution by critiquing their executioner's technique was exactly the kind of person they wanted, representing humanity to the rest of the galaxy. The key principle of human tactics, Rex continued, is that if you can't predict what you're going to do next, your enemy certainly can't either. A Naltharian in the second row raised 2 of her 4 hands. But doesn't that make you equally unpredictable to your allies? Absolutely. That's why human military doctrine includes extensive training in what we call adaptive confusion management. Otto materialized next to the holographic display, looking as worried as ever. Rex, I should point out that adaptive confusion management is not actually a real military term. It is now, buddy. I just made it official. Kira stood up from her chair in the back. What Rex is trying to say, in his typically roundabout way, is that humans have turned unpredictability into a strategic advantage. Instead of trying to eliminate chaos from their tactics, they've learned to use it as a weapon. Exactly. Rex beamed at her like a proud teacher whose student had just grasped a particularly difficult concept. See, this is why I recruited her. Kira gets it. I didn't have much choice, Kira muttered. It was either join your insane cultural exchange program or go back to working for people who think percussive maintenance is a valid engineering technique. The Zephyrian raised her tentacle again. So the secret to understanding human tactics is to not try to understand them. Now you're getting it, Rex confirmed. The moment you think you've figured out what a human is going to do, they'll do something completely different, usually involving explosions or interpretive dance. Sometimes both, Kira added helpfully. Rex checked the chronometer on the wall. All right, class dismissed. Your assignment for next week is to read chapters 12 through 15 of The Art of War. And yes, before anyone asks, that's the cookbook, not the military manual. We're going to discuss the tactical applications of proper seasoning techniques. As the students filed out, chattering among themselves in a dozen different languages about the bizarre species they were supposed to be learning to work with, Kira walked up to Rex's desk. You know, she said, when you offered me this job, I thought you were just trying to avoid getting killed. I was, Rex admitted. But it turns out, the best way to avoid getting killed by dangerous aliens is to convince them that working with you is more interesting than working against you. And teaching them to think like humans accomplishes that. Rex grinned. Kira, have you met any humans who think like humans? She considered this for a moment. Point taken. Otto flickered into visibility between them. Rex, I've been analyzing the graduation statistics for this program, and I have to say, the results are rather concerning. Concerning how? Well, Ngornawa. 97% of our graduates have reported that their tactical effectiveness has improved dramatically since learning to incorporate human-style improvisation into their standard operating procedures. That sounds like a good thing, Otto. Yes, but they've also reported a 300% increase in what they describe as hilariously improbable mission outcomes. Rex and Kira looked at each other. So what you're saying, Kira said slowly, is that we're teaching the galaxy's most dangerous beings to be more like Rex. That appears to be an accurate assessment, Otto confirmed. They stood there for a moment, contemplating the implications of a universe filled with tactically unpredictable aliens who had learned to turn chaos into a strategic advantage. Well, Rex said finally, this should be interesting. and somewhere in the back of his electronic consciousness, Otto began updating his calculations for the probability of galactic civilization surviving the next decade. The results were not encouraging, but they were definitely going to be entertaining.
The job offer came in the middle of a hull patch. Rail Davin was 30 meters up the side of a gutted cargo hauler, one boot wedged into a buckled seam and the other pressed flat against the plating for balance. He had a thermal patch in his left hand and a rivet driver in his right. Somewhere below him, 3 Volkai workers were using a magnetic crane to lift an entire engine block, which would have taken Rail 2 days to do by hand. They finished in 4 minutes. None of them looked up at him. The notification blinked on the inside of his visor. Assignment ready. Report to Director Savan. He finished the patch first, then he climbed down. The GSC administrative platform was not an impressive place. It was a converted relay station that smelled of recycled air, and whatever the Mechari food dispensers were heating that cycle. Rail walked through the main corridor in his work suit, still dusty from the hauler job, and knocked on Savan's door with 2 knuckles. Savan was a senior Volkai administrator, which meant he was tall, had 4 fingers on each hand, and had mastered the particular expression of a man who was always slightly disappointed by whoever walked into his office. He waved Rail toward a chair without looking up from his screen. Rail sat. Savan finally looked at him. He slid a data chip across the desk. Solo assessment, edge of the Ashvin drift. Rec designation GSC Rec 7. You will evaluate structural integrity, estimate salvageable materials, and begin preliminary deconstruction where possible. Rail picked up the chip. He did not say anything yet. Prior crews found it unresponsive to standard entry methods, Savan added. In the same tone a person might use to mention that the weather outside was a little cold. You will need to improvise. Rail looked at the chip, then he looked at Savan. How many crews? 5 assessment teams. How many came back with usable data? Savan adjusted a stylus on his desk. None. Rail nodded once. He understood. This was what the consortium did with jobs that cost more than they were worth. They gave them to whoever would take them. And if no one volunteered, they gave them to the humans, because humans were at the bottom of the pay scale and the bottom of the complaint chain, and Savan could always write it up as a standard solo assignment. He took the chip anyway, not because he wanted the job, because he needed the contract credit, and because somewhere in the back of his mind was the part of him that always wanted to see something nobody else had seen. On the shuttle out to the drift, he read the full mission file. 5 crews, 2 Volkai teams, 1 Mechari survey group, 1 joint Kesari Volkai scientific team, and 1 automated drone cluster. The first Volkai team had reported electromagnetic interference, so severe it disabled their entry tools. The Mechari team had reached the outer hull, but found the material completely resistant to every cutting instrument they carried. The joint team had managed to open a side port and send in 2 crew members, who were returned to the airlock door 17 minutes later, unconscious but unharmed, with no memory of what they had seen inside. The second Volkai team had simply stopped transmitting. Their ship was found drifting 3 days later, crew aboard, all alive, none able to explain the lost time. The drone cluster had reached the outer hull, made contact, and been sent back, one by one, in the exact order they had entered, placed gently at the edge of the ship's magnetic field as if someone had organized them on a shelf. Nobody had cut a single piece of the ship. Nobody knew what it was made of. Nobody knew how old it was. The file listed it as derelict and marked for scrap, because the consortium's administrative system needed everything filed as something, an ancient, impossible and possibly conscious, was not a category. Rail closed the file and watched the stars. He thought about his sister Sella, who worked at a water processing plant on a mid-rim station, and sent him voice messages every few weeks asking if he was eating enough. He pulled up his comm panel and recorded a short message back. He told her he had a new assignment in the Ashvin Drift. He read her the coordinates. He told her not to worry. He did not mention the 5 failed crews or the returning drone cluster organized like somebody's collection. Those were details that would not help either of them. He sent it and went back to looking at the stars. The Ashvin Drift came into view 6 hours later. It was a wide belt of old debris, broken up rock and ancient hull fragments, and the rusted husks of ships that had not made it through some war or disaster that no living species remembered well enough to name. Salvage teams worked here regularly. It was familiar ground to people like Rail. But at the far edge of the drift, where the debris thinned and the star field opened up dark and wide, something floated that was not like the rest of it. GSC Rec 7 was 4 kilometers long. Rail had seen big ships before: hegemony carriers, deep range colony haulers, the industrial platforms that processed whole asteroid fields. Size was not something that impressed him easily, but this ship did not look like something that had been manufactured. It looked like something that had been considered. The lines of it curved in ways that took a moment to follow, shapes that seemed simple from one angle and completely different from another. The hull had a color that sat between dark blue and dark green, the kind of color that deep water turns when you look at it from above on a world with a red sun. It did not reflect light so much as it absorbed it slowly, the way a material does when it is done being discovered and has been keeping its own counsel for a very long time. No lights, no power signature, no movement. Rail held his shuttle at a safe distance for a while and just looked at it. Then he picked up his tool kit, checked that everything was in its place, sealed his helmet, and began his approach. He told himself it was just another wreck. He almost believed it. The cold came first. Not temperature cold. The suit handled that. It was a different kind, the kind a person feels when they walk into a room where something very large and very old has been waiting, and they are the first thing it has sensed in longer than they can count. Rail felt it the moment his shuttle made contact with the hull, a pressure at the edges of his thoughts, like a sound that was too low to hear but not too low to feel. He shook it off and got to work. The magnetic clamp that prior crews had tried to use for docking had caused polarity reversal on 2 of the 5 ships. He had read that part carefully. He did not use a magnetic clamp. Instead, he ran a mechanical arm out from the shuttle's underside, a simple hinged steel bar with a blunt hook, and used it to catch a ridge in the hull plating. Old equipment. The kind of thing modern salvage teams did not bother with anymore because it was slow and required you to think about angles and leverage. It caught on the first try. He locked it and killed the shuttle's engines. He climbed out through the hatch in his suit and stood on the hull. The scale of it hit him again. Standing on the ship was different from looking at it. The curve of the hull went in every direction at once, smooth and vast, and the debris field of the Ashvin Drift circled far below like slow weather. He put his magnetic boots on and walked to the section the mission file had flagged as the primary access point. A panel about 12 meters from the hull ridge, roughly door-shaped, with no visible handle, hinge, or seam. He pressed on it, nothing. He pulled out his plasma torch and cut a small test mark near the edge. The torch burned blue-white and the hull took it and gave nothing back. No cut, no scorch, no heat signature on his scanner. The material simply did not respond to it. He stood there a moment. Then he put the torch away, took out his hand drill and drilled a single small hole at the panel's lower corner. The drill worked. It was slow, but it worked. The material accepted physical pressure at low speed. He made 4 holes in a rectangle, threaded a pry cable through each one, attached it to a manual crank on his belt, and pulled. The panel came loose. Not violently, not with a pop or a rush of air. It just came away clean, the way a lid comes off something that has been sealed for a very long time but was always meant to be opened eventually. Rail looked inside, dark, narrow corridor. He switched his helmet lamp on and went in. No atmosphere, no gravity, no light. He moved on magnetic boots and let the lamp find the walls for him. The architecture inside was unlike anything in the salvage databases. Corridors that curved upward, then sideways, then doubled back. As though the ship had been designed for someone who thought in 3 dimensions, the way most beings think in 2. The material of the inner walls was slightly different from the hull, softer in appearance, with a faint texture that ran in long diagonal lines like the grain of old wood. He ran one gloved hand along it as he walked and noted it in his voice log in a flat, steady tone. He had been trained to log constantly on solo jobs. It was practical. If something happened to him, the log might explain what. He moved deeper. The mission file's drone footage had shown the main corridor leading to a large chamber the survey teams had designated as the probable bridge. Rail followed the same path the drones had taken, working by memory of the map. 8 minutes in, he came to the chamber. The drones had filmed a dead room, empty, dark, flat. That was what the footage showed. What Rail saw was not that. The walls of the chamber were alive with light. Not bright light, soft, slow, moving light like bioluminescence in deep water. Patterns that ran along the wall in long looping lines, gathered at certain points, spread again. No pattern repeated. Rail stood at the threshold and watched it for almost a full minute without stepping in. His scanner read 0 power output. Whatever was creating the light was not registering on any instrument he carried. He stepped in. The light shifted, slowly, without urgency. The patterns that had been moving away from the door were now moving toward him. He watched them gather in the wall to his left, then to his right, then at the floor near his boots. He looked down. A cluster of the light had collected around the sole of his left boot, the one he had placed forward when he entered. He crouched down and held his gloved hand near the floor. The light moved to it. He said into his log, "Wall patterns are tracking movement, possibly reactive to contact or pressure, not reading as a threat. Will continue to primary core chamber." He stood up and kept walking. The core chamber was deeper in the ship, past 2 more of the curved corridors, and through a low passage that required him to turn sideways. The drones had not made it this far. Every drone sent into the ship had been stopped before this point, collected gently and returned to the outside, pointing away from the hull like someone had carefully placed them there. The core chamber was round. At its center sat a sphere, 3 meters across, sitting in a slight depression in the floor as though it had been set down and never moved. It was made of the same material as the hull, that same dark blue-green, and it was covered entirely in the same light patterns as the walls, but here they moved faster, with more detail, and in clusters that seemed to respond to each other. Rail sat down on the floor in front of it. He had been inside the ship for 31 minutes. He was not in danger. Nothing had tried to stop him, hurt him, or send him back. He was simply here in a room that should have been dead, in front of a sphere that was clearly not. He reached into his suit's front pocket and pulled out a ration bar. He ate it slowly, watching the sphere, watching the light. He talked while he ate, describing what he saw in the same plain voice he used for everything: the texture of the walls, the behavior of the light, the temperature readings, the size of the sphere. He finished the bar and folded the wrapper and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the sphere. The sphere opened. The sphere did not open the way a door opens. It was more like watching a fist unclench, slow and deliberate, each section of the outer casing drawing back in a different direction until the inside was exposed. The interior was not dark. It was full of the same bioluminescent light as the walls, but here it moved in tighter, faster patterns, and at the center of it was something that had no good name in any language Rail knew. Not a screen, not a core. A space where information lived. visible the way heat above a road is visible, not a thing but the sign of one. He stayed where he was, sitting on the floor, and it reached him there. The first image came without warning, not through his visor, not through any external device. It arrived in the same place memories arrive, behind the eyes, behind thought already shaped. A galaxy, the same galaxy he lived in but wrong, stars in different positions, no familiar clusters, no recognizable arms, old, very, very old. Then a world, green and brown and edged with blue, nothing unusual about it, the kind of world that appeared in databases under 100 similar descriptions. But it felt specific, felt like somewhere particular. The way a photograph of someone's home feels different from a photograph of an empty field. Then the builders. They were not what he expected, which was fair, because he had not let himself expect anything. They were tall, with 4 limbs used for movement and 2 shorter ones used for everything else. Their skin was a pale gray-white that shifted slightly with their mood, the way a sky shifts before rain. They built things carefully. He could see that in how the memories came, slow and considered, nothing rushed, each image placed beside the last like someone laying out tools before a long job. They had built this ship over the course of 3 generations. He understood that not because he was told, but because he felt the time in it, the way you feel the age of a tree by looking at it, not counting but knowing. And then they were gone. Not in a dramatic way, not in fire or war, just gone. The way a sound goes when the last person who knew to make it stops making it. The memory of it was quiet and very sad, and Rael sat with it for a while without trying to move past it. He recorded everything he could into his voice log. Star positions, physical descriptions, architectural details of the world he had seen. He cross-referenced the star positions against his suit's navigational database, using the map software meant for orientation in debris fields. It was not sophisticated enough for what he was trying to do, but it gave him one clear piece of information. The star configurations matched a stellar arrangement that would have existed roughly 40,000 years ago. He said that number into his log quietly, 40,000 years. The sphere had been waiting for 40,000 years. He was still sitting with that thought when the ship's energy signature spiked. He found out about this secondhand because he had no way to monitor his own ship's external readings from inside the core chamber. He found out when his comm unit crackled and a voice came through that he did not recognize. This is GSC Survey Team 2, broadcasting to the registered solo unit at GSC Rec 7. We are reading an anomalous energy output from your site. Please confirm status. He pressed his comm. Solo unit is fine. The ship came back online. A pause. Say again. The ship, he said. It came back online. I am inside the core chamber. There is an active AI sphere here. It is communicating. Another pause, longer this time. We will be there in 90 minutes. The survey team was not the one Rael would have chosen to call had anyone asked him. But nobody had asked him because nobody expected him to be worth asking. The energy spike had been picked up automatically by a GSC relay in the drift and routed to the nearest team. The nearest team contained Engineer Dasa. She was Voakai, which meant she was tall and 4-fingered, and had the faint blue tint at the edges of her skin that Voakai had instead of eyebrows when they were thinking hard. She was also, Rael discovered in the first 4 minutes of knowing her, a scientist in the actual sense of the word. Not someone who had science credentials, someone who wanted to understand things more than she wanted to be right about them. She stood at the outer hatch he had cut open and looked at the dark corridor inside with an expression that was very close to desperate eagerness. You went in alone, she said. That was the assignment. And nothing happened to you. Nothing bad, he said. She started toward the entrance. The ship responded the moment her boot touched the threshold. The corridor rotated 90 degrees, not fast, not violently, but firmly. Where there had been a walkable path, there was now a wall. She stepped back, startled. The corridor rotated back. "It's not letting me in," she said. "It did the same to every other crew," Rail said. He thought for a moment. He reached out his hand. "Hold on." She looked at his hand, then she took it. They stepped in together. The corridor stayed still. She made a sound that was the Volkai equivalent of a sharp inhale. He led her slowly down the curved passages, her hand in his, her 4 fingers tight around his wrist. Every time he stopped to check something or describe it into his log, she stopped too, waiting, watching. The light in the walls followed them both this time, but more closely around Rail than around her, the way a crowd parts for someone familiar. They reached the core chamber. The sphere was still open, still active. Dasa let go of his hand and pulled out a scanner, then a second one, then a third. She stood in front of the open sphere and ran every instrument she had across it and read the outputs with an expression that kept shifting between fascination and something close to distress. "Nothing," she said finally. "Every reading is impossible. The energy output does not match any known source. The material does not match any known compound." She looked at Rail. "It responded to you." "Yes." "Why?" He thought about it honestly before he answered. "I don't know. I came in, sat down, ate, and talked to myself, same as I do on every job." She stared at him. Then she looked back at the sphere, then back at him. Then she put her scanners away and sat down on the floor beside him, which was, for a Volkai senior engineer who had never in her professional life sat on a floor, a significant act. "Tell me everything," she said. He told her. They sat together in the glow of the sphere for almost 2 hours. The light moved around them. The ancient ship breathed its slow electrical breath, and somewhere in the distance outside the hull, a new signal was moving through the drift. Not a survey team, not a relay station. A military channel. Rail's comm caught the edge of it and flagged it as low priority. He did not check it yet. He was still talking. He would check it later. Later would be soon enough, he thought. He was wrong about that, but not by much. The ship that dropped out of warp at the edge of the Ashvin Drift was named the VSV Halkarn, and it was the kind of vessel that made smaller ships feel the difference in their hulls. A Volkai military cruiser, gray and angular, with 3 escort frigates spread behind it in a triangle formation. The kind of arrival that was meant to make a point before anyone had said a word. Rail was outside on the hull when they came in, running his hands along a section of plating near the open hatch and describing what he felt into his log. He looked up when the light changed, the way light changes when something big moves between you and the nearest star, and he saw the Halkarn settle into position 3 kilometers off. He climbed back inside. Commander Braille made contact within 4 minutes of arrival. He was Volkai older, with the darker skin tone of a high-latitude birth world and the kind of voice that had been told it was authoritative so many times it had started to believe it completely. "Solo Technician Davin, this is Commander Braille of the Volkai Hegemony Defense Directorate. You are operating in proximity to a potential hegemony asset. Stand down your work. Prepare for personnel transfer. Your assessment will be completed by our team." Rail held the comm for a moment. "With respect, Commander, the site is a GSC contract. I have a valid work order." GSC contracts are subordinate to hegemony resource directives. The energy reading from this vessel triggered a priority flag. This is no longer a salvage matter. Dasa, standing beside him, looked at the comm unit, and then at Rail with an expression that meant she had known this would happen and had not found a way to prevent it. Rail said, "Understood. I want to note that prior crews could not gain access to this vessel. I would recommend your team review the mission file before attempting entry." "We have reviewed the file," Braille said. "We have better equipment than prior teams." Rail did not say what he was thinking. He thanked the commander and closed the channel. The boarding party arrived 40 minutes later. 6 soldiers in hegemony environmental suits, built for hostile environments and equipped with the best breaching tools the Defense Directorate issued. They reached the outer hull using a proper military docking collar, which the ship allowed to attach the same way it had allowed Rael's mechanical arm, without resistance. Then they started on the hull. Rael watched from inside through a camera unit he had set up at the open hatch. The soldiers tried 4 different tools: high-frequency cutters, thermal lances, a kinetic punch drill, a molecular separator that cost more than Rael's annual contract credit. The hull showed no response to any of them. No cut, no mark, no heat signature, no structural change of any kind. One of the soldiers crouched and looked at the material up close. Rael could see him shake his head. They found the hatch Rael had cut open. 3 of them started toward it. The hatch sealed. Not with a door, not with a mechanism. The opening was simply not there anymore. The hull had closed it the way skin closes over a small wound, slowly and completely. The only thing that remained open was Rael's personal entry point, the original panel he had pried loose with the cable and manual crank, and it would not open for anyone who approached it except him. He knew this because he had already tested it quietly while Dasa ran her scanners. He had walked away from the panel and let her approach it. It had sealed. He had walked back and placed his hand on it. It had opened. The soldiers reported back to the Halcarn. Braille came back on the comm within minutes, and this time his voice had lost some of its practiced authority and gained something rougher in its place. Technician Davin, open the ship. I don't control the ship, Commander. You clearly have some form of access that our personnel do not. That makes you responsible for providing it. The ship decides who enters, Rael said. I am not the ship. That is either an evasion or an admission of sabotage. Either way, I want you out of that vessel and aboard the Halcarn for questioning. Rael looked at Dasa. She was looking at the floor because she was a scientist with institutional connections and she knew how badly this could go, and she was trying to decide what she believed in more, the right answer or the safe one. Rael turned back to the comm. I am in the middle of an assessment. If you want to remove me by force, you are welcome to attempt it, but I think the ship will have something to say about that. There was a long silence. Then Braille said something that Rael had been hoping he would not say. Halcarn Actual load a kinetic round. Single low-yield strike on the primary hull section. Grid reference 7, non-penetrating. Rael said very calmly, Commander, I would advise against that. Your advice is noted. I want it on record that I strongly recommend against it. It is on record. Rael took a breath. He looked at the sphere in the core chamber, which was still open, still moving, its light slow and patient. He had spent 3 days with it by then. He knew its rhythms the way you learn the breathing of something that sleeps near you. He could feel what it was about to do the same way you feel a storm before it arrives. He said quietly into the air of the chamber, not into the comm, just to the ship itself. I'm sorry, I tried. The kinetic round hit the hull. The sound of it, transmitted through the hull material and into the floor he was standing on, was not a bang. It was a low, deep vibration, like the lowest note of an instrument so large it had never been given a name. It traveled through the floor, through his boots, up through his legs and into his chest. And then the ship woke up. Not the partial, careful waking it had done for Rael, the slow opening of one sphere in one chamber. All of it. Every corridor at once, every wall panel, every surface, every curve and angle of the 4 kilometers of hull and passage and chamber that made up the ancient vessel. Every piece of it lit up simultaneously, the bioluminescent light going from soft and slow to full and present in the space of 2 seconds, and the color of it was something between gold and white, and the precise shade of a sun coming over water. Rael grabbed a wall because the floor had started to hum. Outside, the Ashvin drift lit up. 3 centuries of dark had ended in 2 seconds, and the ship that had swallowed a kinetic round without a scratch was now generating a power output that every scanner in every ship within 2,000 kilometers had just registered simultaneously. Braille's comm channel opened again. His voice was different now. He said, "What is that?" Rail said, "That is the ship deciding it has been patient long enough." The hum in the floor deepened. The sphere in the core chamber began to spin. Not fast, not dramatic. Just the slow, certain rotation of something that had been still for a very long time and had decided to be still no longer. Rail stood in the center of it, one hand on the wall, the gold-white light running across his suit and his helmet and his face behind the visor, and he thought, "Nobody is going to believe my expense report." Then the sphere spoke, and everything changed again. It did not speak in words. It had never used words. Words were too small, too specific to one species, too dependent on the accident of which throat had evolved with shape. What the ship broadcast was something older and more direct than language. It was memory compressed into signal, 40,000 years of it, packed into a form that passed through every hull and every receiver in range and arrived inside every mind in the Ashvin Drift at the same moment, not as sound, not as vision, but as sudden knowing. Every crew member on the Halcarn felt it. Every soldier in their environmental suits felt it. The two Mechari pilots in the survey shuttle parked 300 meters off felt it. Dassa, standing inside the ship beside Rail, felt it so strongly she sat down hard on the floor and put her face in her hands and stayed there. Rail felt it most of all. The difference between what he had experienced in the 3 days before and what happened now was the difference between looking at a river through a small window and standing in the current. Everything the sphere had shown him in fragments came together at once. The builders, their world, their science, their way of thinking about things, which was careful and patient and assumed that almost nothing was fully understood yet. Their medicine, which had solved problems the hegemony's best researchers were still publishing theoretical papers about. Their energy systems, which used no fuel that could be exhausted and produced no waste that needed to go anywhere. Their governance, which was a written framework for how multiple species could share the same space without one slowly wearing the others down over generations of small decisions. All of it sent outward in one broadcast that no hull could block and no comm filter could catch. And then, at the end of all of it, the thing the ship had been built to carry. The warning. The builders had not simply ended. They had encountered something, and the honest word for it was not creature or weapon or force, because it was not quite any of those things. They called it, in the closest approximation that could be pressed into Rail's understanding, the long quiet. It was not aggressive. It did not attack. It moved through the outer arms of galaxies slowly, over centuries, and what it left behind it was not destruction but absence. Stars that burned slightly colder. Populations that became slightly less inventive over generations. Communication between species that became slightly less frequent, then infrequent, then stopped. Not because anything killed them, because a kind of stillness had settled in, the way a cold settles into a house that has not been heated in a long time, until one day the pipes freeze and no one is surprised. The builders had seen it coming for 400 years before it reached them. They had built this ship to carry the record of what they knew and what they had seen, and they had sent it into the dark to wait until it found someone who could receive what it carried and do something with it. The long quiet had been in the outer rim for 3 centuries. The hegemony had a name for it in their deep space observatory records. They had classified it as Unexplained Stellar Drift Anomaly 704, filed it in a database that junior researchers used for training exercises, and moved on to things that were more immediately interesting. Rail sat on the floor of the core chamber and let all of it settle into him. The history, the science, the warning, the weight of being the person who had been in the right place at the right time. Not because he was the most qualified or the most powerful, but because he had been the one willing to sit down on a strange floor and eat a ration bar, and talked to something that nobody else had given the patience to hear. After a while, he opened his comm. Braille was still on the channel. He had not closed it. Rail could hear, in the quality of the silence, that the commander had received the broadcast too, and was sitting somewhere on the bridge of the Halkarn, not quite knowing what to do with what he now knew. Rail said, "Commander." Braille said, "Yes. The ship is not a weapon. It is an archive. It has been in the drift for 40,000 years, waiting to deliver what it carries to someone who could use it." A pause. "I received the broadcast." "Then you know about the long quiet." Another pause longer. "The stellar drift anomaly." "Yes, that one." The silence stretched out between them, and in the silence was the slow, difficult sound of a person who has spent a career knowing what things are, and what they mean, having to accept that he did not know something very important, and that a human salvage technician did. Dasa looked up from the floor. Her eyes were wet. She had not cried in 30 years of professional life, and she did not look embarrassed about it. She looked like someone who had just been told that everything she had spent her career studying was a chapter in a much longer book. "What does it want?" Braille said finally. Rail looked at the sphere. He had learned over 3 days to ask it things not in words but in attention, in the direction of thought. He focused on the question. The sphere answered in images. A crew, not a large one, moving through these corridors. Different shapes, different sizes, not all Voakai, not all one species, moving with purpose, comfortable in the space. A heading outward, toward the outer rim, toward the long quiet. Rail said, "It wants to do what it was built for, carry information, find the thing the builders found, understand it." "And you?" "I think it wants me to go with it." Another long silence. Then Braille said something Rail had not expected, something that cost the commander more than anything else said in the entire conversation. "What do you need?" Rail blinked once. He had prepared for arguments, for threats, for more kinetic rounds. He had not prepared for that. He looked at the sphere again. The images came clearly. He said, "Hegemony clearance to move through restricted space. Access to the hegemony's deep space observatory data on the stellar anomaly. No weapons pointed at this hull, and the ship picks its own crew." Braille said, "The Hegemony Council will need to approve the clearances." "The broadcast already reached every receiver within 2,000 kilometers, Rail said. "It will reach council members before you can call them. They will already be asking questions." He could almost hear Braille considering this. "The crew selection," Braille said. "What does that mean exactly, the ship picks?" "It means the ship picks," Rail said. "I do not know who. I know it will not pick by rank or species. If you want to know what it picks by, I would tell you, but I think you already felt it in the broadcast. You know the answer." The comm was quiet. Then Braille said, "I will contact council." Outside the hull, the Halkarn's running lights stayed steady. No more weapons charged. No more boarding attempts. 3 frigates held their positions and did nothing, which was, in the circumstances, exactly the right thing. Inside the core chamber, the sphere spun slow and gold and certain. Dasa stood up from the floor, wiped her face with one hand, and picked up her scanner. Her hands were not quite steady. She ran the scan anyway. "Still impossible readings," she said. "Yes," said Rail. "Still nothing that matches any known compound or energy source." "Yes." She lowered the scanner and looked at him directly. "Are you afraid?" He thought about it, genuinely thought about it, in the way he thought about which tool to use on a difficult join, checking every angle before he committed. "No," he said, "I've been on worse jobs." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she put the scanner away and sat back down, this time close enough that her shoulder was almost touching his. "Then I will stay," she said, "if the ship will have me." The light in the walls shifted. Around Dasa slowly. For the first time since she had boarded, the patterns gathered and moved toward her, the way they had moved toward Rail on his first day. She looked at the wall beside her, at the light pressing gently against her suit's shoulder, and she sat very still and let it happen. That was, Rael thought, the right response. 3 weeks after the broadcast, the Hegemony Council passed 4 emergency resolutions in a single session. The first reclassified humans from Tier 3 labor associates to Tier 2 recognized civilization partners. The motion passed with 11 votes in favor and 1 abstention. The 1 abstention being the representative of a species that had not yet received the full archive data, because their receiving technology was 30 years behind everyone else, which was exactly the kind of thing the archive's governance frameworks were designed to fix. The second resolution opened the Hegemony's Deep Space Observatory database to joint review with GSC and independent scientists. The stellar drift anomaly files that had been sitting in a training database were pulled out and given to 11 research teams simultaneously. The third resolution allocated a defensive intelligence budget to studying the Long Quiet, which was now called by its proper name in official documentation, no longer given a filing number. The fourth resolution was the complicated one. It acknowledged that the ancient vessel designated GSC Rex 7 had operational autonomy and could not be claimed as hegemony property under existing law. Because existing law had no category for a 40,000-year-old ship with a conscious archive AI that chose its own crew, the Council did what legislative bodies do when reality outpaces their frameworks. They created a new category, wrote Rael Daven's name into it as operational liaison, and moved on to the next item on the agenda. Rael did not attend any of the sessions. He was inside the ship, learning its corridors. He had stopped using his helmet lamp after the first week. The ship provided its own light, tuned to human visible spectrum once the sphere had had enough time with him to understand what he could and could not see. He moved through the curved passages in the soft gold glow of the ship's own patterns, mapping sections by hand because the ship's internal layout did not translate neatly to any standard survey format. He was in the lower aft section, nodding where the corridor widths changed, when he heard someone at the outer hatch. The ship let her through before he got there. She was young, Volkai, with the narrow build of someone who had spent years in low-gravity stations. She was carrying a medical kit in a single bag, and she looked slightly dazed in the way everyone looked when the ship first let them in, and the light moved to meet them. Her name was Pea, and she had spent the last 2 years running a medical outpost in a human labor settlement on a mid-rim platform, the kind of posting nobody's senior ever took. She had applied for it specifically. She said she did not know why she had come to the drift. She had just felt she should. Rael showed her where to put her bag. The next arrival came the following morning. An elderly Mechari engineer named Sorvo, who had worked on deep space infrastructure projects for 40 years and was supposed to be retired. He had, he said, been on his way to his retirement platform when his shuttle had taken a wrong turn in the drift routing system, which was technically impossible. He had a tool belt that looked older than some of the stations Rael had worked on, and when the ship's light gathered around his hands, he looked at it for a long moment and then got out a calibration tool and began checking the walls. Rael let him work. The third was a human, a pilot named Wen from the merchant fleet, known for taking cargo routes through unstable drift corridors that no one else would quote insurance for. He arrived without any story about being pulled there. He had simply heard about the ship on the fleet network, packed his navigation kit, and flown to the drift on his own fuel. He stood at the outer hatch and knocked. The ship opened for him before Rael got to the door. Dasa had been there through all of it, sleeping in shifts, eating from her survey team's supply cache, running her instruments every morning even though they still gave impossible readings. She had filed 3 preliminary papers with the Hegemony Science Directorate in 3 weeks. The first one, the 12-page document she had titled On What We Failed to Hear, had been downloaded 400,000 times in the first 48 hours. She had not checked the number since. She was too busy. The ship had been making small changes while the crew assembled. Passages that had been too narrow for Mechari proportions had widened. A section near the aft corridor had developed what appeared to be a food preparation chamber, complete with a heating unit that worked on no power source any of their instruments could identify. The light in the corridors had developed distinct zones, warmer near the areas people spent more time in, cooler in the passages that led to areas not yet explored. It was, Rail thought, the ship settling in, getting used to having people again. He was in the core chamber when he thought of the name. It came to him the way the right tool comes to mind for a difficult job, not through a process of elimination, but simply as the correct answer to a question he had been holding without realizing it. He sat in front of the sphere, the light turning slow and patient around him, and said the word aloud to see how it fit. Orin. In an old dialect of a language his mother had spoken, the word meant to keep, to hold something safely until it was needed. He had half remembered it from the few dozen words she had taught him before she died, and he had not thought of it in years, and it arrived now with the small weight of things recovered rather than found new. The sphere's light shifted. He could not have said exactly how, but it felt like agreement. He calmed Sella that evening, sitting on the floor with his back against the sphere's base, and the gold-white light running across the wall beside him. She answered from her processing plant, in her work clothes, with something on her sleeve that was probably machinery lubricant. He told her about the last 3 weeks. He told her about the broadcast, about the long quiet, about Braille and the hegemony, and the new Tier 2 classification that had gone through the council. He told her about Peia and Sorvo and when. He told her the ship had a name now. Sella listened to all of it with the focused silence she used when she was taking something seriously. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "They gave you the worst job they had, and it turned into something they cannot understand." He said, "It usually does." She told him to come home after. He said he would try. She said she knew he would not for a long time, but that she wanted him to say it anyway. He said it anyway. After he closed the comm, he sat in the quiet of the core chamber and let the light do what it did, move and gather and spread and return. The same patterns that had been running in these walls for 40,000 years, patient enough to wait for the right person to sit still long enough to notice them. Director Savan never sent a message. Rail noticed the absence once and then stopped thinking about it. Commander Braille sent a single official transmission the morning of departure. It was a formal communication, precise and correct in every procedural detail. Underneath the official language, if a person read it carefully, was the particular tone of a man who had fired a kinetic round at something he did not understand and had been thinking about that decision ever since. There was no apology in it. There was something that was the bureaucratic equivalent of one. Rail acknowledged it and filed it in the mission log. On the day of departure, the Halcarn held its position 3 kilometers off and did nothing. This was the right thing to do, and Rail noted it without comment. The crew moved to their stations the way people do when they know what the job is, but have not quite learned yet that they can do it. Peia set up the medical bay. Sorvo put his calibration tool away and sat at the engineering station, which the ship had grown around him over the previous week to fit his proportions exactly. Wen took the navigation seat and ran his hands over the controls, which were unlike any he had trained on, and which he seemed to understand anyway, in the way experienced pilots understand that moving things is the same in every vehicle if you have been doing it long enough. Dasa stood at the science station and pulled up her instruments and got readings that were still impossible and looked satisfied for the first time in 3 weeks. Rail stood at the sphere. He was still in his work suit. He had not changed it for a dress uniform because he did not own a dress uniform and would not have worn one if he did. His tool kit was on his belt. Everything was in its place. He focused on the sphere the way he had learned to. Not words, not requests, just attention directed and steady, the same quality he brought to every job. The sphere responded with an image, the outer rim, the dark between the arms of the galaxy where the long quiet moved through the cold and the stars, a heading. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Let's go." The Orin undocked from the Ashvin drift without ceremony, without sound, without any of the drama that the moment might have been given if someone had been writing it for an audience. It simply moved, the way things move when they have decided. The light on its hull caught the distant star, and for a moment it was visible in the dark of the drift, 4 kilometers of something old and alive and purposeful, moving outward. Then it was not visible anymore. The Halcarn stayed where it was for a while after. Braille stood at the bridge window and watched the place where the ship had been, the ordinary dark it had left behind, and he did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that the moment had not already said better. Somewhere in the outer rim, in the slow cold between stars, something ancient and quiet was moving, and something older and more patient was already on its way to find it.
The duffel bag hit the floor before she even walked through the door. I heard it first, a heavy, dense sound, like something packed with iron had been dropped from a height, and then she followed it in, stepping over the threshold without looking up, dragging her boot across the floor to clear a smear of mud she had tracked in from somewhere outside. The classroom was already full. Every seat had been taken for 20 minutes. The Galactic Combat Academy did not tolerate late arrivals, and Commander Vreth 9 had a reputation for making examples. She did not seem to know this, or perhaps she simply did not care. She found the last open seat at the back of the room, sat down slowly, and looked around at all of us with the calm, flat expression of someone who had just walked into a room full of furniture. Not threats, not peers, furniture. Something to be noted, filed away, and largely ignored unless it became necessary. My name is Kael'Veth Soren. I am Theron, which means I come from a mid-gravity, mid-temperature world with a stable atmosphere, moderate predator pressure, and about 12,000 years of recorded civilization. We are not considered a warrior species. We are considered a scholarly species, which is a polite way of saying we survived by being clever rather than strong. I enrolled at the academy as an exchange student with a focus on tactical theory, not because I wanted to fight, but because I believed that understanding combat on a deeper level would make me a better strategist. I mention all of this because it explains why I was sitting near the front, carefully reviewing my notes when she walked in, and why I turned around to look at her at all. My threat assessment gland, a small organ just below my second jaw, had started producing a low, steady warmth the moment she entered the room. It was not alarm. It was something quieter than alarm. It was the body's way of saying, "Pay attention to this." So I paid attention. She was human. That much was immediately clear. The build was unmistakable. Bilaterally symmetrical, forward-facing eyes, a single pair of arms and legs, a ratio of muscle to frame that seemed, at first glance, unremarkable. Humans were not the largest species at the academy. They were not the fastest, not the most armored, not the most visually imposing. The Vorkai cadet sitting 2 rows ahead of me was taller by nearly a full meter and outweighed her by a significant margin. The Ghoulian pair near the window had 4 arms each. The Felian at the end of my row moved with a loose, fluid quality that suggested she could cross the room before anyone registered she had started moving. Compared to all of them, the human seemed almost ordinary. Almost. I had read the academy briefings on human physiology before enrollment, the way any careful student reads background material. The documents were thorough, detailed, and written with the slightly apologetic tone that xenobiological reports often used when the data was difficult to contextualize. Humans came from a world called Earth. Earth, by almost every ecological measure, was extreme. Not in the way that made a planet uninhabitable. It was well within the range for carbon-based life, but in the way that made survival there a daily, active, full-body problem. High atmospheric oxygen, aggressive microbial environment, gravity on the higher end of comfortable, and the fauna. The briefing had dedicated 4 full pages to Earth fauna alone, which was unusual. Most planetary profiles gave fauna a paragraph. Earth had insects that could dissolve tissue. It had mammals that could track a living target for 3 days without stopping. It had marine life that had been largely unchanged since before complex land creatures existed, because nothing had managed to improve on their original design. It had weather systems that could flatten structures. It had plate tectonics that regularly reshaped coastlines. and it had humans, who had started as prey and ended as the planet's apex species through a combination of endurance, adaptability, and what one researcher described, in a footnote, as a willingness to persist in situations where the logical outcome is cessation. The briefing had used the word Death World 3 times in the opening paragraph. I had thought the language was dramatic at the time. I thought about that word now, watching her pull a small dark object from the front pocket of her jacket and begin working on it with her thumbnail. She was sharpening something. In the middle of orientation, while Commander Vreth 9 walked to the front of the room. The commander was Goulian, which meant he was large, blue-gray, broad across the shoulders, and possessed of 4 arms that he used with the kind of unconscious coordination that came from a lifetime of instinctive use. He had served in 3 separate military campaigns before retiring to teach. His record was available in the Academy library and ran to 41 pages. He had the calm, unhurried manner of someone who had long ago stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. He set his materials on the lectern and looked out at the room. His gaze moved across us in a slow, deliberate sweep, cataloging each face. When it reached the back, it stopped for just a moment, barely perceptible, and then continued. He did not mention the late arrival. He did not mention the duffel bag still sitting in the middle of the aisle where she had dropped it. He simply began. "You are here," he said, "because your species, your governments, or your academies believed you had potential. I am not going to tell you whether that belief is correct. That is not my function. My function is to give you the clearest possible understanding of what combat is, what it requires, and what it will cost you. Everything else, courage, will, instinct, you either have or you do not. I cannot give it to you. What I can give you is knowledge." He paused. "Let that settle. This semester covers advanced melee doctrine. We will study close quarters engagement across 12 different combat frameworks, spanning 19 species-specific methodologies. We will train physically, but more importantly, we will train conceptually. A soldier who can swing a blade but does not understand why they are swinging it is less useful than a soldier who understands the geometry of a fight and has never held a weapon in their life." Around me, cadets were writing notes. I was writing notes. Seuss, the Felian who had taken the seat to my left, was writing notes so fast his stylus was almost humming. Even Grook, the Vorkai cadet ahead of me who I had already identified as the kind of person who preferred doing to thinking, was at least holding his stylus. I glanced back. Mara Voss. I had seen her name on the roster when I checked in, listed simply as Voss, M, Earth, Origin Classification, Death World, was not writing notes. She had set the small dark object on the desk in front of her. From my angle I could not quite see what it was, but it caught the room's light in a way that suggested an edge. She had folded her arms across the desk and was watching the commander with an expression I found difficult to read. It was not inattentive. She was paying close attention. But she was not writing anything down. She noticed me looking. Her eyes moved to mine with the speed of someone who never fully stopped scanning their environment, and she held my gaze for exactly 2 seconds before looking back at the commander. It was not aggressive. It was not unfriendly. It was simply observational, the way you might glance at a tree to confirm it is still there. My threat assessment gland pulsed once, warm and clear. I looked back at the commander. "Before we begin the structured curriculum," Vreth 9 said, "I want to address something. Many of you are coming from species that have developed unique combat traditions. Some of you come from cultures where certain techniques or styles are considered legendary, even sacred. I respect that. I want you to know that I will always respect the origin of a technique." He clasped 2 of his 4 hands behind his back. "What I will not respect is the assumption that your tradition is complete. Every species develops its doctrine in response to its own environment, its own threats, its own physical limits. What works on your homeworld may work here. What works on your homeworld may also be irrelevant here. My job is to help you tell the difference." It was a good speech. It was the kind of speech that felt fair and even-handed. Looking back, I think it was also the speech that planted the first small seed of a very large disagreement. After the commander finished, we were given time to introduce ourselves by row. Most cadets kept it brief. Name, species, homeworld, reason for enrollment. The Vorkai gave his name as Dashek and added, without being asked, that he had placed first in his home system's combat trials. Nobody responded to this except Seuss, who made a small sound beside me that I later came to recognize as his version of a skeptical note. When we reached the back row, Mara Voss stood up. She was not as tall as I had expected from the build described in the briefing files. Medium height, a little broader in the shoulders than average for her species. She wore plain training clothes, no insignia, no marks of rank or accomplishment. Her hair was pulled back in a simple, functional way. Her voice, when she spoke, was level and unhurried. "Mara Voss," she said, "Earth. I'm here because I want to understand how people who didn't grow up on my world think about fighting. I already know how people from my world think about it." She sat back down. There was a brief silence. Commander Vreth 9 looked at her with an expression that was, for the first time since he had entered the room, genuinely interested rather than professionally attentive. Then he moved on to the next cadet. After the session ended and the room began to empty, I lingered to organize my notes. Seuss waited for me. We had already fallen into an easy companionship, the natural alliance of two people who are more comfortable observing than acting. Gruck, somehow, had also ended up at our side, largely because he had seen us talking and apparently decided that we were his group now. Gruck was enthusiastic and not very subtle, but he was not unkind, and I had learned quickly that his instincts, while blunt, were usually correct. "The human," he said quietly, jerking his chin toward the back of the room where Mara was slowly repacking her jacket. She said she already knows how people from her world think about fighting. "Yes," I said. "That means she came here to learn something she doesn't already have," Seuss said. "Yes," I said again. Gruck thought about this for a moment. "So she already has everything else." We all looked at each other. Mara picked up her duffel bag, lifting it the way you lift something that weighs nothing, and walked out without looking back. The bag had hit the floor like a bag of iron. She carried it like it was empty. My threat assessment gland was warm for the rest of the afternoon. I wrote in my personal log that night, first day at the academy, met several interesting cadets. The Vorkai named Dashek believes very strongly in himself. The Felian, Seuss, is sharp and worth knowing. The human named Mara Voss arrived late, said almost nothing, sharpened something in class and left carrying a bag that sounded like it was full of metal. I do not know yet whether she is very brave or very foolish. I suspect, though I cannot say why, that those two things may not be as different as I have always assumed. The thing about Commander Vreth 9 was that he never wasted words. In 4 days of class, I had come to understand this about him. He spoke precisely. He moved precisely. He taught with the focused economy of someone who had long ago stripped away everything unnecessary and kept only what worked. So when he announced on the 4th morning that we were going to spend the entire session on what he called the doctrine of biological maximums, I paid close attention. Not because the topic sounded interesting, though it did, but because the way he said it suggested that this was the session he considered most important, the foundation under everything else. The room filled faster than usual. Word had spread, the way it always spreads in tight communities of people who are all quietly competing with each other, that today's lecture was the one that mattered. Even Dashek arrived early, which was unusual enough that Seuss noticed and mentioned it to me under his breath. I had my notes ready. Seuss had 2 styluses, prepared for speed. Gruck had his single stylus and the expression of someone who had decided he was going to understand this, even if it took him longer than everyone else. At the back of the room, Mara Voss had a single blank sheet of paper and a pen. An actual pen, not a stylus. I had not seen a physical ink pen used for writing in 3 years of academic study. She set it beside her paper and waited. The commander began. "Every species in this room," he said, "has a body. That body was built by millions of years of evolution on a specific world with specific pressures. Your muscles, your reflexes, your bone density, your nervous system, all of it was designed, not by choice, but by survival. And that design has a ceiling. Every one of you, without exception, operates within a set of biological parameters that you did not choose and cannot exceed." He pulled up the first holographic display. It showed a Vorkai skeleton, labeled in detail. Bone composition, density figures, joint flexibility ranges. "Vorkai," he said, "have the highest natural bone density of any bipedal species in the known survey. This makes them extremely difficult to injure in close combat. It also means their skeletons carry significant weight, which limits acceleration and changes the geometry of how they fight. A Vorkai does not dodge. A Vorkai redirects. These are not the same thing. Trying to fight like a Felian if you are Vorkai is not inefficient. It is structurally impossible." He moved to the next display. Felian. Lighter frame, longer limbs relative to body. Joint structure that allowed ranges of motion most species could not achieve. Felian, he said, are built for speed and range. Their reflexive response time is among the fastest measured. Their skeletal structure allows striking angles that most opponents cannot anticipate, because most opponents cannot physically replicate those angles and therefore do not train to defend against them. However, their mass is low. Impact force is a function of mass and acceleration. What a Felian lacks in mass, they compensate for through speed, but there is a ceiling on what that compensation can achieve against a target with significantly higher density. Display after display, species after species. Each one with its own graph, its own range of capability, its own specific wall. It was, I had to admit, compelling. Not because any of it was surprising, I had studied xenophysiology in my preparation for the academy, but because of the way Vreth 9 connected the data to practical combat application. He was not just listing biological facts, he was explaining why those facts meant certain fighting styles belonged to certain bodies, and why trying to cross those lines was not ambition but confusion. Then he reached the section on dual wielding. "This," he said, setting down his stylus and looking at us directly, "is the topic I want you to carry with you for the rest of your training here, because it is the one that generates the most persistent misunderstanding." He put up a new display. It showed data from combat trials across 37 species, all attempting to use two weapons simultaneously. Dual wielding, he said, is a concept that appears in the pre-contact history of almost every species that developed edged weapons. It appears in folklore, in legend, in entertainment media. It is romantic, it looks impressive, and across 37 species tested under controlled combat conditions, the average performance improvement over single weapon use was -4%. He let that number sit. Not zero, negative. The fighters who attempted dual wielding performed worse than they did with a single weapon, even when controlling for practice time. And when we examine why, the answer is not surprising once you understand the biology. He pointed to a diagram of a neural pathway map. Dual wielding requires three things simultaneously. First, independent hemispheric motor control, meaning the ability to give each hand a genuinely separate movement instruction at the same time, not sequentially, not with one hand leading and one following, but simultaneously and independently. Second, a skeletal structure with enough natural dampening to absorb and redirect the competing forces generated by two weapons moving in different vectors. Third, the cognitive ability to track and process two independent threat relationships at the same time, not alternating between them, but holding both in active tactical awareness simultaneously. He crossed two of his forearms. No species in the known survey achieves all three. Some achieve one, a few achieve two, partially. None achieve all three at the level required for dual wielding to become a net positive in combat. I was writing fast. This was exactly the kind of foundational theory I had come to the academy to find. Not just the how of combat, but the why. The biology underneath the technique. The reason why certain things were true, regardless of how much you wanted them not to be. I finished a sentence and looked up. Mara Voss had raised her hand. The room noticed this before Vreth 9 did. There was a slight shift in posture from several cadets, the way a room moves when something unexpected happens. Vreth 9 looked up from his display and found her. "Cadet Voss," he said. "Earth isn't on the list," she said. Her voice was the same as it always was, level, unhurried, entirely without challenge or aggression. She was not arguing. She was, as far as I could tell, simply pointing out a fact. Vreth 9 looked at his display. 37 species. He looked back at her. "Correct," he said. "Earth was not included in this particular study set. The data available at the time of the study's compilation did not include a sufficient sample of human combat trials to meet the statistical threshold for inclusion." "Okay," Mara said. She picked up her pen and wrote something on her paper. One line. I could not see what it said from my angle. Vreth 9 continued. He finished the lecture on dual wielding with his conclusion, that the doctrine was to be treated as a historical curiosity, a technique that had emerged independently across cultures for reasons related to aesthetics and symbolism, rather than practical effectiveness, and that cadets should focus their training energy on mastering a single weapon to the highest level their biology allowed. It was a clean, logical conclusion. Every piece of evidence pointed to it. I agreed with it completely. Under my agreement, though, somewhere quiet, I was thinking about that one line Mara had written on her paper. The first physical training session happened that afternoon. We were divided into pairs for sparring. The format was simple: single weapon, light contact, 5 minutes, rotate. The goal was not to defeat your partner but to observe them, to begin building the instinctive read of how different bodies moved, how different species used their specific physical advantages. how a fight shifted when you were facing someone built differently from yourself. Commander Vreth 9 circulated, watching, occasionally stopping to correct a stance or point out an opening that had been missed. I was paired first with a Felian cadet named Veth, who moved exactly as the lecture had described, fast, angular, unpredictable in the direction of strikes. I did not land a single clean touch in 5 minutes. What I learned was that I was good at reading movement I had seen before, and completely unprepared for movement I had not. After the rotation, I ended up beside Seuss, and we watched the other pairs together. Grook was paired with Mara. This had happened, I suspected, because the rotation was alphabetical, and Voss and Grook's species name, I could never quite spell it correctly, happened to fall near each other. It was not arranged as a test or a demonstration. It was simply the order of things. Grook outweighed her by roughly double. He was broader, taller, and moved with the confident solidity of someone who had spent a lifetime being the largest thing in most rooms. He rolled his neck once, settled into his stance, and brought his training blade up in the standard Vorkai guard position, weapon forward, body angled, weight low. Mara looked at him. She was holding her training blade loosely at her side, not raised, not in any guard position I recognized. She was just standing there, holding it down, watching him. Grook moved first. It was a good move, a lateral step combined with a forward press, designed to close distance and use his size advantage before she could create space. The technique was sound. Against most opponents it would have worked. Mara moved. I almost missed it. She went to her left, not backward as most opponents would go, but sideways and slightly forward, inside his swing, close enough that his blade arm had to fold rather than extend. Her training blade came up not in a strike but in a redirect. She caught the inside of his wrist with the flat of the blade and turned his arm with his own momentum. Then she stepped back. It had taken less than 2 seconds. Grook was still standing, still holding his weapon, but his stance had been completely broken. He looked down at his wrist, then at her. He tried again. Same result, different direction. This time she went right. This time the redirect was against his elbow. Again, 2 seconds. Again his stance was gone. The third time she let him complete the move and simply was not where he expected her to be. She had moved backward and to the right in a direction that required him to completely reorient, and when he reoriented, she tapped his weapon arm with the flat of her blade. Touch. Point. Reset. Grook stood very still for a moment. "You're not fighting me," he said. His voice was not angry. He sounded genuinely puzzled. "No," Mara agreed. "You're fighting where I'm going to be." "Yes?" He thought about this. "How do you know where I'm going to be?" She tilted her head slightly. "You telegraph. Your left shoulder drops before you go right. Your right knee bends before you push forward. I've seen it 3 times now, so I know what to wait for." Grook looked at his left shoulder, then at his right knee, then back at her. "Can you not do that?" he asked. "Stop telling me what you're going to do before you do it," she said. "Yes, it'll take you a while. Most people don't notice they're doing it until someone points it out." Grook nodded slowly, as if he had just received information that was going to require a significant amount of processing time. "And then you'll fight me differently." "Then I'll have to actually work," she said, and she sounded like she meant it as a compliment. The rotation bell rang. They separated. Seuss was very quiet for a moment beside me. Then he said, "She wasn't using her full speed." I looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because I watched her feet," he said. "When she moved at about 60% of her available acceleration. She was holding back." I thought about this. Why would she hold back? "Because she didn't want to injure Grook," Seuss said, "and because she was reading him, not fighting him. She was learning, not performing." I looked across the training floor to where Mara had already moved on to her next partner, who happened to be one of the Ghoulian cadets. 4 arms, significant size, a completely different set of challenges. She watched him for about 10 seconds before she was ready. She had the expression of someone doing a puzzle they found mildly interesting. That evening, in our shared common area, Grook sat with his training notes and added a new section at the bottom. I could see the heading from across the table. Things I do not know yet. The list was long. He had clearly spent some time on it. Seuss was reviewing his own session notes. After a while he looked up and said, "Kale, you remember the lecture this morning? The part about dual wielding being impossible?" "Yes," I said. "Do you think she heard it?" "She was in the room," I said. "Yes," Seuss said. "But she wrote something down when Vreth 9 said Earth wasn't in the study." He paused. "She only wrote one thing the entire lecture. One line. Everything else, she just listened." I thought about that. About what a person writes down when they only write one thing. Not information they need to remember. Not facts. Something else. A question, maybe. Or a plan. Outside the common area window, the Academy's training lights were still on in the main hall. The hour was late. Most cadets had finished their practice for the day. Through the glass, at the far end of the hall, I could see a figure moving in the low light. Alone. Running forms. The precise, repetitive movement patterns that built the physical memory of technique until it became instinct. One figure, one training blade, moving through positions slowly, cleanly, deliberately. And then, on about the 12th form, a second blade appeared in the other hand. She moved through the form once with both blades. Then she stopped. She looked at her hands. She said something to herself that I could not hear through the glass. Then she started again. I watched for 4 minutes before I made myself look away. When I described it to Seuss the next morning, he was quiet for a long time. "She's not trying to prove Vreth 9 wrong," he said finally. "No," I agreed. "She's trying to find out if he's right." That was, I thought, precisely the difference between someone who fought doctrine and someone who tested it. One was rebellion. The other was science. My threat assessment gland was warm again. But this time, mixed with the warning signal, there was something else. Something adjacent to it that I did not have a word for in my own language. I had to look it up in an interspecies emotion index later that evening. The closest translation in Standard was admiration, though the Theron original carried a secondary meaning that Standard did not quite capture. The specific feeling of watching something exceed what you believed was possible, and being glad that you were wrong. The bet started, as most problems do, with someone who was very confident and not quite as informed as they believed. Dashek had been, for the first 2 weeks of training, a reliable fixture of the Academy's social landscape in the specific way that a large rock in the middle of a path is a fixture. You noticed it, you worked around it, and you occasionally wondered how it had come to occupy so much space. He was skilled. That was not in question. His combat trial results from his home system were genuine. His technique was solid, and he had a natural aggression that translated well into controlled sparring. When he entered a room, he entered it the way certain species do when they have always been the most capable thing present, with a quiet, unconscious assumption of centrality. The problem was not his ability. The problem was what he said about Mara Voss at dinner on the 14th day of the semester. I was at the far end of the long mess table with Seuss and Grook when I heard his voice carry over the general noise of the room. I did not catch the beginning of what he was saying, only the shape of it. He was holding court at the center of the table, surrounded by several cadets who were either genuinely interested or did not yet feel confident enough to disagree with him. All muscle memory, he was saying. "She's fast, I'll give her that. But speed without intelligence is just instinct. Put her under real pressure, multiple vectors, real threat geometry, and the reflex stops working. She'll collapse." I looked at Seuss. He had heard it too. "He hasn't sparred her yet," Seuss said quietly. "No," I said. "He should, before he forms opinions." "He has formed opinions," I said. "He is not interested in adjusting them." Gruck, who had been eating steadily through this exchange, put down his fork. "She made me look like a new student," he said. He did not sound bitter about it. He sounded like someone who had correctly processed an experience and filed it under things to learn from. If Dashek has not worked with her, he does not know what he is talking about. "We know that," I said. "Yes," Gruck said. "But the point is whether she knows he said it." "She did. Of course she did. I have since come to understand that this is a consistent quality of people who grow up in environments where missing information gets you removed from the living. They are always, always paying attention. Not in an anxious way, in the way of something that has evolved to notice everything as a basic operating condition. Mara Voss was always in the room, and she always knew what the room was saying, even the parts the room thought were quiet. We found out she had heard it the next morning. She walked into the common meal hall and set her tray down at the table next to Dashek's, not across from him, next to him, close enough that she could have reached out and touched his arm. He looked up. She met his eyes. "I heard what you said," she told him, simple and direct. No anger in it, just a statement of fact, the way you might tell someone you had received their message. Dashek did not look particularly uncomfortable. He was the kind of person who doubled down when confronted, not because he was sure he was right, but because backing down felt like losing. "And," he said. "And I'm not offended," she said. "You're probably working from limited data. That's not your fault." She picked up her cup. "But if you want to find out whether you're right, I'll give you a chance to find out. Real pressure, multiple vectors, whatever you want. The table had gone quiet, not just Dashek's section. Most of the immediate area had registered the exchange and was now listening without looking like it was listening. Dashek smiled. It was the smile of someone who had already decided how this was going to go. When? He said. Training floor, open session, Saturday. She looked at him steadily. I'll make it easier to watch. You want an audience, he said. You want an audience, she corrected mildly. I just want conditions where everyone can see clearly. She picked up her tray. One more thing, I'll do it with 2 blades. The silence that followed was the specific silence of a room that has just processed information it does not quite know what to do with. Then Dashek laughed, not unkindly, but dismissively, the laugh of someone who has just been told something they find improbable. Commander Vreth 9 said no species can. I know what he said, Mara agreed. Saturday. She walked away. The meal hall had a very particular energy for the rest of breakfast. Conversations were quiet and slightly sideways, the way conversations get when everyone is talking about the same thing without wanting to be the one who brings it up directly. Seuss leaned toward me. The commander's lecture, he said. She's going to test it. Yes, I said. In front of the whole training program, apparently. He was quiet for a moment. What if she can't, he said, not cruelly, genuinely. It was the question I was already turning over in my head, the one that made the whole situation feel heavier than a straightforward sparring match. What if Vreth 9 is right and she tries it in front of everyone and it fails? I thought about the figure I had watched through the common room window, moving alone in the training hall late at night with 2 blades, starting and starting again, not performing, testing, adjusting. I don't think she would have made the offer, I said, if she didn't already have an answer. Seuss did not look entirely convinced. People who grow up on high-pressure worlds sometimes have a higher threshold for risk than the situation actually warrants, he said. It was a careful way of saying something I had also considered, that Death World origin species were sometimes confident past the point where confidence was earned, simply because they had survived so many things that confidence had become a default setting. But the more I thought about it, the less that framing fit. What I had seen in the training hall was not the confidence of someone who believed they could do something. It was the work of someone who was finding out whether they could, systematically, alone, without an audience, before the moment when it mattered. That was not the behavior of someone gambling on nerve. By Thursday, word had spread beyond our immediate cohort. The advanced melee program had about 60 cadets across 3 years of enrollment. By Thursday afternoon, all 60 of them knew about Saturday. By Friday morning, cadets from the tactical theory program, my primary cohort, were asking me about it. By Friday evening, there were people from the engineering track and the fleet operations program asking whether they were allowed to come to open floor sessions on weekends. Commander Vreth 9 said nothing about it during Friday's class. He taught the session on footwork and positioning geometry with the same focused, unhurried precision he always brought. He moved through the room, correcting, demonstrating, asking questions that forced cadets to think rather than just repeat. He gave no indication that he was aware of anything planned for the following morning. At the end of class, as we were gathering our materials, he stopped near the front of the room and said, without looking at anyone in particular, I understand there is a voluntary demonstration scheduled for tomorrow's open training period. All cadets are welcome to attend. Learning is not confined to formal instruction. That was all. He walked out. Seuss looked at me. I looked at Seuss. Guruk was already writing something in his notebook, and when I glanced over, I saw that he had written, "The commander knows everything," as if this were a new and important discovery. I did not sleep particularly well on Friday night. I lay on my bunk and stared at the ceiling and thought, in the somewhat circular way that sleeplessness encourages, about what I actually believed was going to happen. Part of me trusted what I had observed, the late-night practice, the systematic approach, the fact that she had clearly been working on this since at least the day of Vreth 9's lecture. Another part of me kept returning to the data, to the 37 species and the -4%, and the 3 separate biological requirements that no known species fully satisfied. Earth was not in that study, I reminded myself, missing from the data set. But missing from the data set was different from impossible. The study had tested 37 species and found them all wanting. It had not tested 38. Absence of evidence, as one of my old professors used to say, is not the same as evidence of absence. But the burden of proof still fell on the side making the positive claim. I finally fell asleep somewhere in the 3rd hour of the night and dreamed, vaguely, about footwork diagrams and the sound of a duffel bag hitting a floor. Saturday's training floor was packed before the session officially opened. I arrived early and still had to find a position along the wall rather than on the floor itself. Seuss was already there, near the left edge, with a clear view of the center. Gluck was beside him, standing very straight in the way he did when he had decided something was important. Around us, Thays, cadets I recognized and cadets I had never met were filling every available space. Pressed along the walls, some sitting on the equipment benches at the far side, a few standing in the doorway because the room had reached capacity. Dashek arrived with 2 cadets from his year who I recognized as training partners of his. He walked to the center of the floor with the ease of someone who was comfortable being watched. He was carrying a standard weight training weapon, the same type we all used for contact sparring. He rolled his shoulders, planted his feet, and waited. Then Mara walked in. She was carrying her training bag over one shoulder. She set it down by the wall without looking at the crowd and crouched to open it. The room was already quiet, but when she reached into the bag and drew out a training blade, the quiet deepened. When she reached in a second time and drew out another one, setting both of them side by side on the top of her bag, parallel, identical, each one a standard academy training weapon, the quiet became something close to total. 2 blades. She picked them up, one in each hand, and straightened. She rolled her wrists once, loosely, and the blades made a small arc in the air. Not a performance, not a display, just settling them into her hands the way you might flex your fingers to check that your grip is comfortable. Then she walked to the center of the floor and stopped 4 paces from Dashek. He looked at the 2 blades. I watched his face. He was still confident. I could see it in his posture, but there was something else there now, something slightly more careful, a reassessment happening behind his eyes. "Ready?" she asked. He raised his weapon. "Ready." What happened next? I have tried many times to describe, and I have never quite managed to do it correctly. The problem is that my reference points for combat were built from watching species fight in ways that made sense to me, ways that followed the logic of bodies and physics, and the geometry of reach and weight. What Mara did was built on the same physics, but the logic of it was different in a way that kept catching me off guard even as I was watching. Dashek moved first. He pressed forward with his right side leading, weapon extended, trying to establish range and control the center line. It was a good opening move, aggressive without being reckless, designed to test how she would respond to pressure. She responded by giving him the center. She stepped back and to the right, not retreating exactly, but yielding, and the distinction mattered. And as she did, the blade in her left hand came up not to block but to redirect, catching the side of his weapon and turning it slightly off-center, just enough to change his angle of approach. While that was happening, her right hand did something completely different. It moved forward, under the plane of the engagement, in a line that would have been a touch to his side if this had been a scoring match. She pulled it back before contact. This was practice, but she let him see where the blade had been. He reset, tried a different angle, a lateral cut, designed to force her to choose between the block and the step. Again, she did both, but the way she did both made no sense to me for a full second. Her left blade engaged his weapon, while her right hand did something I had no reference for. A short, tight arc that addressed the secondary threat he had not yet created, but was positioned to create next. She was not fighting what he was doing. She was fighting what he was going to do. Seuss made a low sound beside me, not quite a word. It went on for 40 seconds. In 40 seconds, Dashek attempted 6 separate engagement patterns, and in all 6, something happened that should not have been possible, according to the logic of the lecture from 4 days earlier. The 2 blades did not move together. They did not mirror each other. They did not take turns. They operated as 2 separate instruments, each with its own purpose, each addressing a different element of the fight, in real time, simultaneously. One managed the threat that existed, the other managed the threat that was about to exist. Independent. Simultaneous. On the 42nd second, Dashek's weapon was no longer in his hand. It had not been knocked away in any dramatic fashion. It had simply arrived at the floor by a sequence of events that had each seemed minor and manageable in isolation, until they were not. He stood with empty hands and looked at her. She lowered both blades to her sides and waited. The silence in the room had a weight to it, not the silence of a crowd holding its breath. That implies tension, the possibility of either outcome still alive. This was the silence that follows the resolution of something, when the outcome has become clear and everyone present is processing what they have just witnessed and trying to find the correct place to put it in their understanding of how things work. Gluck, to my left, exhaled slowly. Seuss did not move. The cadets along the walls were very still. From the back of the room, Commander Vreth 9 walked forward. I had not noticed him come in. I do not know when he had arrived. He moved through the parting crowd slowly, unhurried, his forearms relaxed at his sides, and stopped at the edge of the marked floor. He looked at the 2 training blades in her hands. He looked at Dashik, standing empty-handed. He looked at Mara. His expression, for the second time since I had known him, was the expression of someone encountering something genuinely new. He did not speak for a long time. The room waited. When he finally did speak, his voice had the quality of a man thinking out loud rather than addressing a crowd. The study, he said, tested 37 species. Yes, Mara said. Earth was not in the data set. No, she said. He was quiet again. He looked at her hands, at the 2 blades, then he looked up at her face, and whatever he was looking for there, he seemed to find. How long? He asked. Not how long have you been practicing dual wielding? Something more specific than that. How long has your species been doing this? How deep does this go? She seemed to understand the question. We've been living on Earth for about 300,000 years, she said. We've been trying not to get eaten for most of that. Vreth 9 nodded once, very slowly. Cadet Voss, he said. Yes, Commander? Be in my office Monday morning at the first bell. He turned and walked back through the crowd, which moved aside for him without anyone quite deciding to move. And then he was gone, and the room exhaled all at once, and every voice that had been quiet for the last minute started talking at the same time, and the noise was immediate and large. Through it, Mara was already walking back to her bag. She set both blades inside it, zipped it closed, and straightened up. Seuss pushed through the crowd to reach her before she left, which was not easy, and I followed him, and Grook followed me because that was simply what Grook did. That was, Seuss started. I know, she said. She did not say it dismissively. She said it the way you acknowledge a thing you have already thought about extensively. How did you do the part where your right hand? Practice, she said. A lot of it, more than I thought I would need. She paused. My right brain and my left brain had to stop arguing with each other about which one was in charge. That took the longest. I looked at her. What does it feel like when it's working? She thought about this for a moment, and I appreciated that she actually thought about it, rather than giving the first answer that came to mind. Like 2 different conversations happening at once, she said finally. Except you're having both of them at the same time, and you know which one each part of you is listening to. She picked up her bag. Tell Grook his shoulder telegraph is getting better, she said. I noticed this week. She nodded once at us, pulled the bag up, and walked toward the door. The crowd let her through without her having to ask. Outside the training hall window, the morning was clear and bright. I stood in the middle of the settling crowd and thought about 37 species and 1 missing data point, and I thought about what it meant to look at a conclusion and say, your evidence is real, but your sample is incomplete. I thought about a pen writing 1 line on a blank paper. I thought about 2 conversations happening at the same time, and knowing which part of you was listening to each one. My threat assessment gland was quiet for the first time in 2 weeks. What had replaced it was something steadier, something that felt less like warning and more like recognition. The feeling of watching a question get answered, and of understanding, finally, why it had been worth asking. Monday arrived with the particular weight that Mondays carry when you know something is going to change. The first bell rang at 7, and I was already awake, sitting at the small desk in my room with a cup of cold tea I had made an hour earlier and forgotten to drink. Seuss had knocked at my door at 6:45, which was how I knew he was also already awake, and we had sat together in a comfortable kind of shared alertness, not talking much. Both of us aware that in about 30 minutes Mara was going to walk into Vreth 9's office, and something was going to happen that would determine the shape of the next several months. I did not know what I expected. I think I was preparing for the possibility that Vreth 9 would walk back his reaction from Saturday, that in the intervening 2 days, with his lecture and his published doctrine and his 43 years of experience, he would have found a framework to contain what he had seen, to classify it as a special case, an outlier, a curiosity that did not require him to change anything foundational. I had seen it happen before with experienced academics. The mind builds strong structures for good reasons, and sometimes the structures become more important than the things they were built to contain. Mara did not look particularly anxious when I passed her in the corridor on my way to my own first session of the day. She had her bag on her shoulder and her hands in her pockets, and she was walking with the same unhurried pace she always used, as if the floor were exactly as interesting as anywhere else. "Good luck," I said, because I could not think of anything more useful to say. She glanced at me. "I'm not going to need it," she said, not arrogantly, factually. Then she turned the corner and was gone. I went to my first class, which was on tactical positioning theory, and spent most of it thinking about something else. We found out what had happened in Vreth 9's office gradually, in pieces, the way information moves through a small community. First from Seuss, who had a contact in the administrative track who had been in the corridor outside the office. Then from Grook, who had apparently simply asked Mara directly and received an answer. And finally from Mara herself, over dinner that evening, when enough of us had gathered the separate fragments that it made more sense to just hear the whole story from the source. She told it without drama. Vreth 9 had sat across from her with his notes from Saturday spread on his desk. He had apparently taken extensive notes during the demonstration, which had been happening out of sight of the floor, and which none of us had known about. He had asked her to walk him through the mechanics of what she had done, not a challenge, not a test, a request for information, delivered with the focused interest of a scholar who had encountered a gap in his knowledge and wanted to fill it. She had explained, as best she could, the experience of training each side of her brain to operate a weapon independently, the timelines, the specific failures along the way, the point at which the competing impulses stopped creating interference and started creating coordination. She had explained the difference between two hands doing the same thing in sequence and two hands doing different things at the same time, and why the first was instinct and the second was something built over a long period of deliberate, difficult practice. Vreth 9 had listened without interrupting. He had asked 3 questions, all specific, all technical. When she finished, he sat back and was quiet for a while. Then he had done the thing that none of us had quite expected him to do, though in retrospect I think we should have. He said, "The study was incomplete." The conclusion was overstated. I presented a finding derived from an insufficient data set, as though it were a universal rule, and that was an error in my scholarship. I want to correct it. Mara had looked at him. "Okay," she had said. "Not just in my notes," he had said. "In front of the program, publicly. The error was made publicly. The correction should be public." She told us this part of the story and then stopped. "What did you say to that?" Seuss asked. "Nothing. For a bit," she said. "It took me a second. I wasn't expecting it." "What were you expecting?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment, turning her fork in her hand. "I don't know, exactly. Something defensive, maybe. Or a smaller version of it. Like, privately revising the note in his records but not making a thing of it." She set the fork down. He didn't do that. He was bothered that he had told 60 cadets something was impossible when he didn't actually have the evidence to say that. Gruck had been listening to all of this carefully. "That is what a good teacher does," he said. "Yes," Mara agreed. "It is." I thought about that for a long time after dinner, while I was writing up my notes for the day and not quite concentrating on them. The part that stayed with me was not the content of what Vreth 9 had said, but the speed of it. 2 days. He had seen something that contradicted a foundational piece of his doctrine, and in 2 days, without anyone pushing him, without anyone demanding anything from him, he had processed it and arrived at the only conclusion his intellectual honesty allowed. Some people spend their entire lives not doing that once. The formal session happened on Wednesday. Vreth 9 called the full program together, all 3 years, all 60 cadets, plus several instructors from adjacent programs who had apparently been informed and invited. The room was close to the size of the main lecture theater, larger than our usual training space, and it was fuller than I had ever seen it for a class session. He stood at the front with his notes and his forearms crossed behind his back in the pose he used when he was about to say something he had thought carefully about. 2 weeks ago, he said, I delivered a lecture on what I called the doctrine of biological maximums. Within that lecture, I presented data from a 37-species study on dual weapon combat, and I drew a conclusion from that data. I said that no species achieves the combination of biological requirements needed to make dual wielding effective in real combat. I presented this as a settled finding. He paused. That conclusion was incorrect. Not because the data was bad. The data was accurate for the species it studied. The error was in the framing. I presented the results of a study that excluded the most physiologically extreme biological case in the known survey, as though those results were complete. The sample was insufficient, and the conclusion went beyond what the evidence actually supported. The room was very still. Cadet Voss, he said, looking at Mara directly, demonstrated on Saturday that a human practitioner, through training methods that address the specific biological requirements I cited as barriers, can achieve genuine dual weapon effectiveness in live combat conditions. Not as a novelty, not as a marginal improvement, as a distinct tactical mode with its own strategic logic. He uncrossed his arms and looked out at the room. I am revising my lecture notes, The revision will be available in the program library by end of week. The updated doctrine will acknowledge that the biological maximums framework is a useful starting point for understanding species-specific combat limitations, but it must be applied with awareness of its sample constraints. It is not a universal ceiling. It is a description of what has been tested. Another pause. We have not tested everything. He let that sit. Then his expression shifted. Not dramatically, but there was a shift. Something that looked like the professional face becoming, briefly, more personal. I have been teaching combat doctrine for 19 years, he said. In that time I have found it necessary to revise a foundational position 4 times. Each time was uncomfortable. Each time was also the most important thing I did that year. He looked at Mara again. Thank you, Cadet Voss, for providing the evidence that made revision necessary. Mara nodded once. She did not say anything. She seemed to understand that the moment was not one that required a verbal response, which showed a kind of social intelligence that I had come to recognize in her as consistent and underestimated. Vreth 9 straightened. We will resume the normal curriculum on Thursday. Additionally, beginning next week, Cadet Voss will lead a voluntary supplemental session every alternating Thursday, covering the specific training methodology she developed. Attendance is not required. I expect it will be full. He gathered his materials. One more thing. I want to be clear about what we are not doing. We are not adding dual wielding to the general curriculum as a technique all cadets should attempt. The biological requirements are still real. Most species in this room will not benefit from pursuing it. What we are adding is an honest acknowledgement that our model of what is biologically possible was built on an incomplete set of cases, and that the habit of checking our assumptions against the widest possible range of evidence is not optional. It is what distinguishes doctrine from dogma. He walked out. The room was quiet for another full breath after he left, and then it came alive, not with argument, but with the particular energy of a community that has just had something important happen to it, and is starting to process what it means. I heard conversations starting around me about the doctrine, about the revision, about what else might be in the curriculum that was based on similarly incomplete assumptions. Good conversations, the kind that meant something had shifted. Seuss was looking at the door Vreth 9 had walked out of. He has been teaching for 19 years, he said slowly. Yes, I said. And he has revised a foundational position 4 times in 19 years. 4 times, he calculated quietly. That is once every 4 or 5 years, on average. Which seems infrequent, I said, or very frequent, depending on your reference point. Which is exactly the point, Seuss said. It depends on what you're comparing it to. I thought about that for the rest of the day. I also thought about Dashek, who had been in the room during the session. He had sat near the front, near his usual group, and I had watched his face during Vreth 9's statement. There was a moment, brief, quickly managed, where something had moved across his expression that was not comfortable. But it did not become defensiveness. It became instead a kind of stillness, and after the stillness, an expression I had not expected to see on him, something that looked like consideration. When the room was emptying, I saw him move toward Mara against the flow of the crowd. They spoke for about 30 seconds. I was too far away to hear anything. When they separated, he nodded at her once and she nodded back, and then they went in different directions. I asked Grook later, because Grook had been closer. What did Dashek say to her? Grook thought about this. He said he was wrong about the reflex thing, about her collapsing under pressure. He paused. He also said she should have bet money on it. What did she say to that? She said she didn't need money from him. She needed him to see it clearly. I walked back to my room through the academy's late afternoon corridors, past the training halls and the study rooms and the bulletin boards with their program announcements, past the room where I had first heard Vreth 9's lecture and found it completely, persuasively correct. And I thought about what it felt like to have the frame of a thing shift without the facts changing. The facts had not changed. 37 species had been tested. They had all performed worse with 2 weapons. That was still true. What had changed was the invisible wall around the data, the assumption that 37 was enough, that the sample was representative, that the conclusion was as complete as the evidence. One cadet from one planet no one had thought to include had walked through the wall that was not actually there. That was, I thought, what Vreth 9 had really been teaching on Wednesday. Not that the doctrine had been wrong. That the doctrine had been sure of itself in a way that the evidence did not quite support, and that being sure of something and being right about it were related but not identical, and that the gap between them was where the most important learning usually happened. I sat down at my desk and opened a new document on my terminal. At the top I wrote, Things I am currently sure of. Then I sat and looked at the blank space below it for a while. Then I started, slowly, to write. Not conclusions, starting points. Things I believed to be true, with the understanding that the belief was proportional to the evidence, and the evidence might not be complete. And the most important question to keep asking was not am I right, but what am I not seeing yet? It was a longer list than I expected. Through the wall, from somewhere down the corridor, I could hear the faint sound of the training hall, the rhythm of movement, the soft impacts of practice. Someone was working late. I had stopped needing to check who. I wrote until the hall sound stopped for the night, and then I wrote a little longer. And then I looked at what I had and thought, this is a beginning. Beginnings, I was learning, were the most important things to get right. They determined the shape of everything that followed. The Thursday sessions filled on the first day and never got smaller. Mara's supplemental class began the third week of the revised curriculum, and I arrived 20 minutes early because Seuss had warned me the previous evening that cadets from outside our program had been asking how to register. When I got there, the training floor was already half occupied by people who had, apparently, arrived even earlier. By the time Mara walked in at the exact moment the session was scheduled to begin, not late, not dramatically early, exactly on time, there were cadets sitting along the walls and standing 3 rows deep in the back. People from programs I barely knew existed. A pair from the engineering track who I recognized by their insignia but had never spoken to. 2 cadets from the year above ours who had been present during the Saturday demonstration and had not, based on their expressions at the time, forgotten a single second of it. Mara set down her bag, looked at the room and said, "Okay, I want to start by being clear about something. Most of you are not going to dual wield." A few people shifted. Someone at the back said very quietly, "Oh, that's not an insult," she said. "It's biology, and biology is not a judgment. The physical requirements for this technique are specific, and whether your body meets them isn't about effort or will or how good you are. It's about your nervous system, your joint structure, and whether your brain can be trained to manage 2 independent motor control loops simultaneously. For some species, that training path doesn't exist. For others, it exists, but the return on investment isn't worth the time. For a very small number of you, it might actually be something to pursue." She paused. "But that's not why I asked for these sessions." She looked around the room. "What I actually want to teach is the underlying logic. Because even if you can't do this yourself, understanding why it works will make you better at reading an opponent who can, and understanding the principles behind it. Threat splitting, vector management, the difference between reactive defense and predictive positioning. Those principles apply to single weapon fighting too. They apply to unarmed work. They apply to anything where you are managing more than one variable at the same time. Which is to say, they apply to every real fight that has ever happened." The room had been quiet before. It got quieter in a different way now, the quiet of people paying close attention, rather than the quiet of people holding their breath. I recognized the shift because I had sat in Vreth 9's best lectures and felt it there too. It was what happened when a room of people realized that what they were about to hear was actually useful. She taught for 2 hours without stopping except to demonstrate, and the demonstrations were unlike anything I had seen in formal instruction before. She did not just show the technique and then step back. She slowed it down to the point where the individual decisions were visible. She talked out loud while she moved, naming what each hand was doing and why, separating the 2 tracks of attention into something a listener could actually follow. Then she sped it back up and asked people to call out what they had seen. They almost always got it partly right. She corrected the parts they had missed without making the correction feel like failure. She had a way of saying, "No, that's not quite it. Here's the part you didn't see," that made the missing piece feel like a discovery rather than an error. Seuss was taking notes faster than I had ever seen him take notes, and he was one of the fastest note-takers I knew. He filled 3 pages in the first 30 minutes, and when he ran out of space, he started drawing diagrams in the margins. Grook, beside me, was not writing at all. He was watching with a concentration that I recognized as his highest mode of attention. The way he looked when something was going in deep enough that it didn't need to be written down, because it was going directly into the part of the mind where physical understanding lived. After about 40 minutes, he stood up quietly from his seat against the wall and asked if he could try something. Mara looked at him. "Which part?" "The part where the defensive blade doesn't block. It steers." He was searching for the right word. Like turning a ship. Not stopping the movement, just changing its direction. "Yes," she said. "Come try it." He came to the center of the floor and picked up a single training blade. He tried the motion she had described, a lateral sweep that redirected rather than blocked. using the opponent's force rather than canceling it. He got it wrong 3 times. On the 4th try, he got it right, and the change in his face was immediate and precise, the expression of someone who has just felt a thing work correctly for the first time. "Yes," Mara said again. Not praise, confirmation. He went back to his seat and started writing very fast. After the session, I stayed behind with Seuss while the room slowly emptied. Mara was talking with a pair of cadets near the front, a Felian and a Ghoulian who had been asking questions throughout the session with the specific tenacity of people who had come with prepared questions and intended to get answers. When they finally left, Seuss and I were the only ones remaining. She looked at us. "Something you want to ask?" "Yes," I said. "Something I've been thinking about since the first session." "Go ahead." "You told us when you arrived that you were here to learn how other species think about fighting," I said. "Not to teach. And then you ended up teaching." "Yes," she said. "That's a significant shift in your original plan." "It is," she agreed. "Does it bother you?" She considered this, not in the way of someone working out how to answer carefully, in the way of someone who genuinely did not know yet, and was finding out in real time by thinking it through. "I came here to learn how people who didn't grow up in my environment build their understanding of combat," she said. "I thought the way I would do that was by observing and listening, by being a student." She was quiet for a moment. "What I found out is that the most efficient way to understand how someone thinks is to try to explain your own thinking to them and see where it doesn't translate. Teaching tells you more about the gaps between systems than studying does." I turned this over in my mind. "Because the gaps show up when someone doesn't understand something you assumed was obvious?" "Exactly," she said. "When I'm sparring and I make a decision that is completely natural to me and the other person can't read it at all, that's information. It means the decision lives in a framework they don't have access to, and that tells me something about the shape of the framework." She picked up her bag. Vreth 9's lecture told me things no one on Earth had written down in quite that way. The biological specifics, the comparison data across species. I learned from it even though his conclusion was wrong. Maybe especially because his conclusion was wrong. It told me where the gaps were and what the rest of the galaxy understood about humans. Seuss, who had been listening with his stylus paused over his notebook, said quietly, "We have a lot of gaps." "Everyone does," she said, without unkindness. "That's not a criticism. It's just what happens when you're working from a limited sample. The sample is always limited. The question is whether you know it." She lifted her bag. At the door, she paused. "Tell me something," she said. "Yes," I said. "That Theron thing you do when something registers as important, the gland. I've seen you do it." I was caught slightly off guard. I had not realized it was visible. "You noticed that?" "I notice a lot of things," she said simply. "Does it hurt?" "No," I said. "It is warm. It is not unpleasant. It is the body's way of marking something as worth paying attention to." She said. She looked thoughtful. "Humans have something that might be similar. We call it a gut feeling. The older parts of the brain registering something before the conscious mind catches up." She tilted her head. "I wonder if the mechanism is the same." "I wonder the same thing," I said. She nodded once, then she walked out. Seuss watched her go. When she was out of earshot, he said, "She notices everything." "Yes," I said. "And she is always thinking about what it means." "Yes," I said again. He closed his notebook. "I think she is going to be difficult to surprise." That proved, over the following weeks, to be correct. But what also proved correct was something I had not quite articulated to myself until the 4th Thursday session, when I was watching her respond to a question from a Vorkai cadet, who asked whether the technique could ever be adapted for species with higher bone density and lower joint flexibility, which is to say, whether Vorkai could benefit from it at all, even partially. Most instructors, when faced with a question like this, would give a careful answer that covered the theoretical ground and avoided making a specific commitment. Mara looked at the cadet and said, "I don't know. I haven't worked with your specific physiology enough to have a real answer. But let's find out." And then she spent the next 20 minutes working with the cadet directly, adjusting the technique to accommodate the different range of motion, finding what translated and what did not, noting the specific points where the Vorkai skeleton created a different mechanical outcome. By the end of those 20 minutes, there was something. Not the same thing she did, something adjacent to it, smaller in scope, derived from the same principle, but adapted to a completely different body. The cadet had something they could actually use, and Mara had a new data point about how the underlying logic of her technique could be reshaped for bodies it was not originally built for. She was not just teaching, She was researching, using the Thursday sessions the way a scientist uses a controlled environment, to test variables, gather data, find out what was true under conditions she had not previously tested. I understood, watching this, why she had been the one to break Vreth9's doctrine. It was not just that she had the physical ability to do something his study had not encountered. It was that she approached every situation with the question, what do I not yet know here, and how do I find out? That orientation, that specific, persistent curiosity about the edges of her own understanding, was what had put her in a training hall alone at night with two blades, not performing, but testing. Asking a question with her body instead of with words. The weeks of the semester moved forward, and the Thursday sessions became, as Vreth9 had predicted, the most attended voluntary training of the program. The content evolved. Mara added a unit on reading multi-vector threats, which was relevant to every species regardless of physical capacity. She added a unit on the difference between pattern recognition and genuine adaptability, on how to train yourself to notice when a fight was following a pattern and when it had stopped following one. She added, in the 6th week, a session on how Earth-specific ecological pressure had shaped human combat intuition, and this session was so densely attended that cadets sat in the corridor outside with the door open and listened to the audio. I took notes in every session and filled 3 notebooks by the end of the semester. Gruck filled 1 notebook very slowly, with very large handwriting, and told me it was the most he had ever written voluntarily. Seuss produced a document of such density and organizational sophistication that I asked him if I could have a copy, and he gave it to me, and I still have it. Dashek came to the 5th Thursday session. He walked in quietly, found a space along the wall, and listened. He asked one question, a good one, about how to distinguish between an opponent reading your tells and an opponent setting up a trap using your response to a false tell. Mara answered it carefully and in detail. He nodded, wrote something, and left when the session ended without making a production of his attendance in either direction. After that, he came every week. The changes in him were gradual and not dramatic, the kind of changes that only show up clearly in retrospect. His sparring became less reliant on his size advantage and more reliant on timing. He started reading opponents before engaging rather than pressing immediately. He stopped losing to opponents who were faster than him by simply adjusting the angle at which he fought rather than trying to match their speed. He became, without anyone announcing it, one of the better cadets in the program. Not the best. He would probably not have accepted that assessment anyway, and accuracy mattered more than flattery, but genuinely, markedly better than he had been in the first week of the semester, and in ways that were clearly connected to the Thursday sessions. Near the end of the semester, he and Mara sparred again, not as a formal challenge, not for an audience, just the two of them in the open training floor during a free period, working through a pattern she was apparently using to test something she was thinking about. I was there because I trained during that free period most days, and I watched from the far side without interrupting. It was a long session. It went in both directions. He got touches she did not entirely see coming. She moved in ways he had clearly been working to anticipate, and still mostly could not. They stopped and talked several times about specific exchanges, went back and ran them again differently, stopped and talked again. It looked less like sparring and more like two people collaborating on a problem. When they finished and separated, Dashek picked up his water and walked past me. He noticed I had been watching and stopped. She told me, the first week, that my left shoulder was telegraphing, he said. I know, I said. Gruck told me. He nodded. I worked on it. Spent 3 weeks not letting my shoulder move at all before I shifted direction. He paused. Today she told me I have a new telegraph. My eyes dropped to my opponent's center mass about a half second before I change angle. He sounded genuinely pleased about this, which I found interesting. I didn't know I was doing it. Does it bother you? I asked, having a new one. He thought about this. No, he said slowly. It would have bothered me at the start of the semester. Now I think, I always had it. I just didn't know about it. Now I know, and I can fix it. He picked up his bag. It's better to have information you don't like than to not have information. He walked out. I stood in the training hall alone for a while, in the space where the two of them had been moving 10 minutes ago, thinking about what the semester had added up to. Not just the technique, not just the revised doctrine in the program library, not just the Thursday sessions and the full notebooks and the data Mara had collected about how her methodology translated across species. Something larger than any single piece. The room was quiet, the equipment was still. Outside the narrow high windows, the day had moved into early evening, and the light was the particular amber of late sun through glass. I thought about the first day of the semester, and a duffel bag hitting the floor, and a room full of cadets deciding in the first 30 seconds what they were looking at. We had all been working from incomplete data, all of us. The difference was that most of us had not known it. Knowing, I had come to understand, was the thing that made the difference. Not just about the specific gap, but about the habit, the orientation of looking for the gap, of treating your own certainty as a starting point and not an end point, of being willing to say, my conclusion is based on my evidence, and my evidence might not be complete, and that is not a weakness. It is just the honest shape of knowledge, which is always partial, always provisional, always one piece of new information away from needing to be revised. My threat assessment gland had been quiet for weeks now, not absent. It still registered things, still marked important inputs, but it was no longer producing that steady low warmth that I associated with the first days of the semester, with the discomfort of proximity to something I did not have a framework for. I had a framework now. It was larger than the one I had arrived with. It had room for more things in it, including things I had not encountered yet. That, I thought, was probably the most important thing I had learned all semester. Not from a lecture, not from a demonstration. From watching someone treat every interaction as a question to be answered rather than a conclusion to be confirmed. I picked up my own training blade and ran the defensive redirect form Mara had taught in the third Thursday session. I got it wrong. I ran it again. I got it slightly less wrong. I ran it a third time and felt, for a moment, the specific physical sensation of a thing clicking into the right position. The way a joint settles when it has been held wrong for a long time and finally finds its correct alignment. I ran it again, to confirm it was real and not accidental. It was real. I kept going until the room lights shifted to evening mode, and then I stayed a little longer, in the near dark, getting something right that I had not known how to do before. The end of semester review happened in the main lecture theater on the last Thursday of the term. All programs attended. It was a tradition at the academy, a formal closing session where the lead instructors presented their reflections on the semester's findings, updates to curriculum, and any notable additions to doctrine or methodology. Most years it was, by all accounts I had heard, a fairly routine event. Summaries of progress, acknowledgement of strong performers, a look ahead to next semester. This year, Commander Vreth 9 stood at the front of the theater, with a look on his face that I had come to associate with him doing something he considered important and was going to do correctly regardless of how it felt. He put up a single slide. It read, Update to Advanced Melee Doctrine, Biological Maximum Framework, Revised. And below that, a single line that replaced the previous summary statement, the one that had ended 37 species studied. Conclusion, dual weapon viability not achieved. The new line read, Assume the dataset is incomplete until proven otherwise. He spoke for 20 minutes. He did not summarize the semester's events in the way of someone reporting facts. He framed them as a methodological case study, an example of what happens when a doctrine is built on good evidence that is correctly understood but incorrectly assumed to be representative. He was precise and fair about his own role in it. He had made an error of assumption, not an error of analysis. The analysis had been sound. The assumption that the analysis was complete had been the problem. He talked about what a revised approach to the framework looked like in practice, not abandoning the data on biological limits, but holding it with an explicit acknowledgement that the dataset was always partial, and that the most important habit a practitioner could develop was the habit of asking what the dataset did not include. Near the end, he said something I wrote down immediately and have kept since. Every doctrine we teach here is built from what has been observed and tested. That is its strength and its limitation. We can only test what we have access to. We can only observe what we encounter. The correct response to this is not to distrust our knowledge, but to carry it with honesty. To know what the evidence actually says, separate from what we wish or assume it says, and to stay genuinely open to the encounter that changes our understanding. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. Able to say, when the evidence arrives, I was working from an incomplete picture, and now I am working from a more complete one, and that is not a failure. That is the work. He paused. I want to thank Cadet Voss, not for being right when I was wrong. That framing is too simple and also misses the point. But for treating this program as a place where questions were worth asking out loud, and for asking one that needed to be asked. Mara was sitting several rows ahead of me. I could not see her face, but I saw her shoulders move slightly when he said her name. Not surprise, exactly. Something quieter. Vreth 9 cleared his throat and returned to the formal summary, and the review session continued with the other programs and their updates, and the theater filled with the standard language of institutional review. achievements noted, areas of focus for the coming semester, logistical announcements. I listened to most of it without fully registering it, still turning the last part of Reth 9's address over in my mind. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. That difference had seemed abstract to me before this semester. It seemed very concrete now. After the session ended, the theater took 20 minutes to empty. I made my way through the crowd toward the corridor and found Seuss and Grook at the usual meeting point outside the main doors. Grook had brought food from the mess, which he did sometimes when he anticipated a long debrief. He had a practical quality that I had come to rely on without quite noticing when it had started. We stood in the corridor and ate and talked. Grook said that he thought the revised doctrine would be the most cited section of the program's published methodology within 5 years. Seuss said that was probably correct, and that the more interesting development was how the Thursday sessions had changed the way cadets in the program framed their own training questions. He had noticed, in the last few weeks, that the questions being asked in regular sessions had a different quality to them. More specific, more directed at the edges of what was known rather than the center. She changed how people ask questions, he said, not just what they know. Yes, I said, that is much harder to do. We found Mara near the end of the corridor, which turned out to be Grook's actual plan. He had spotted her leaving the theater and simply navigated us in her direction without announcing that was what he was doing. She was leaning against the wall with her bag at her feet, doing something on a small personal device. She looked up when we arrived. Grook brought food, I said. She accepted this as sufficient explanation and took what he offered. We stood in the corridor together, the four of us, in a comfortable quiet that had developed over the semester without anyone deciding it should exist. After a while, Seuss said, "What are you doing next semester?" She looked at her device. "Enrolling in the strategic theory track, not combat." "I've been doing combat my whole life," she said. "I can always learn more of it. But I want to understand how people think about conflict at a distance. The scale above individual fighting." She put the device in her pocket. "What actually determines outcomes when you can't solve it with your hands?" "Theron are good at that," I said. "Theory, strategy. We have a long tradition of it." She looked at me. "I know. I read about it before I enrolled." She paused. "I was hoping you might be willing to help me with some of the theoretical framework, the parts that require understanding how Theron modeling systems work." I had not expected this. I took a moment to be sure I was understanding her correctly. "You want my help? You're good at it," she said simply. "I saw your notes from the tactical theory track. You think carefully and you explain things without adding words that aren't necessary." She shrugged. "I learn faster when someone explains things to me than when I read them alone, especially things that are built on cultural frameworks I didn't grow up inside." "Yes," I said. "I will help." She nodded, as if this had been arranged rather than offered and accepted, and finished the food Grook had given her. Grook, beside me, was grinning in the way he grinned when something had worked out in a way he found satisfying. It occurred to me, not for the first time, that Grook was more deliberate than his straightforward manner suggested. We stood in the corridor until the building began to quiet, until the crowd of cadets had dispersed and the institutional sounds of the academy, the distant rhythm of training, the low hum of environmental systems, settled into the particular texture of an evening in a building that housed people whose work never fully stopped. Eventually Seuss said goodnight and left. Grook left shortly after, taking the food containers with him. Mara picked up her bag and looked at me. "One question," I said. She waited. "When you arrived," I said, "you told the class that you already knew how people from your world thought about fighting, that you came here to understand how people from other worlds thought about it." "Yes." "Did you find it? What you were looking for?" She was quiet for long enough that I thought the question might have been too broad to answer directly. Then she said, "Partly. I found out that most species build their combat doctrine around the ceiling of what they can do, what their body allows, what their training permits, and they teach within that ceiling very well. They optimize for it, they study it, they develop it into sophisticated systems." "Yes," I said, "that is accurate. On Earth," she said, "we build doctrine around the floor." She looked at the corridor wall for a moment, as if the explanation were written somewhere there and she was finding the right words for it. "We start from, what is trying to remove me from the living, and what do I need to do to ensure that doesn't happen? The question is not what can I optimally do. The question is what do I need to be able to do that I cannot currently do, and how do I close that gap before the gap closes me?" She looked back at me. "You optimize from the top down, we build from the bottom up. Neither of those is wrong, but they produce very different instincts." I thought about this, and understanding both is better than understanding only one. Everything is better when you're working from a larger picture, she said. She picked up her bag. That's the whole point, isn't it? She walked toward the exit, and I watched her go, and somewhere in my chest my threat assessment gland was entirely quiet for the second time that I could remember. But the absence of warning was different this time. Before, the quiet had meant that I had stopped perceiving her as something uncertain and unclassifiable. Now the quiet meant something more settled. Recognition. The calm of a thing understood, not completely, not finally, but well enough to stand on. The door closed behind her. I stood in the empty corridor and thought about 300,000 years and 8.7 million species, and a planet that had built its dominant life form from the ground up in a world that provided no guarantees. I thought about what kind of thinking that produced in the long run, not just the physical adaptations, but the mental ones. The orientation toward questions rather than conclusions. The willingness to close a gap you had not known existed because existing beside it felt intolerable. I thought about a duffel bag hitting the floor. I walked back to my room and sat at my desk and opened my personal log. The last entry was from the first week of the semester, and reading it now felt like reading a document written by someone who had not yet understood what they were going to encounter, which was accurate. I wrote a new entry. It was long. I have it still. Near the end I wrote, "She came here to understand how other people thought about fighting." I think what she actually found was that the gap between how we think and how she thinks is not a problem to be solved but a resource to be used. That the difference in frameworks is itself information. That the most important thing two people with different models of the world can do is not agree on one model, but understand both well enough to move between them. I am not sure she would put it exactly that way. She would probably put it in fewer words and with more precision. But I think that is what she was doing. In every Thursday session and every after-hours sparring exchange and every quiet question in a corridor, building a picture wide enough to hold two kinds of thinking at once. I closed the log and went to sleep. The next semester began. By the end of it, I had helped Mara work through the Theron Strategic Modeling Framework, which was dense and required a kind of abstract spatial thinking that she had not previously developed and took to with a focus that I found both impressive and occasionally alarming. She absorbed it the way she seemed to absorb most things, completely, thoroughly, and then immediately began testing its edges, finding the cases where it did not quite fit reality, and asking what that meant about the model's underlying assumptions. Vreth 9's revised doctrine was cited in 2 xeno-military journals within the year. The Thursday sessions were eventually incorporated into the formal curriculum, which meant that cadets from every year and track could receive program credit for attending. Mara negotiated, at this point, for a larger training allocation and 2 additional floor hours per week. Vreth 9 agreed to 1 additional floor hour. She accepted this with the composure of someone who had asked for 2 specifically, so that 1 would feel like a reasonable compromise. Grook returned to his homeworld at the end of his enrollment and started, eventually, a training program that became regionally well regarded. He sent occasional messages. They were always brief, occasionally incoherent, and full of the specific warmth of someone who had not changed who he was, but had changed significantly what he was able to do. He wrote once, near the end of his first year home, that he had stopped telegraphing with his left shoulder entirely, and had developed a new telegraph involving his right ear, which he was now also working to eliminate, and that he suspected this was a process with no terminal point, which he had decided to find encouraging rather than discouraging. Seuss stayed at the academy for a second year of advanced study and became, eventually, a junior instructor. He was very good at it. He had the rare quality of being able to meet a student exactly where they were without making them feel they were being met, which is to say, he could find the right level without the student noticing there had been any adjustment. He and I kept in regular contact for years after we both left the academy, and he was one of the first people I told when I eventually published my own paper on cross-species strategic doctrine, which drew heavily on the framework Mara and I had developed together in the second semester. Deshek left the academy and joined a mid-tier security outfit, which he eventually rose to lead. By all accounts I ever received, he was a fair and effective commander. Not a brilliant one, but the reliable, competent kind that organizations need more than they need brilliance. He credited, in an interview I read some years later, the period at the academy as the one that had changed his understanding of what preparation actually meant. He did not mention anyone by name. He did not need to. And Mara. Mara finished her enrollment, shook Vreth 9's hand, thanked him in the specific and genuine way she thanked people for things that had actually mattered to her, and left. She went back to Earth for a time, to see her family, she had said once when I asked, and to run through the mountains, because running through mountains was, apparently, something humans did for reasons that were partly physical, and partly something else that she found harder to explain. After that, she took a contract with a border security organization operating in the Outer Verge, a region of contested territory at the far edge of surveyed space where the settled law was thin and the situations were, by all available reports, consistently more complicated than they sounded. Within 2 years, the Outer Verge had become significantly quieter than it had been before she arrived. I heard about this secondhand, and then from a short message she sent me that said simply, "Turned out strategic theory was useful after all." The Theron model was good for predicting escalation patterns. I adjusted the third variable and it fit the local conditions better. I wrote back and asked if she was well. She wrote back and said yes, and that she had picked up a new telegraph. She tilted her head to the right when she was deciding whether to push forward or hold position, and she had only figured this out because someone had managed to use it against her successfully, which she found more interesting than annoying. I wrote, "Are you going to fix it?" She wrote, "Eventually. Right now it's useful to know it exists." I thought about that for a while, about the specific equanimity of someone who had learned not to be disturbed by gaps, because gaps were information, and information was always useful if you knew how to read it. I still have all her messages. They are short and infrequent and invariably contain at least one piece of information that requires me to think about something differently after I read it. I have never told her this, partly because she already knows, and partly because the value of it is not in the telling. I graduated from the academy with a distinction in strategic theory. My thesis was on the integration of multi-species doctrinal frameworks, specifically on the gap between optimization from the top and construction from the floor, and what combining both approaches could offer strategic planners who were working across species contexts. Vreth 9 read it before submission and returned it with 3 comments. 2 were corrections of minor factual errors. One said, in his precise, economical handwriting, "This is the right question. Keep asking it." I kept asking it. I am still asking it. There is a recording in my personal archive, not of the Saturday demonstration, though I have that too. This one is from late in the semester, from one of the Thursday sessions, taken on my personal device from a seat along the wall. The room is full. The light is the flat institutional white of the training hall, and Mara is standing in the center of the floor talking about something I no longer remember. Some technical point about threat split timing, I think, or perhaps the unit on vector management. I would have to listen again to be sure. What I return to in that recording, when I watch it, is not anything she says. It is the quality of her attention, the way she is in the room, completely, without any apparent division between the part of her that is teaching and the part that is still watching, learning, registering, filing. She is listening to her own class. She is noticing things in the room that will become questions she thinks about later. She is, in the middle of explaining something she knows, still genuinely curious about what she has not yet found out. She once told me that Earth produced, in her words, a kind of person who could not stop paying attention because stopping had historically been the kind of mistake you only made once. I have thought about that sentence more times than I can count. About what it means for a species to have paid attention long enough, and consistently enough, and to enough of the right things, that the attention became structural, became built into the way the brain was organized, the way threat and opportunity were processed, the way uncertainty was held, not as something to be eliminated, but as information to be read. 300,000 years of not getting eaten had produced, in the end, not just a species that was difficult to threaten physically, it had produced a species that was constitutionally incapable of deciding they had already learned enough. That treated the gap in their understanding not as a problem to be resolved and set aside, but as the most interesting thing currently present, and worth going toward rather than away from. The instructor said no species can dual wield. He was right about every species he had studied. The sample was real. The analysis was sound. The conclusion was overstated by exactly one missing data point, and that data point walked in 20 minutes late on the first day of the semester, set a duffel bag on the floor, and waited quietly for the room to finish deciding what it was looking at. I think about what it meant that the room made its decisions so quickly, what we were all doing, in those first minutes, without knowing we were doing it, building a model from the data we had, in the time we had, with the categories already in our minds. It was not carelessness. It was not prejudice in the crude sense. It was just the way any mind works when it encounters something new. Pattern match first, adjust later. The thing Mara taught the program, the thing that outlasted the technique, outlasted the revised doctrine, outlasted the Thursday sessions themselves, was not how to use 2 blades. It was the habit of keeping the adjustment live, of treating the first model as the starting point rather than the conclusion, of knowing that what you have observed is real and also not complete, and that those two things can both be true at the same time without the first one being a lie and the second one being a failure. Some people learn that in classrooms, some learn it from books, some learn it, I think, the way Mara learned it, from a planet that declined to provide a stable enough environment for any other approach to be survivable. 300,000 years is a long time to practice anything. You get good at it. You get good at it in ways that go so deep you stop noticing you're doing it, the way you stop noticing you're breathing, because it has become as fundamental as that. She carried it lightly, which was perhaps the most instructive thing about her. All that history, all that depth, all those accumulated layers of hardwired attention and persistent curiosity, and sheer irreducible willingness to go toward the unknown gap, she carried it with the ease of someone who had never had the option of putting it down and had therefore stopped experiencing it as weight. She walked into a room full of cadets who had already made up their minds. She did not argue with their minds. She just waited and showed them something real and let the reality do the work. My threat assessment gland marked her as important on the first day. In the years since, I have thought many times about what that organ is actually responding to when it fires. Not just threat, not just power or danger in the conventional sense. Something more specific. The presence of a thing that is going to change something fundamental in your understanding before it is done. A category of experience that is not quite danger and not quite wonder but contains elements of both. The body knows, sometimes, before the mind has caught up. I have carried that lesson in one form or another through every year of work since the academy. Into every analysis, every collaboration, every moment when I sat down with a set of conclusions that seemed complete and asked myself the question Vreth 9 had eventually built into the revised doctrine. The question Mara had been asking since she picked up her second blade in a training hall and started finding out whether the gap in the data was the gap she suspected it was. What is not in this picture yet? The answer, always, is something. There is always something not yet in the picture. The work is in staying genuinely curious about what that something might be, not performing curiosity, not gesturing at open-mindedness as a quality you would like to be thought to possess, but actually wanting to know, actually being changed by what you find, actually going toward the gap with both hands open and your full attention running. I know a recording exists of the Saturday demonstration. Other cadets had devices out, and the Academy's fixed observation system had caught part of it from an overhead angle. I have seen the recording. It shows what happened with reasonable clarity. But the recording I returned to is not that one. It is the one from the Thursday session, where she is standing in the middle of a full training hall, explaining something she knows deeply to people who are just beginning to understand it. And she is still watching, still listening, still finding out. Still paying attention the way something pays attention, when attention is the only reason it is still here. That is what I saw on the first day, standing in a corridor, watching a door close behind someone who had come to the Academy to learn and had, in the process, changed what the Academy understood about learning. That is what the body knew, before the mind had words for it. That is what the gland was marking. Worth attending to, it said. And it was right.
When Tamsin agreed to take the maintenance technician position aboard Apex Meridian, she knew the job description was, let's call it, flexible. Fix a busted air recycler here, recalibrate a gravity plate there, occasionally explain to visiting dignitaries why they can't just turn up the heat in their quarters without throwing off the entire environmental grid. Standard stuff for a diplomatic station that hosted approximately 30 different species at any given time, each with their own peculiar needs and absolutely zero understanding of how station infrastructure actually worked. What she didn't expect on this particularly ordinary Monday morning was to become a babysitter. You want me to what now? Tamsin stood in the doorway of her cramped office, tool belt still hanging off one hip, staring at the two massive figures who barely fit in the corridor outside. Ambassador Grenshaw of the Rilmoth Confederation towered at nearly 3 meters tall, her 6-limbed frame covered in sleek auburn fur that caught the light like silk. Crystalline eyes, each the size of Tamsin's fist, fixed on her with an intensity that made every primitive part of the human brain scream, "Predator, run." Tamsin, to her credit, didn't run. She'd been working on Apex Meridian for 2 years now, You got used to things. "Watch our cubs," Grenshaw repeated, and there was something almost desperate in that rumbling voice. Just for 4 hours, 5 at most. The treaty negotiations with the Pelquan Collective cannot be postponed again, and every Rilmoth caretaker on the station has mysteriously developed urgent business elsewhere, Torval finished. And if his mate looked desperate, he looked downright haunted. The male ambassador was even larger than Grenshaw, his dark gray fur bearing the scars of what Tamsin assumed was a very adventurous youth. "The cubs are in their developmental phase." "Developmental phase," Tamsin repeated slowly. "That's a fancy way of saying something, isn't it?" "Their hunting instincts are emerging," Grenshaw said, in the tone of someone confessing to a crime. "It's completely natural, essential for their growth. But the timing is unfortunate." Tamsin leaned against her doorframe, arms crossed. She'd learned, in her time on Apex Meridian, that when aliens started using words like unfortunate and completely natural in the same breath, you were about to hear something that was absolutely neither of those things. "How unfortunate are we talking?" Torval's ears flattened against his skull. "They've managed to incapacitate 3 professional Rilmoth caregivers in the past week." Incapacitate. "Nothing permanent," Grenshaw added quickly. "Mostly scratches. 1 minor concussion. The tail fracture was really more bad luck than anything." "I'm hearing tail fracture, and I'm thinking maybe you need someone more qualified than a maintenance tech who once kept her roommate's goldfish alive for a weekend." "We're offering 50,000 credits," Grenshaw said. Tamsin blinked, then blinked again. "I'm sorry, did you say 50? 75,000, Torval interrupted. And now he really did look desperate. "Plus, hazard pay, and a letter of commendation for your personnel file. And we'll owe you a favor, which, given our positions, is not insignificant." Tamsin did some very quick mental math. 75,000 credits would pay off her student loans, cover the upgrades she'd been wanting for her quarters, and still leave enough for that trip back to Earth she'd been postponing for 3 years. All for watching 3 kids for an afternoon? How hard could 3 kids be? Oh, Tamsin. Sweet, naive, financially motivated Tamsin. The universe was about to teach her a lesson about famous last thoughts. "Fine," she heard herself say. "Where are these cubs?" The relief that washed over both ambassadors' faces was almost comical. Grenshaw actually sagged, which was impressive for a creature that probably weighed as much as a small vehicle. "Bless you, Tamsin, truly. They're in our quarters, Deck 9, Section 4. We've secured the room, of course, but they're—" A distant crash echoed through the corridor, followed by what sounded like a very large piece of furniture being enthusiastically murdered. "Energetic," Grenshaw finished weakly. 20 minutes later, Tamsin stood outside the ambassador's quarters, listening to the chaos within and reconsidering every life choice that had led her to this moment. The door was reinforced, she noted, triple-thickness blast plating. The kind of door you installed when you were worried about hull breaches, or, apparently, children. "They've been fed," Grenshaw was saying, talking fast now as the scheduled negotiation time crept closer. "Don't feed them again. They'll just get more energetic. The red container has their toys. Don't open the blue container. Those are Torval's weapons, and we haven't told them those aren't toys yet. If anyone bleeds, the medical kit is on the upper shelf. The green bottle is for Rilmoth physiology. The white one is for humans. Try not to need the white one." "Encouraging," Tamsin muttered. "They respond to firm voices and clear boundaries," Torval added. "Show no fear. They can sense fear. It triggers their chase instinct. Again, super encouraging. Anything else I should know? The ambassadors exchanged a glance. They're good cubs, Grenshaw said finally. Truly, they just need appropriate outlets for their energy. Right, appropriate outlets. Got it. The door opened with a hydraulic hiss that sounded ominously like a pressure seal releasing. Inside, the ambassador's quarters looked like a small tornado had developed sentience and decided to specialize in property destruction. Furniture was overturned, cushions were scattered, and there were claw marks, small ones, thankfully, on virtually every vertical surface. In the center of this disaster zone sat three of the fluffiest, most adorable creatures Tamsin had ever seen. The cubs were maybe half a meter tall, covered in soft, downy fur that ranged from cream to charcoal gray. They had the same 6 limbs as their parents, but in miniature, with oversized paws they clearly hadn't grown into yet. Their crystalline eyes were proportionally enormous in their round little faces, giving them an expression of permanent startled innocence. Pip, the smallest, was cream-colored with darker points on her ears and tail tip. She sat very still, watching Tamsin with the intense focus of a tiny, fluffy security camera. Mika, slightly larger and sporting gray fur with auburn highlights, was currently attempting to climb the wall. She'd made it about 2 meters up before gravity reminded her it existed, though she seemed to be treating this as a personal challenge rather than a physical law. Knox, the only male cub and clearly the ringleader, was jet black except for white markings on his chest. He was methodically destroying what looked like an expensive decorative pillow, pulling out stuffing with the dedication of a surgeon performing very important surgery. They all turned to stare at Tamsin simultaneously. "Right," Tamsin said, stepping inside as the door sealed behind her with a finality that definitely wasn't ominous at all. "So, I'm Tamsin. I'm going to be hanging out with you folks for a bit while your parents do important adult stuff." 3 pairs of crystalline eyes blinked at her in perfect synchronization. "They understand galactic standard," Grenshaw called through the door's comm panel. "They just don't speak it yet. Good luck." The comm clicked off. Tamsin was alone with 3 apex predator cubs in what amounted to a very expensive cage, and she had approximately 4 hours to keep everyone alive and uninjured. No problem. She'd handled worse. Probably. She couldn't think of specific examples right now, but surely they existed. Knox made a chirping sound. Adorable. Genuinely adorable. And took one experimental step toward her. "Hey there, buddy," Tamsin said, crouching down to seem less threatening. Every nature documentary she'd ever half-watched while eating dinner flashed through her mind. Make yourself smaller. Don't make direct eye contact. Don't run. Or was that for bears? Were the rules different for space cats? Pip chirped in response, and suddenly all 3 cubs were moving toward her in that peculiar 6-limbed gait that was somehow both awkward and unnervingly graceful. They reached her and began sniffing, investigating. One of Knox's small paws batted at her tool belt with curious intensity. Mika started climbing Tamsin like she was a particularly interesting tree, tiny claws finding purchase in her work jacket. Okay. Personal space is apparently not a thing in your culture. Got it?" Pip headbutted her knee with what seemed like affection, making a sound halfway between a purr and a trill. And just like that, Tamsin's heart melted into a puddle of useless goo. They were so small, so fluffy, so absolutely precious with their little chirps and their oversized eyes and their... Mika bit her ear, not hard, more of an exploratory nibble. But it was enough to remind Tamsin that these adorable fluffballs were, in fact, predators in training. "No biting," Tamsin said firmly, gently removing the cub from her shoulder. "We don't bite people. That's rule 1. Mika chirped indignantly, but didn't bite again. She did, however, immediately attempt to climb back up. "Right, so you've got energy to burn. I can see that." Tamsin stood up, surveying the destroyed quarters. The cubs needed something to do, something that would tire them out, something safe, contained, and ideally not involving anyone's ears as chew toys. Her own childhood flashed through her mind. Long afternoons with her cousins, running through her grandmother's old house, the endless entertainment they'd found in the simplest games. "You know what?" Tamsin said, a smile spreading across her face. "I'm going to teach you guys something fun. A game we play on Earth. It's called hide and seek." 3 pairs of crystalline eyes fixed on her with sudden, intense interest. "Here's how it works," Tamsin continued, warming to the idea. "One person, that'll be me first, closes their eyes and counts. Everyone else hides. Then the seeker tries to find everyone. When you're found, you're out. Last one found wins." She had no way of knowing if they understood, but the way all 3 cubs suddenly sat at attention, ears perked forward, suggested she had their complete focus. "I'm going to count to 30. You 3 hide. Anywhere in this room. Ready?" Tamsin closed her eyes, covered them with her hands for good measure, and began counting out loud. 1, 2, 3. She heard the scrambling of many small paws, the soft sounds of movement, the faint whisper of disturbed air. 15, 16, 17. The quarters grew quiet. 28, 29, 30. Ready or not, here I come. Tamsin opened her eyes and turned around. The room appeared completely empty. This was going to be easier than she thought. Oh, Tamsin, still so naive. She checked behind the overturned furniture, under the scattered cushions, inside the open cabinets. Nothing. The cubs had completely vanished. Then she heard it, a soft chirp from somewhere above her. Tamsin looked up. Pip was clinging to the ceiling, her small body pressed flat against the support beam, fur somehow blending with the shadows in a way that shouldn't have been possible for a cream-colored cub. "Found you, Pip! That was amazing, but you've got to come down now." The cub dropped with surprising grace, landing on all 6 paws with a pleased trill. 1 down. Mika was easier to find. She'd hidden inside the destroyed pillow, covered in stuffing like the galaxy's fluffiest ghost. But Nox? Nox had vanished completely. Tamsin searched for 10 minutes, 15, 20. She checked every possible hiding spot twice. Nothing. "Nox? Game's over, buddy. You win. You can come out now." A chirp from behind her. Tamsin spun around. Nox sat in the middle of the floor, exactly where she'd already looked multiple times, with an expression of unmistakable smugness. "How did you... Where were you?" The cub just chirped again, clearly pleased with himself. "Okay," Tamsin said slowly. That was actually incredible. "You guys are really good at this. Want to play again?" The answering chorus of chirps was enthusiastic. "All right, I'll count again, but this time," which is when Nox did something unexpected. He touched the door control panel, his small paw pressed against the sensor that, theoretically, should have been keyed only to adult Realmoth biometrics. The door opened. All 3 cubs looked at the open doorway. Then at Tamsin. Then at the doorway again. "Oh no," Tamsin said. "No, no, no. We're staying in this room. The game is in this room only." The cubs bolted, in 3 different directions, into the station. Tamsin lunged after them, but 6-limbed apex predators, even tiny ones, move fast. By the time she reached the corridor, they'd vanished completely into the maze of passages that made up Apex Meridian's residential deck. "This is fine," Tamsin told herself, standing alone in the empty corridor. "This is totally fine. How far can they get? It's a controlled station. Lots of crew. Someone will spot them. I'll just go get them. Easy." From somewhere in the walls, she heard a distant, delighted chirp. Then another, from a completely different direction. Then a third, from somewhere above her. The cubs weren't just loose on the station. They thought this was part of the game. They were hiding. And as Tamsin would shortly discover, they were very, very good at it. What she didn't know, what she couldn't know, was that someone else had noticed the cubs' movement through the station. Something with access to every sensor, every camera, every security protocol built into Apex Meridian's core systems. Argus Protocol, the station's AI security system, had just detected multiple small entities moving through the station in patterns that matched no known species' typical behavior. Moving through access tunnels, climbing through ventilation shafts, demonstrating clear signs of coordinated activity and strategic positioning. Argus began running threat assessment protocols, and the results were concerning. But that was a problem for later. Right now, Tamsin had a more immediate crisis. 3 missing apex predator cubs who thought they were playing the galaxy's most enthusiastic game of hide-and-seek. She took a deep breath, straightened her jacket, and headed toward the nearest access corridor. Right. Find the cubs, return them to quarters, collect 75,000 credits. Simple. Famous last words. 30 minutes into the great cub hunt, Tamsin had learned several important facts about young Rilmoth that the ambassadors had somehow failed to mention. 1. They could fit through spaces that absolutely should not accommodate a living creature with 6 limbs and a fluffy tail. 2. They possessed some kind of thermal camouflage ability that made them effectively invisible to standard sensors when they held still. 3. They thought this was the greatest game ever invented in the history of the universe, and they were treating it with the seriousness of Olympic athletes going for gold. "Pip!" Tamsin called down a maintenance corridor, her voice echoing off the metal walls. "I can hear you chittering. The game's over, sweetie. We need to go back now." A cheerful chirp answered her from somewhere in the ventilation system overhead. Then silence. Then another chirp from a completely different location, as if the cub had teleported. "That's not physically possible," Tamsin muttered, checking her handheld scanner. Nothing. The device showed her exactly 0 Rilmoth life signs, despite the fact she'd just heard one maybe 10 meters away. "You're breaking the laws of thermodynamics, and that's not fair." Another chirp, this time behind her. Tamsin spun around. Empty corridor. "Okay, you win this round, but we really, actually, genuinely need to..." The lights in the corridor flickered. Then her scanner beeped. Not the friendly, "I found something" beep. The aggressive, "Attention please, something is wrong" beep that maintenance techs learned to hate. Tamsin glanced at the screen. A system alert originating from environmental controls? She pulled up the details, frowning. Unusual activity detected in the air recycling system, Deck 9 through Deck 12. Fluctuating pressure readings. Possible obstruction in the ventilation network. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," Tamsin said, realization dawning. "You're in the vents. You're actually in the vents. That's where you're..." Station-wide comm systems crackled to life with a burst of static. Then a calm, synthesized voice that Tamsin recognized immediately. Argus Protocol, the station's AI security system. She'd worked with Argus plenty of times before. Friendly enough, for an artificial intelligence designed to keep thousands of beings from various species safe aboard a diplomatic station. Usually, Argus announced things like scheduled maintenance or reminded people about recycling protocols. Usually. Attention! Anomalous activity detected in multiple station sectors. Security teams, please report to your designated stations. This is not a drill. Tamsin froze. Wait, what? The calm voice continued. Unidentified entities have been detected moving through restricted areas. Movement patterns suggest possible coordinated infiltration. Threat assessment in progress. All personnel, please remain in designated areas until further notice. No, Tamsin breathed, her stomach dropping. Argus, wait! But the comm had already clicked off. 3 decks away, in the station's primary security office. Officer Wen looked up from his console with the expression of someone whose quiet Monday had just exploded into chaos. The display in front of him showed a 3-dimensional map of Apex Meridian, with approximately a dozen red warning indicators scattered across multiple decks. Talk to me, Argus, Wen said, pulling up the detailed readouts. What are we looking at? The AI's voice emanated from the room's speakers. Multiple small entities, estimated mass between 15 and 20 kilograms each, moving through non-public areas of the station. Current count, 3 distinct contacts. Movement pattern analysis suggests deliberate navigation with possible strategic intent. Wen's second-in-command, a woman named Tully, who'd been on Apex Meridian longer than anyone could remember, leaned over to peer at the data. 3 entities? That's not much of an invasion force. Size is not indicative of threat level, Argus responded, in the tone of an AI that had clearly been programmed by someone with trust issues. Small infiltration teams are often employed for sabotage, reconnaissance, or preliminary assault operations. Current locations include environmental control systems, communications relay access points, and proximity to reactor monitoring stations. Reactor monitoring? Wen stood up, his relaxed demeanor evaporating. Argus, current threat level assessment? Orange, escalating to red if entities continue toward critical infrastructure. Fantastic, Wen muttered, already signaling his team. Get everyone suited up. Standard containment protocols. Non-lethal force only until we know what we're dealing with. Tully, notify Commander Valdez. Already on it, Tully replied, her fingers flying across her console. Though she's not going to be happy about this. She's in the middle of that logistics review meeting? Yeah, well, neither am I. It's Monday. I had plans for a quiet Monday. Argus helpfully chimed in again. 1 entity is currently moving through the ventilation system toward Deck 15. Another has entered the service tunnel network near the main communications array. The 3rd contact was momentarily stationary in a maintenance corridor on Deck 11, but has since relocated to an unknown position. Wen pulled up the relevant camera feeds. Nothing. Whatever these entities were, they knew how to avoid visual detection. That was not encouraging. All right, people, he called to his team as they assembled in the security office, checking equipment and looking far more alert than they had 5 minutes ago. We've got 3 unknowns loose in the station, moving through areas they shouldn't be able to access. Standard search and containment. Watch each other's backs. If you make contact, report immediately. Questions? A younger officer, fresh from training and still enthusiastic about things like procedure and proper protocol, raised his hand. Sir, have we considered that this might be a false alarm? System glitch? Maybe? Argus doesn't glitch, Wen said flatly. Actually, the AI interjected, I do experience occasional sensor anomalies. However, the current detections have been confirmed across multiple independent systems. Probability of systematic error? Less than 0.3%. There's your answer. Now, move out. The security teams dispersed, heading toward their assigned search areas. Wen watched them go, then turned back to his console, studying the movement patterns of their mysterious intruders. Something about this didn't add up. The entities were moving erratically, doubling back on themselves, clustering together, then spreading apart. It didn't look like infiltration. It looked more like... Huh, Wen said quietly. Query unclear, Argus responded. Nothing. Just thinking out loud. Keep tracking those contacts. And Argus? What species are currently aboard the station that match the size parameters? Calculating. 17 species have members within the 15 to 20 kilogram range. However, none are currently unaccounted for. All registered individuals are located within expected parameters. So whoever these are, they're either stowaways or... An alert flashed across his screen. One of the contacts had just triggered a motion sensor in the environmental control room. Argus, in its infinite wisdom, had automatically sealed the section's access doors and deployed a security drone. Argus, hold on the drones, Wen said quickly. Let's not escalate before we know what... Deployment already in progress, the AI replied. Standard containment protocol for Code Orange security events. Through the security feed, Wen watched the drone glide into the environmental control room, its sensors sweeping the area, weapon systems armed but not activated. The room appeared empty. Banks of equipment hummed quietly. Nothing moved. Then, from behind a ventilation unit, something small and gray launched itself directly at the drone with what could only be described as enthusiastic violence. The drone's camera tilted wildly as the contact, furry, six-limbed and making chirping noises, attached itself to the machine's chassis and began playing? The entity batted at the drone's optical sensors, chittered with what sounded like delight, then pushed off and scrambled up the wall with impossible agility. Argus, Wen said slowly, please tell me you're recording this. Recording confirmed. Analysis. Entity appears to be a Rilmoth juvenile. Behavior patterns consistent with play activity rather than hostile intent. A Rilmoth? You're telling me we went to Code Orange because of someone's kid? Cubs, Argus corrected. Plural. There are 3. And they are currently accessing critical station systems, which, regardless of intent, poses a security risk. Wen pulled up the station's registry, searching for Rilmoth residents. 2 names appeared, Ambassador Grenshaw and her mate Torval, along with a note about 3 dependent cubs residing in their quarters, which were supposed to be secured. How did they get out? Wen demanded. Unknown. Reviewing access logs now. However, current priority remains containment. The Cubs' presence in environmental systems, communications arrays, and proximity to reactor monitoring constitutes a genuine safety concern. The officer had a point, Wen had to admit. Intent didn't matter if one of the Cubs accidentally hit the wrong control panel or damaged critical equipment. And Rilmoth, even young ones, were apex predators. Their claws and teeth were sharp enough to shred insulation, sever cables, or cause any number of expensive disasters. All right, new plan, Wen said, switching comm channels. All teams, we're looking for 3 Rilmoth Cubs. Repeat, Cubs, not adults. Approach with caution, but non-threatening posture. They're not trying to hurt anyone. They're just... A proximity alarm shrieked. On the map, one of the red indicators had just moved into the communications array control room. At the same moment, another appeared near the primary power distribution hub. The third, somehow, impossibly, was now showing up in the station's water recycling facility. They were everywhere. Or moving so fast they might as well be everywhere. Or both. How are they moving that quickly? Wen said, watching the indicators hop across his display like hyperactive fleas. Real moth cubs in the developmental phase possess enhanced agility and climbing ability, Argus explained. They are also naturally adept at using ventilation systems and maintenance conduits to navigate. Additionally, their thermal camouflage makes visual tracking difficult. That's fantastic. Wonderful. I love everything about this situation. Commander Valdis chose that exact moment to stride into the security office, her gray hair pulled back in its usual severe bun, her expression promising that someone's day was about to get significantly worse. "Explain," she said, in the tone of a woman who'd spent 30 years in military service and had exactly zero patience for nonsense. "I was just informed we're at Code Orange on a Monday, during diplomatic negotiations, with the Pelquan, who are already nervous about being on a station with Rilmoth. So this had better be good, Wen." "Define good," Wen said, pulling up the footage of Mika attacking the security drone. "Because depending on your perspective, this is either hilarious or a complete disaster." Valdis watched the playback in silence. Her expression didn't change. When the footage ended, she turned to Wen with the kind of calm that preceded volcanic eruptions. "You went to Code Orange," she said slowly, "because 3 children are playing in the ventilation system. In our defense, we didn't know they were children until about 90 seconds ago. And where are their parents? Ambassador Grenshaw and Torval, currently in the primary negotiation chamber with the Pelquan delegation." "Fantastic. So we get to interrupt critical trade negotiations to inform 2 ambassadors that their offspring have turned our security protocols into a joke." Valdis rubbed her temples. Who was supposed to be watching them? Checking now, Wen pulled up more records. "Looks like they hired Tamsin, one of our maintenance techs." They hired a maintenance tech to babysit apex predator cubs. Apparently, the cubs scared off all the professional Rilmoth caretakers. That's not reassuring, Wen. That's the opposite of reassuring. Another alert. This time from Deck 15, near the main water recycling plant. A security team had made visual contact with one of the cubs, Pip, based on the description, who promptly vanished into an access panel that should have been sealed. How is she opening sealed panels? The team leader's voice crackled over the comm, sounding genuinely baffled. "Unclear," Argus responded. Rilmoth cubs at this developmental stage demonstrate problem-solving abilities beyond standard parameters. They appear to have learned the station's access codes through observation. They learned our access codes. Affirmative. By watching. Affirmative. Valdis turned to Wen with an expression of profound weariness. "I want every team available on this. Find these cubs. Carefully. Gently. Do not let them get anywhere near anything that explodes, vents atmosphere, or costs more than my annual salary. And someone find this Tamsin person and ask her what in the name of—" "Commander," Tully called from her console. "We've got another problem. The Pelquan delegation just received the Code Orange alert. They're asking if they should evacuate to their ship." "No, absolutely not. That'll cause a diplomatic incident bigger than—" Valdis stopped. "Wait, can we spin this?" "Spin what?" "The cubs. Kids getting loose is embarrassing, but it's relatable. Every species deals with childcare chaos. We handle this right. Maybe it actually helps the negotiations, shows the Rilmoth are, normal people with normal problems." Wen stared at her. "That's either brilliant or completely insane." It's going to be one or the other regardless. Might as well aim for brilliant. Valdis straightened her uniform. Keep tracking the cubs. Get them contained. I'm going to do damage control with the ambassadors before this turns into a complete... Every light in the security office flickered, then died. Emergency lighting kicked in 3 seconds later, bathing everything in red. Argus, Wen said into the sudden silence. Argus, report. The AI's voice returned, but with a different quality, more focused, more concerned, if an AI could be concerned. Contact Knox has entered the primary power distribution hub. He appears to be investigating the control panels. I have isolated that section to prevent cascade failures, but the lights flickered again. He is surprisingly adept at bypassing safety protocols. That's the reactor area, Tully said, her face pale in the emergency lighting. If he damages anything near the reactor monitoring systems... Escalating to Code Red, Argus announced. Deploying additional containment measures. All personnel, Code Red is now in effect. This is not a drill. Somewhere in the distance, alarm klaxons began to wail. And in the ventilation system of Deck 15, curled up in a cozy corner she'd found behind an air filter, Pip perked up her ears at the new sound. The alarms were loud. Interesting. They echoed through the ducts in a way that made her whiskers tingle. She chittered to herself, pleased. This was the best game ever. The station was playing too now, with lights and sounds and those funny flying things that made beeping noises when you jumped on them. She wondered if her siblings were having as much fun. Probably. Knox always found the most interesting places, and Mika was definitely somewhere causing trouble. That was what Mika did best. A grate nearby showed a corridor below, where several beings in uniform were running past. They looked worried. Pip didn't understand why. Everything was fun. Everything was perfect. She should probably find a new hiding spot, though. The human, Tamsin, that was her name, would be looking for them. And Pip wanted to win. Winning was important. The cubs slipped through the ventilation system with practiced ease, following the air currents toward a new area of the station. Somewhere she hadn't explored yet. Somewhere that smelled like... ooh, interesting equipment. Behind her, in the human's security office, Argus tracked her movement with growing concern. 3 cubs, 3 different locations, all of them heading, with what seemed like deliberate intent, toward the most critical systems on the entire station. The AI ran probability calculations, threat assessment protocols, defensive scenarios, and came to a conclusion that would have made it sweat, if it had been capable of sweating. This wasn't just 3 cubs playing. This was 3 cubs who'd somehow turned a simple game into the most effective infiltration pattern Argus had ever encountered. Random chance? Instinct? Or were Rilmoth cubs, in their developmental hunting phase, naturally drawn to exactly the kinds of locations that would let them demonstrate dominance over their environment? Argus didn't know. What it did know was that somewhere on Apex Meridian, 3 fuzzy apex predators were playing hide-and-seek with critical station infrastructure, and they were winning. The thing about Code Red alerts is that they make everyone extremely nervous, extremely quickly. Bulkheads began sealing throughout Apex Meridian, dividing the station into isolated sections. Personnel rushed to emergency stations, and in the primary negotiation chamber, Ambassador Grenshaw's communicator buzzed with an urgency that made her blood run cold. She glanced at the message, then read it again, certain she'd misunderstood. Code Red, security breach. Multiple entities infiltrating. Critical systems. Your presence required immediately. Is something wrong? The Pelquan Trade Minister, a wispy being whose translucent skin rippled with concerned colors, leaned forward. The alarms? Nothing serious, Grenshaw said, her voice steady despite the panic clawing up her throat. Where were her cubs? The message said, security breach, but surely not. Please excuse us for one moment. She and Torvald stood simultaneously, moving toward the chamber's exit, with what they hoped looked like calm authority, rather than barely controlled terror. The moment the doors closed behind them, they ran. They found Commander Valdis in the corridor, flanked by security officers, her expression grim. Your cubs, Valdis said without preamble, are currently having the time of their lives while my station loses its collective mind. One is in the power distribution hub. One is somewhere near communications. The third has evaded 6 separate security teams and is currently, she checked her tablet, in the water recycling facility, apparently fascinated by the filtration pumps. Grenshaw felt her legs go weak. They got out? Oh, ancestors, they actually got out. The human you hired to watch them is currently crawling through the maintenance tunnels on Deck 12, trying to explain to Argus that this is not, in fact, an invasion. Argus thinks... Torvald's ears flattened completely. The security AI thinks our cubs are invading? Can you blame it? Valdis asked, not unkindly. They're moving through restricted areas with what looks like tactical precision. They've accessed systems that require authorization codes. They've evaded multiple containment attempts. From an objective standpoint, it's actually impressive. From a parental standpoint, it's mortifying, Grenshaw muttered. We need to find them before... Valdis was cut off by another alert screaming from her tablet. Before that happens. What happened? Nox just shut down power to Deck 8. On Deck 8, the lights died. Emergency systems kicked in immediately. But for 5 seconds, there was complete darkness. In that darkness, security personnel heard a cheerful chirp, the patter of many small paws, and then silence. When the lights returned, Officer Wen stood in the power distribution hub's doorway, staring at a control panel that showed signs of very small, very precise claw marks. Nox sat in the middle of the room, grooming his paw with the satisfaction of someone who'd just solved a particularly interesting puzzle. Hey there, buddy, Wen said softly, remembering every training session about approaching potentially dangerous beings. That was quite a trick. Very impressive. Want to come with me? I bet your parents are looking for you. Nox looked up, crystalline eyes meeting Wen's. Then the cub chirped, a sound of pure mischief, and bolted directly between the officer's legs, moving so fast he was a black blur. Contact lost, Wen reported into his comm, trying not to sound as defeated as he felt. He's heading toward... Wait. He's doubling back. No, he's in the vents again. I have no idea where he's going. None of us do, came Valdis's dry response. That appears to be the central problem. In the ventilation system, Nox scurried along, pleased with himself. He'd figured out that touching certain panels made interesting things happen. The lights changed, or doors opened, or those funny whooshing sounds started. It was magnificent. He paused at a junction, considering his options. Left led to more of those big rooms with equipment. Right led to... He sniffed the air, something that smelled like Mika. His sister must have gone that way. Maybe they could explore together. That would be fun. Nox went right, following his sister's scent trail through the maze of ducts. Behind him, Argus tracked his movement and updated its threat assessment for the 1000th time. 2 cubs were now converging on the communications array. The third, Pip, had discovered the station's observation deck and was currently pressed against the transparent aluminum viewing port, staring at the stars with the wonder of a child seeing the universe for the first time. She was also, Argus noted, with what might have been AI frustration, completely blocking the docking approach sensors. "This is fine," Tamsin muttered from her position in a maintenance tunnel, covered in dust and questioning her life choices. "Everything is fine. This is a totally normal Monday." Her communicator crackled. "Tamsin, it's Commander Valdez. The parents are here. We're mounting a coordinated retrieval operation. What's your position?" Currently wedged in a tunnel that definitely wasn't designed for humans, chasing sounds that might be cubs or might be my imagination, and reconsidering my entire career path. "Can you get to the observation deck? We've got visual confirmation of one cub there." "On my way. And Commander, for the record, I am never babysitting again. Not for any amount of money." "Noted. Valdez out." Tamsin squeezed through the tunnel, dropped into a service corridor, and headed for the observation deck at a run. Behind her, ahead of her, and all around her, Apex Meridian's security forces were converging on 3 small targets who had absolutely no idea they'd just caused the biggest security incident in the station's history. They just thought they were playing a really, really good game. The observation deck was quiet when Tamsin arrived, breathing hard from her sprint through 3 decks worth of corridors. The massive viewport dominated one wall, stars scattered across the darkness like someone had spilled diamonds on velvet. And there, pressed against the transparent aluminum with her nose leaving little smudges, was Pip. The tiny cream-colored cub chirped softly to herself, one paw reaching up as if trying to touch the distant suns. "Hey, sweetie," Tamsin said gently, keeping her voice low. "Pretty stars, huh?" Pip's ears swiveled toward her, but the cub didn't run. She just chirped again, then looked back at the viewport. Tamsin approached slowly, crouching down to the cub's level. "You know, you 3 caused quite a fuss. The whole station thinks you're invading." Another chirp, this one almost questioning. "Yeah, I know. Pretty silly, right? You were just playing." Tamsin held out her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Pip head-butted it affectionately. "Come on, let's go find your brother and sister, and then we can explain to everyone that this was all a big misunderstanding." She scooped up the cub, who weighed more than expected but didn't resist, and activated her communicator. "Valdez, I've got Pip. She's fine. Heading to you now." "Excellent. We've cornered the other 2 near the communications array. The parents are handling it." Near the communications array, handling it was a generous description. Grenshaw and Torvald stood at opposite ends of the corridor, while Mika and Knox sat between them, looking immensely pleased with themselves. The cubs had finally been outsmarted by the 2 beings who knew them best. Their parents had simply stopped chasing and waited for curiosity to bring the cubs to them. "You," Grenshaw said, her voice carrying that particular tone parents universally master, "are in so much trouble." Knox chirped innocently. Mika attempted to look adorable. Neither strategy worked. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Torvald added. "The entire station was searching for you. Security thought..." He paused. "Actually, what did security think?" "That we were being infiltrated by a coordinated strike team," Valdez said, arriving with half her security force in tow. "Your cubs managed to access environmental controls, power distribution, communications systems, and water recycling. If they'd been actual hostiles, we'd have been in serious trouble." The ambassadors looked mortified. Valdez, surprisingly, smiled. "However," she continued, "I've been informed by the Pelquan delegation that they found the whole situation endearing. Apparently, 3 of their ministers have young ones currently in what they call the chaos phase. they've requested to continue negotiations tomorrow and specifically asked if the Cubs might make an appearance. Something about shared parenting experiences building diplomatic bridges. Grenshaw blinked. They want to meet the Cubs who just terrorized your station? Apparently, chaos is a universal constant. Valdez shrugged. Who knew? Tamsin arrived with Pip, who immediately wriggled free and bounded toward her siblings. The three Cubs collided in a tumbling, chirping pile of fluff and enthusiasm. So, Tamsin said, watching the reunion, about that 75,000 credits. You'll get every bit, Grenshaw promised, plus the commendation, plus any favor you want, within reason. How about we start with never again? That, Torval said with feeling, is completely reasonable. Officer Wen approached, tablet in hand. Commander, Argus wants to file an incident report. Apparently, the Cubs found what it's calling critical system vulnerabilities that we didn't know existed. It's recommending security upgrades. So the Cubs accidentally stress-tested our entire security infrastructure, Valdez said, and found weaknesses. Essentially, yes. I'm not sure if I should be grateful or concerned. Both, Wen suggested. Definitely both. In his digital space, Argus was indeed running analysis. The Cubs' movements had revealed access points, security gaps, and system vulnerabilities that months of standard testing had missed. Their natural predator instincts, combined with childlike curiosity and complete disregard for authorized personnel-only signs, had created the perfect security audit. The AI filed this under unexpected benefits of chaotic situations and updated its protocols. New category, playful entities. New response, assess intent before escalating to code red. Lesson learned. On the observation deck, now crowded with security personnel, diplomats, and three very tired Cubs, Tamsin leaned against the viewport and laughed. The kind of laugh that comes when stress finally breaks, when terror transforms into relief, when you realize you've just survived something completely absurd. You know what? She said, to no one in particular. This was actually kind of fun. Pip chirped in agreement, already falling asleep in her mother's arms. Knox and Mika were curled together, their earlier enthusiasm finally exhausted. And somewhere in the station's systems, Argus noted the elevated heart rates returning to normal, the sealed bulkheads reopening, the code red downgrading to code green. Crisis averted. Lesson learned. Station secured. All because three Cubs learned about hide and seek. Next time, Tamsin said, accepting a cup of coffee from a sympathetic security officer, we're playing something simple, like checkers, or staring contests, something that can't possibly be mistaken for an invasion. Next time? Grenshaw asked, one ear perking up hopefully. Well, Tamsin admitted, watching the sleeping Cubs, they are pretty cute, and that 75,000 credits would look really nice in my account. So, maybe next time. The Cubs, dreaming of ventilation shafts and blinking lights and the best game they'd ever played, chirped softly in their sleep. Somewhere, Argus made a note. Human Tamsin, approved for future Cubs supervision, has survived initial trial, demonstrates acceptable survival instincts. High praise from an AI that had just learned the difference between an invasion and playtime. The station hummed peacefully, its systems restored, its security forces standing down, its diplomatic mission somehow salvaged by the universal truth that all parents, human, Rilmoth, or Pelquan, understood the chaos that came with raising young. And in a maintenance office on Deck 9, a transfer, notification pinged, 75,000 credits, deposited to Tamsin's account, with a note that simply read, "Thank you. Same time, next week." Tamsin looked at the message for a long moment, Then, against all reason and common sense, she smiled and typed back, "Deal. But we're establishing ground rules first. Because sometimes the craziest jobs are also the most worthwhile, even if they do make the security system think you're being invaded."
David's hands shook as he tried to focus on the data screen in front of him. The numbers blurred together after 12 straight hours of work, but he needed to finish cataloging the behavioral patterns before his thesis advisor asked for another progress report. Around him, the xenobiology research wing sat empty and quiet. Everyone else had left hours ago when the solar storm warning started, but David stayed behind. He always stayed behind. The specimen chambers lined both walls of the long corridor, each one containing creatures from distant worlds. Most were in stasis, preserved for study. A few were alive but sedated, their containment fields humming softly in the darkness. David had walked past these chambers 1,000 times, but tonight something felt different. The air pressure seemed wrong. His ears popped as he stood up from his workstation. Then the lights flickered. David froze. The backup generators kicked in immediately, bathing everything in red emergency lighting. His tablet chirped with automated warnings about the solar storm interfering with station systems. He grabbed his equipment and started running toward the main control panel. If the containment fields failed even for a moment, the consequences would be catastrophic. He reached the control room and pulled up the system diagnostics. Most chambers showed green status indicators. A few flickered between yellow and green as the backup power struggled to maintain full strength. David's fingers flew across the interface, manually routing power to the most critical systems. His heart hammered in his chest. A loud clang echoed through the corridor behind him. David spun around. One of the chamber doors had slid halfway open. The red emergency lights cast long shadows across the floor, making it hard to see which chamber had failed. He grabbed a portable scanner and walked slowly back into the corridor. His breath came in short gasps. The training protocols ran through his mind. Stay calm, assess the situation, call for backup if needed. He did not need the scanner to tell him which door had opened. The chamber at the far end of the corridor gaped wide, its interior dark and empty. David's blood turned to ice. Chamber 73, the Ravager. Every graduate student in xenobiology knew about Ravagers. They came from the Outer Reach, a region of space so dangerous that the Galactic Council had quarantined it decades ago. Ravagers stood 7 feet tall on 4 legs, with 2 additional limbs that could function as either arms or legs depending on the terrain. Their bodies were covered in armored scales that could deflect most weapons. Rows of razor-sharp teeth filled their massive jaws. Bioluminescent markings ran along their spines, glowing different colors based on their emotional state. The galaxy knew them as mindless killers. Entire colonies had been destroyed by Ravager attacks. The creature in Chamber 73 had been captured during a military operation 6 months ago and transported to the station for study. It had been kept in deep stasis ever since, barely conscious. David stood perfectly still. His hand moved slowly toward the emergency comm device on his belt. Before he could reach it, something shifted in the shadows ahead. The Ravager emerged from the darkness like a nightmare, taking solid form. Its scales gleamed dull gray in the red light. The bioluminescent markings along its spine pulsed a deep orange color. Its 6 limbs moved with fluid grace as it stepped fully into the corridor. The creature was even larger than David remembered from the initial cataloging. Its head nearly brushed the ceiling. David could not move. His legs refused to obey his brain's frantic commands to run. The Ravager's eyes locked onto him. They were not the mindless, predatory eyes he expected. They looked intelligent, alert, and filled with pain. The creature took another step forward, then stopped. It tilted its massive head to one side, studying David. A low-frequency sound rumbled from deep in its chest. Not a growl, something else. Something almost like a question. David's researcher instincts suddenly cut through his terror. He had spent 3 years studying predator communication patterns. He knew what curiosity looked like across dozens species. This creature was not preparing to attack. It was trying to understand what David was. His eyes tracked down the Ravager's body, looking for anything that might explain its behavior. There, on the creature's left shoulder, a wound, poorly healed with scar tissue that looked inflamed and painful. David had read the capture reports. The military team had used barbed nets and electrified restraints. This injury had never been properly treated. The Ravager made that low sound again. Its bioluminescent markings shifted from orange to a softer blue color. It took one more step forward, moving slowly as if trying not to frighten David. Something inside David's mind clicked. This was not a mindless monster. This was an injured, frightened creature that had just escaped from a cage. He thought about the animals back on Earth. Dogs, wolves, even bears. They attacked when they felt threatened, when they were in pain, when humans treated them like monsters instead of living beings. David took a deep breath. His hand moved away from the emergency comm device. He raised both hands slowly, palms out, in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. His voice came out steadier than he expected. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." The Ravager went completely still. Its markings pulsed brighter blue. David took one small step forward, then another. His entire body screamed at him to run, but his mind knew better. Running would trigger a chase response. Showing fear would mark him as prey. He stopped just a few feet away from the creature. This close, he could see every detail. The individual scales, the intelligence in those strange eyes, the way the creature held its injured shoulder at an awkward angle to minimize pain. David slowly reached into his lab coat pocket and pulled out a basic medical kit. Every researcher carried one. He opened it carefully, showing the Ravager each item. Antiseptic, bandages, pain relief gel that worked on most carbon-based life forms. "Let me help you," David said softly. "Please." The Ravager watched him for a long moment. Then slowly it lowered its massive body to the floor and extended its injured shoulder toward David. David's hands shook again, but this time not from fear. He cleaned the wound as gently as possible, talking constantly in a low, soothing voice. The creature flinched once but did not pull away. When David applied the pain relief gel, the Ravager made a sound he had never heard before. A deep rumbling purr. He finished bandaging the wound and sat back on his heels. The Ravager lifted its head and looked directly into David's eyes. Then it did something that David would remember for the rest of his life. The creature leaned forward and pressed its massive forehead gently against David's chest. The gesture lasted only a moment, but the meaning was clear. Thank you. Trust. Bond. The moment shattered as alarms began blaring throughout the station. Red lights flashed faster. David heard boots pounding down the corridor. The security team had detected the breach. The Ravager's head snapped up. Its markings flashed bright red. It moved with incredible speed, positioning its body between David and the approaching sounds. The creature's lips pulled back, revealing those terrible teeth. But it was not looking at David. It was facing the threat coming toward them both. A security team appeared at the end of the corridor, weapons raised. Through the window of the control room, more faces pressed against the glass. Everyone had seen what happened. A human student standing with a freed Ravager, the galaxy's most dangerous predator, protecting instead of attacking. The team leader's voice crackled over a speaker. "Step away from the creature. Move slowly. We have authorization to use lethal force." David looked at the Ravager. The creature was still positioned protectively in front of him, ready to defend but not attacking. He thought about everything he had learned, about how Earth's predators had become humanity's companions once people stopped seeing them as monsters, about how fear created the very violence it tried to prevent. He made his decision. David stood up and walked around the Ravager to stand between the creature and the security team's weapons. He spread his arms wide. "If you're going to shoot," David said, his voice carrying down the corridor, "you'll have to go through me first." The security team hesitated. Behind David, the Ravager made that low rumbling sound again. One massive paw reached out and gently touched David's back. Not pushing, just contact. Connection. The galaxy was about to learn something new about both Ravagers and humans. Nobody moved for what felt like an eternity. David stood with his arms spread wide, blocking the security team's line of fire. Behind him, the Ravager remained perfectly still except for the gentle glow of its bioluminescent markings, which had shifted from angry red back to calm blue. The creature's massive paw still rested lightly against David's back. More footsteps echoed through the corridors. Within minutes, half the station's personnel had gathered outside the xenobiology wing. David could see their faces through the windows. Fear, confusion, shock. Some of them were pulling out recording devices to document what was happening. A tall woman with silver hair pushed her way through the security team. Director Yara had run Orbital Station Meridian for 15 years, and her face showed every bit of the stress that came with the job. She looked at David, then at the Ravager, then back at David again. "Explain," she said. Her voice was calm but carried the weight of absolute authority. "Explain right now why I should not give the order to neutralize that creature." David lowered his arms slowly. He chose his words carefully, knowing that lives depended on what he said next. "It's not attacking. Look at it, really look. The creature had multiple opportunities to kill me. Instead, it let me treat its wound. It responded to kindness. Everything we think we know about Ravagers is based on observations of captive, traumatized specimens. We've never studied them in peaceful conditions." One of the security officers spoke up. "Those things destroyed the colony on Redstone. 3,000 people dead. I knew families there." "I understand," David said. "But what if those attacks happened because we attacked first? What if Ravagers respond to violence with violence just like most species do?" Director Yara crossed her arms. "That's a dangerous theory to test with your life, student. I already tested it. I'm still alive." An insectoid alien pushed through the crowd. Quillix was one of the senior researchers in xenobiology, with 4 compound eyes and delicate antennae that twitched constantly as they processed information. Quillix had mentored David during his first year at the station. "Director, I have been reviewing the historical data while watching this situation develop," Quillix said, their translated voice clicking softly. "David may be correct. Every documented Ravager attack occurred after we entered their territory with military vessels, after we captured their young for study, after we established mining operations on their worlds. We have no records of unprovoked Ravager aggression." Another alien stepped forward. This one resembled a bear covered in purple fur, with 6 arms and gentle eyes. River worked in the Botanical Research Division, but everyone on the station knew her. She was kind to everyone and never raised her voice. "I have been watching the security footage," River said quietly. The creature was careful with David, gentle. When it touched him, it was soft, protective. These are not the actions of a mindless killer. Director Yara rubbed her temples. David could see her calculating risks and consequences. The station housed researchers from 40 different species. Some of them came from worlds that had suffered under Ravager attacks. This decision would not be popular no matter what she chose. "I need proof," Yara finally said. "Real proof that this creature will not harm anyone on this station. Can you provide that?" David turned to look at the Ravager. The creature watched him with those intelligent eyes. Its bioluminescent markings pulsed softly, matching the rhythm of David's heartbeat. Could he prove it? How did you prove trust? An idea came to him. A dangerous idea, but the only one that made sense. David began removing his protective lab coat. The security team immediately raised their weapons higher. "What are you doing?" Yara demanded. "Proving it," David said. He took off the coat, then his scanner belt, then every piece of equipment that might be used as a weapon or shield. He stood in just his basic clothing, completely vulnerable. "If the Ravager wanted to kill me, nothing is stopping it now." He turned his back on the security team and faced the creature fully. Then he did something that made several people gasp out loud. He knelt down in front of the Ravager and lowered his head, exposing the back of his neck. It was the most vulnerable position a human could take in front of a predator. "Your turn," David said softly to the creature. "Show them who you really are." For a long moment, nothing happened. David's heart pounded so hard he thought it might burst. He could hear the security team's weapons powering up, ready to fire if the Ravager made any sudden moves. Then he felt it. The Ravager lowered its massive body to the ground beside him. The creature rolled slightly onto its side, exposing its underbelly. In the language of predators across 1,000 worlds, this meant the same thing. Submission, trust, peace. David heard gasps and murmurs from the watching crowd. He raised his head slowly and looked at the Ravager. The creature was watching him, and if David did not know better, he would swear it was smiling. He reached out and placed his hand on the Ravager's side. The scales felt warm under his palm. He could feel the creature's heartbeat, strong and steady. The Ravager made that low purring sound again, deeper this time, almost like a hum. David stood up and helped the Ravager back to its feet. Then he sat down on the floor beside the creature and leaned against its side. The Ravager settled around him, forming a protective barrier with its body. but remaining relaxed and calm. "There's your proof," David said to Director Yara. "We're not enemies. We never had to be." Quilix was already pulling up data files on a portable screen. Their antennae vibrated with excitement. "This changes everything. If Ravagers are social creatures capable of forming bonds, then we have misunderstood an entire species. The implications for xenobiology alone are staggering." Director Yara studied the scene for a long time. David could see the internal debate playing out across her face. Finally, she made her decision. Temporary observation period, 72 hours. You and the creature will be moved to a secure habitat chamber with full monitoring. If it shows any signs of aggression, any at all, we terminate immediately. Understood? David nodded. Understood. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The Galactic Council has already been notified of the containment breach. They're sending a representative. And David, you need to understand something. The Council's laws regarding Ravagers are absolute. They're classified as existential threats. That means mandatory termination on site, no exceptions. How long do we have? The Council ship will arrive in 3 days. 3 days. 72 hours to prove that an entire species had been misjudged. To show that fear and violence were choices, not inevitabilities. To demonstrate that understanding could bridge the gap between the most unlikely of companions. David looked at the Ravager. The creature tilted its head, and David could have sworn it understood the stakes. Those intelligent eyes held a question. "Can you help me? Can we survive this together?" "We'll figure it out," David promised. He did not know if the Ravager understood his words, but the creature responded with that low, rumbling purr. Its bioluminescent markings glowed a soft, peaceful blue. As the security team cautiously escorted them toward the habitat chambers, David noticed something he had missed before. When the Ravager walked, it stayed perfectly in step with him, matching his pace. When he stumbled slightly over a threshold, the creature immediately steadied him with one massive paw. They moved together like they had known each other for years instead of hours. The habitat chamber was large and well equipped. It had clearly been designed to house large predators in comfortable conditions. There were climate controls, soft surfaces for resting, and even some enrichment objects for mental stimulation. Through the transparent walls, dozens of researchers had already gathered to observe. David sat down on one of the padded platforms. The Ravager immediately settled beside him, close enough that David could feel its warmth. He started thinking out loud, a habit from years of working alone in labs. "We need to establish communication, real communication. Your vocalizations have patterns, meanings. If I can decode them, I can prove you're sentient, prove you're capable of complex thought and emotion." The Ravager made a series of sounds, low-frequency rumbles mixed with higher-pitched tones. David grabbed a tablet and started recording. The creature seemed to understand what he was doing and repeated the sounds more slowly. Hours passed. David worked while the Ravager watched and occasionally contributed vocalizations. Other researchers brought them food. David noticed that the Ravager always waited for him to eat first before touching its own meal. When David offered it a piece of his food, the creature accepted gently, careful not to hurt him with its teeth. As the station's lights dimmed for the sleep cycle, David felt exhaustion catching up with him. He had been awake for almost 20 hours. The Ravager noticed his fatigue and made a soft, concerned sound. It shifted its position slightly, creating a more comfortable space for David to rest. David leaned back against the creature's warm side. The Ravager's heartbeat was steady and soothing. Its bioluminescent markings dimmed to a soft glow, just bright enough to provide gentle light in the darkness. "I'm going to call you Ash," David murmured sleepily, "because of the gray on your scales, and because you rose from the ashes of everyone's expectations. Is that okay?" Ash made a sound that David chose to interpret as agreement. One Massey. David woke to the sound of Ash humming. Not the low rumble from before, but something more complex. Melodic. The frequencies rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost musical. He sat up carefully, not wanting to disturb the creature, but Ash had already noticed he was awake. The Ravager's bioluminescent markings brightened to a warm golden color. "Good morning," David said, rubbing sleep from his eyes. His body ached from sleeping against Ash's scales, but he felt more rested than he had in weeks. There was something deeply comforting about having a protector nearby, even if that protector was supposed to be a galaxy-threatening monster. Ash made a series of sounds in response. Short chirps followed by a longer whistle. David grabbed his tablet and pulled up the recordings from the previous day. He had spent hours analyzing the vocalizations, and a pattern was starting to emerge. Certain sounds always appeared in specific contexts. When Ash was content, the frequencies stayed low and steady. When alert, they jumped higher. When interacting with David, there were unique combinations that did not appear in any other context. "You're talking to me, aren't you?" David whispered. "This whole time you've been trying to communicate and we just couldn't hear it." Ash tilted its massive head and made that chirping sound again. David played back his recording of it. Then Ash repeated the sound, but slower, with gaps between each frequency shift, like a teacher breaking down a lesson for a student. David's hands trembled as he set up his analysis equipment. This was bigger than just proving Ash was not dangerous. This was first contact with an intelligent species that everyone had dismissed as animals. If he could crack the code, if he could show that Ravagers had language, everything would change. He spent the next several hours in intense focus. Ash proved to be a patient teacher. When David got something wrong, the creature would pause and repeat the sound with slight variations, until David understood the difference. When he got it right, Ash would make a pleased rumbling noise and the bioluminescent markings would pulse brighter. By midday, David had identified what he believed were basic concepts. A specific low rumble seemed to mean safety or comfort. A higher pitch indicated alertness or attention. A complex series of frequencies appeared to be questions. And there was one sound, a soft multi-layered hum, that Ash only made when looking directly at David. He thought it might mean friend or family or something similar. Quillix visited during the afternoon shift, bringing food and supplies. The insectoid researchers spent an hour reviewing David's analysis, their antennae quivering with excitement. "This is legitimate language structure," Quillix said, "not just emotional vocalizations. There is syntax here, grammar. David, do you understand what you have discovered? Ravagers are not just intelligent. They are linguistically sophisticated. Can we use this?" David asked. "Will it be enough to convince the council?" Quillix's antennae drooped slightly. "I do not know. The council representative arrives tomorrow. Commander Silas is known for being rigid in his interpretations of council law. He lost his home colony to a Ravager attack when he was young. He will not be easily swayed." After Quillix left, David sat with Ash and tried to explain what was happening. He did not know how much the creature understood, but Ash listened intently, those intelligent eyes never leaving David's face. "Someone is coming tomorrow who wants to hurt you," David said. "I'm trying to find a way to prove you're not dangerous, that your people aren't what everyone thinks, but I don't know if it will be enough." Ash made a long, low sound. Then the creature did something unexpected. It reached out with one massive paw and gently placed it over David's chest right above his heart. The gesture was so human, so full of emotion that David felt tears prick at his eyes. "I won't let them hurt you," David promised. "I don't know how, but I'll find a way." Ash made that soft, multi-layered hum, the friend sound. Then the creature began a new vocalization. This one was longer than anything David had heard before. A story, he realized. Ash was telling him a story. David recorded everything as Ash continued. The sounds painted pictures in his mind. He could almost see what Ash was describing. A group of Ravagers living together. Young ones playing. Adults hunting and sharing food. The peaceful rhythm of a life that was nothing like what the galaxy believed about these creatures. Then the sounds changed. They became sharp, harsh, frightened. David understood this part too. Ships arriving, weapons firing, Ravagers trying to defend their young. Some captured, others killed, families torn apart. The sounds conveyed grief so deep that David felt it in his bones. Ash's vocalization softened again. The creature made the friend sound, then a questioning tone. David thought he understood what Ash was asking. Why did this happen? What did we do wrong?" "You did nothing wrong," David said, his voice thick with emotion. "We were afraid.
We didn't understand."
And fear makes people do terrible things." He spent the rest of the day documenting everything. Ash's story, the language patterns, the evidence of complex social structures and emotional depth. He compiled it all into a presentation that he hoped would save Ash's life. As evening approached, Director Yara visited the chamber. Her expression was grave. "Commander Silas will arrive first thing tomorrow morning," she said. "I have been in communication with him. He is not interested in your research, David. He has his orders and he intends to follow them. Then we change his orders, David said. We make so much noise that the council has to listen. We broadcast this everywhere. The evidence is undeniable, Director. Ravagers are intelligent, social, peaceful, and less provoked. How can the council condemn an entire species based on fear? You are young, Yara said, not unkindly. You still believe that evidence and reason can overcome politics and prejudice. I hope you are right, but you need to prepare for the possibility that you are not. After she left, David sat with Ash in the dimming light. The creature seemed to sense his worry and pressed close, offering comfort. David ran his hand along Ash's scales, feeling the warmth and the steady breathing. I have an idea, David said slowly. It's risky, probably crazy, but it might be our only chance. Ash made a questioning sound. If we can't convince them here, we take you somewhere they can't reach you. There are independent colonies beyond council space. Researchers who don't follow council laws. If I can get you to one of them, you'd be safe. Even as he said it, David knew the problems with this plan. They were being monitored constantly. The station was on high alert. And even if they somehow escaped, where would they go? How would they get there? He was a graduate student, not an action hero. But Ash was listening intently, and David saw something in those eyes that looked like hope. A soft chime from his tablet interrupted his thoughts. A message from Quillix. David opened it and felt his heart skip. I may have a solution. Meet me at Observation Deck 7 during the night cycle. Come alone. Tell no one. Delete this message. David deleted the message and looked at Ash. The creature's bioluminescent markings had shifted to orange. Uncertainty, maybe even fear. Do you trust me? David asked. Ash made that multi-layered hum. The friend sound. Then the creature touched its forehead gently to David's, just like it had done after David first treated its wound. The meaning was clear. I trust you. Always. David waited until the station's night cycle, when most personnel were sleeping and monitoring was at its minimum. He told Ash to stay quiet and calm. The creature seemed to understand and settled into a resting position that would look peaceful to anyone watching the monitors. He left the habitat chamber and made his way through the dimly lit corridors to Observation Deck 7. His heart pounded with every step. If he was caught wandering around during a high-security lockdown, there would be consequences. But he had to know what Quillix had planned. The observation deck was empty except for Quillix and two other researchers David recognized. River, the kind botanist, and another human named Bennett who worked in engineering. They all looked nervous. We want to help, Quillix said without preamble. What is happening to that creature is wrong. The Council's laws are based on incomplete information and prejudice. We have been watching what you have accomplished. You have proven that Ravagers can be peaceful. We believe you deserve a chance to prove it to the rest of the galaxy. How? David asked. Bennett pulled up a schematic on a portable display. There's a research shuttle in Docking Bay 12. It's scheduled for a supply run to an independent station called Haven Colony. They operate outside Council jurisdiction. If we can get you and Ash onto that shuttle, you could escape. The bay is monitored, David said. Security is tight. We have been working on this for hours, River said softly. We can create a diversion. Multiple false alarms in different sections. Security will be spread thin. Bennett can override the bay door controls. You will have maybe 10 minutes. That is all. David looked at each of them in turn. They were risking their careers, possibly their freedom, to help a human student and a creature they barely knew. It was the kind of courage that David associated with the best parts of humanity. The willingness to do what was right even when it was difficult. Why are you doing this? He asked. Quillix's antennae quivered. Because we are scientists. We follow evidence, not fear. And the evidence says that you and Ash have shown us something beautiful. A bridge between species that should be enemies but chose to be friends instead. That is worth protecting. When? David asked. 3 hours, Bennett said. That gives you time to prepare. Pack light. The shuttle has supplies, but you will need to be fast. David nodded. He wanted to thank them, to find words that matched the enormity of what they were offering, but Quillix stopped him. No thanks needed. Just succeed. Show the galaxy what we already know. That understanding is stronger than fear. That compassion is not weakness. That humans and Ravagers and everyone else can find common ground if we are brave enough to look for it. David returned to the habitat chamber. Ash was waiting, alert and ready. The creature knew something was happening. David quickly explained the plan, not knowing how much Ash understood but trusting that the bond between them would be enough. "In 3 hours we run," David said. "We're going to get you somewhere safe, but it's going to be dangerous. People might try to stop us. You can't hurt anyone, Ash, no matter what. Can you do that?" Ash made a low, determined sound. Then the creature stood and moved to David's side, taking a protective stance. The message was clear. "I will protect you, and I will do it your way." David gathered the few belongings he could carry. His research, his tablet with all the recordings, some basic supplies. Everything else would have to be left behind. His entire life on this station, abandoned for a creature he had known for less than 2 days. But when he looked at Ash, at those intelligent eyes and the gentle way the creature moved around him, David knew it was the right choice. This was bigger than his career or his safety. This was about doing what was right in a galaxy that had forgotten how. The clock counted down. 3 hours until they would run. 3 hours until everything changed. David sat with Ash in the quiet chamber and felt strangely calm. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The beast and the human. 2 unlikely friends against the galaxy. David could not help but smile. If this was what being human meant, standing up for those who could not stand up for themselves, then he was proud to do it. "Ready?" he asked Ash as the time approached. Ash's bioluminescent markings flared bright blue. The creature made that multi-layered hum one more time. Together. Always. The alarms started exactly on schedule. David heard them echoing through the station, multiple alerts from different sections all at once. Fire suppression system malfunction in the botanical wing, pressure leak in Sector 9, containment field fluctuation in the chemistry labs. None of them real emergencies, but all of them requiring immediate security response. "Now," David whispered. The habitat chamber door slid open. Bennett had kept his promise and overridden the security locks. David and Ash moved quickly into the corridor. The station's night cycle lighting cast everything in soft blue tones. Emergency teams rushed past their intersection, heading toward the false alarms. No one looked twice at the side passage where David and Ash waited. They made their way through the maintenance corridors. These passages were rarely used, designed for repair crews and automated systems. Ash had to move carefully because of its size, but the creature was remarkably agile for something so large. Its bioluminescent markings were dimmed to almost nothing, making it harder to spot in the shadows. David's heart hammered as they navigated the maze of passages. His tablet showed the route Bennett had programmed. Left at the next junction, down 2 levels, through the cargo processing area. Every step took them closer to docking bay 12, but also closer to the risk of discovery. They reached a maintenance shaft that would take them down to the correct level. David climbed down the ladder, and Ash followed using all 6 limbs to grip the rungs. The creature moved with surprising grace, barely making a sound. Halfway down, David heard voices above them. Security teams checking the maintenance areas. He froze on the ladder, looking up at Ash. The creature had also stopped moving. Its eyes met David's in the dim light, and David saw the same question he was feeling. Should they run? Hide? Fight? David raised one finger to his lips. Ash seemed to understand. They stayed perfectly still as the voices grew louder, then gradually faded as the security team moved on to another section. David released a breath he did not know he was holding. They continued down and emerged in the cargo processing area. This was a large open space filled with containers and loading equipment. Usually it would be busy with workers, but during the night cycle it sat empty. Their footsteps echoed too loudly in the vast space. "Almost there," David murmured. "Docking bay 12 is just beyond that far door." They were halfway across the cargo area when lights suddenly blazed to full brightness. David and Ash froze. A voice boomed through the overhead speakers. "Stop where you are. Do not move. We have weapons locked on both of you." David's stomach dropped. They had been discovered? He looked around frantically and saw security teams emerging from behind containers on all sides. At least 20 armed personnel, all with weapons trained on them. At the far end of the cargo area, Director Yara stood with her arms crossed. "I'm disappointed, David," she said, walking toward them. "I hoped you would be smarter than this." "You knew?" David asked. "I know everything that happens on my station. Did you really think your friends could create diversions without me noticing? I've been monitoring this situation since Quillix first contacted you." David felt Ash tense beside him. The creature's bioluminescent markings flashed from blue to orange to red. Ash was preparing to fight, to protect David from the perceived threat. "No," David said firmly, placing his hand on Ash's side. "No fighting. We promised, remember?" Ash made a low, distressed sound, but did not move. The creature's markings stayed red, showing its agitation, but it controlled itself. "You see?" David called out to Director Yara. "Even now, surrounded and threatened, Ash won't attack. This creature has more self-control than half the species in the galaxy give it credit for." "That may be true," Yara replied, "but it does not change the law. Commander Silas arrives in 4 hours. When he does, that creature will be terminated. Your escape attempt has only made things worse. Then help us," David pleaded. "You've seen the research. You know Ash is intelligent, peaceful. You have the power to delay the execution order. Buy us time to make our case to the full council." Yara's expression softened slightly. "I wish I could, but my hands are tied. If I openly defy a council order, they will remove me from command and send someone who will not hesitate to kill that creature. At least this way I can ensure it happens humanely." Humanely? David felt anger surge through him. "You're talking about killing a sentient being whose only crime was being born to the wrong species. There's nothing humane about that." A new voice cut through the tension. "Well said, young human." Everyone turned. River stepped out from behind one of the containers, her 6 arms spread wide. She was not alone. Quillix emerged from another hiding spot. Then Bennett. Then more researchers, 24 of them, from a dozen different species. They formed a loose circle around David and Ash, positioning themselves between the security teams and their targets. "What is this?" Yara demanded. "A choice," River said gently. "We are choosing to stand with David and Ash. If you want to take them, you will have to go through all of us first." The security teams looked uncertain. They had weapons, but using them on unarmed researchers would be a completely different situation than subduing an escaped creature. The standoff stretched out, tense and fragile. Yara stared at her staff in disbelief. "Do you all understand what you're doing? This is mutiny. You'll lose your positions, possibly face criminal charges." "We understand," Quillix said, "and we accept the consequences. Because some things are more important than careers. Some truths are more important than comfortable lies." David felt overwhelmed. These people, most of whom he barely knew, were putting everything on the line for him and Ash. It was the kind of solidarity that reminded him why he loved being part of the scientific community. The search for truth above all else. But before anyone could speak again, a new alarm blared through the station. This one was different, louder, more urgent. The universal warning for incoming ships. Yara grabbed her communicator. "Status report now." A voice crackled through. "Director, we have a Galactic Council warship dropping out of hyperspace. They're 4 hours early. Commander Silas is hailing us and demanding immediate access to the station." Yara's face went pale. She looked at David, then at Ash, then at the gathered researchers. David could see her making calculations, weighing options, deciding what kind of person she wanted to be in this moment. "Docking Bay 12, she said suddenly. "Go, now. You have maybe 5 minutes before Silas docks and takes control of station security." David stared at her. "You're letting us go?" "I'm choosing to be very slow in responding to alarms during a shift change," Yara said. "If you happen to escape in that time, well, these things happen on large stations. Now move before I change my mind." The researchers immediately cleared a path. David and Ash ran toward the docking bay entrance, with Quillix and Bennett racing ahead to prepare the shuttle. Behind them, David heard Yara ordering the security teams to stand down and begin evacuation procedures for the incoming council ship. They burst into docking bay 12. The small research shuttle sat ready, its engines already warming up thanks to Bennett's preparations. The bay doors were cycling open, revealing the starfield beyond. "Get in!" Quillix shouted over the roar of the engines. We loaded supplies. Enough for 2 weeks if you ration carefully. The coordinates for Haven Colony are programmed into the navigation system. David climbed into the shuttle with Ash right behind him. The creature barely fit in the passenger compartment, but managed to squeeze in and settle along one wall. David strapped himself into the pilot's seat, his hands shaking as he ran through the startup sequence. Through the bay windows, he could see the council warship approaching. It was massive, bristling with weapons, painted in the harsh white and gold colors of council authority. David's time had just run out. "You should go," David called to Quillix and Bennett, "before Silas sees you helping us." "Too late for that," Bennett said with a grin. "Besides, we want to see this. Go save that creature, David. Show the galaxy what we already know. David felt tears sting his eyes, but he blinked them away. There would be time for emotions later. Right now, he needed to fly. He activated the engines and the shuttle lifted off the bay floor. The controls felt strange in his hands. David was not a trained pilot, had only used simulators during basic safety training, but the shuttle was designed to be simple, and the navigation computer would do most of the work once they were clear of the station. The Council warship was closing fast, and David could see smaller craft launching from its bays. Pursuit ships. They would be faster and better armed than his research shuttle. "Hold on, Ash," David said. "This is going to be rough." He pushed the throttle forward and the shuttle shot through the bay doors into open space. Alarms immediately started blaring. The Council ships had locked weapons onto them. David jerked the controls, sending the shuttle into an erratic spiral that hopefully made them harder to hit. Weapons fire streaked past them, bright orange bolts that would have vaporized the shuttle if they connected. David had no combat training, no experience with evasive maneuvers. He was flying on instinct and desperation, and it showed. The shuttle rocked as an energy blast clipped their rear deflector. Ash made a distressed sound, and David felt the creature's paw come to rest on his shoulder. Not interfering, just offering support, letting David know he was not alone. "I know, buddy," David said through gritted teeth. "I'm doing my best." More Council ships appeared, trying to box them in. David dove toward the planet below, using its gravity to build speed. The pursuit ships matched his move, staying right on his tail. They were toying with him, he realized. They could have destroyed the shuttle 10 times over. They wanted to capture them alive. Then something unexpected happened. New ships appeared on David's sensors, not Council vessels. These were smaller, more varied in design. Independent ships from Haven Colony, he guessed, along with free traders and research vessels. They positioned themselves between David's shuttle and the Council ships, creating a barrier. A voice crackled over the comm system. "Research shuttle, this is Captain Warren of the Free Trader Nomad. We've been following your story. That stunt you pulled with the Ravager has been broadcast across half the galaxy. A lot of folks out here think you deserve a chance to reach safety. We're going to buy you some time." David felt a surge of hope. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank us yet, just fly. Get that creature to Haven Colony and prove everyone wrong about them. We're counting on you." The independent ships engaged the Council pursuit craft, not with weapons, but with positioning. They blocked firing lanes, forced the Council ships to slow down, created chaos in the pursuit pattern. It would not hold for long, but it gave David the opening he needed. He pushed the engines to maximum and activated the faster-than-light drive. The shuttle shuddered as it built up the energy needed to jump to hyperspace. 5 seconds, 4, 3. A Council ship broke through the blockade and locked weapons. 2 seconds, 1. The shuttle jumped. Space twisted around them, colors streaming past the windows as they entered hyperspace. Behind them, the Council ships and the battle faded into nothing. They were away, free, safe, at least for now. David slumped in the pilot's seat, exhausted and shaking with adrenaline. They had done it. Against all odds, they had actually escaped. Ash made a low, questioning sound. David looked back at the creature and saw concern in those intelligent eyes. Ash was asking if David was okay, checking on him even after everything they had just been through. "I'm fine," David said. "We're both fine. We're going to make it, Ash. We're going to find Haven Colony and we're going to show them who you really are. And then the galaxy is going to have to listen." Ash's bioluminescent markings glowed a soft, peaceful blue. The creature moved forward carefully and rested its massive head on David's lap. The gesture was trusting and gentle and full of hope. David ran his hand along Ash's scales, feeling the warmth and the steady breathing. They had lost everything. Their home, their safety, their old lives. But they had gained something too. They had proven that understanding could triumph over fear. That friendship could bridge the gap between the most unlikely companions. That courage meant standing up for what was right, even when the entire galaxy stood against you. The shuttle's navigation computer chirped, displaying their route to Haven Colony. 14 days of travel through hyperspace. 14 days to prepare their case, to refine their research, to get ready to change the galaxy's mind about Ravagers. David looked at Ash and the creature looked back at him. No words needed. They both understood. This was just the beginning. The hard part was still ahead. But whatever came next, they would face it together. The beast and the human. The student and his unlikely protector. Two friends who should have been enemies, sailing through the stars toward an uncertain future. But for the first time since this whole ordeal began, David felt genuinely hopeful. They had made it this far. They would make it the rest of the way too. Together. Always. Haven Colony appeared on the view screen like a promise of sanctuary. The station was smaller than orbital station Meridian, built from mismatched modules that had been added over decades. It hung in orbit around a blue-green planet that had never been fully charted by the Council. This was independent space where scientists and freethinkers operated outside the reach of galactic politics. David guided the shuttle toward the docking coordinates, his hands more confident on the controls after 2 weeks of travel. Beside him, Ash watched the station approach with interest. The creature's bioluminescent markings pulsed a curious yellow-green color. "This is our new home," David said. "At least for a while. The people here should be more open-minded than the Council should be." The shuttle docked smoothly, and David took a moment to collect himself before opening the hatch. He had no idea what kind of reception they would receive. The journey had given him time to refine his research, to document everything about Ash's language and behavior. But would it be enough? The docking bay was crowded when they emerged. David counted at least 50 people, aliens from 24 species, all watching silently. At the front of the group stood an elderly alien with 4 eyes arranged in a diamond pattern on her face. Her skin was a deep purple, and she moved with the careful grace of someone very old but still sharp. "I am Dr. Amara," she said, her voice warm despite the formal introduction. "Welcome to Haven Colony. We have been following your story with great interest." Her 4 eyes focused on Ash. "And this is the Ravager who has caused such trouble for the Council." Ash made a low, uncertain sound. The creature moved closer to David, not hiding but clearly nervous about so many strangers. David placed a reassuring hand on Ash's side. "This is Ash," David said. "And Ash is not trouble. Ash is proof that the galaxy has been wrong about Ravagers for decades." Dr. Amara smiled. "I believe you, we all do. That is why you are here. Come, let me show you to your quarters. You both must be exhausted from your journey." The crowd parted as they walked through. David noticed that while some people kept their distance from Ash, others looked fascinated rather than afraid. A few even made welcoming gestures. It was so different from the fear and hostility they had faced on Meridian Station. Their quarters were in the xenobiology wing, a large space that had been modified to accommodate Ash's size. There was equipment for David's research, comfortable places to rest, and large windows that looked out at the stars. "This is incredible," David said. "Thank you." "Thank us by succeeding," Dr. Amara replied. "Your escape has become a symbol, David. Across the galaxy, people are talking about the human who stood up to the Council to protect a creature everyone else feared. Some call you a fool, but many more call you a hero. They want to believe that understanding is possible, that peace between species can be real. You carry their hopes now." After she left, David and Ash settled into their new space. The weeks of travel had brought them even closer. David could now recognize dozens of Ash's vocalizations and their meanings. Ash, in turn, had learned to understand basic human gestures and some simple words. They had developed a hybrid communication system that worked remarkably well. That first week at Haven Colony was intense. David worked with Dr. Amara and her team to conduct proper behavioral studies. Ash participated willingly, even eagerly. The tests revealed what David had suspected. Ravagers had problem-solving abilities on par with some of the galaxy's recognized intelligent species. They had long-term memory, empathy, and the capacity for abstract thought. More importantly, Ash began teaching them about Ravager culture. Using a combination of vocalizations, drawings, and gestures, Ash explained how Ravager family groups worked. They were tightly bonded, with complex social hierarchies based on cooperation rather than dominance. Young Ravagers were raised communally, with all adults sharing responsibility for teaching and protection. Conflict between groups was resolved through ritual displays rather than violence. Everything Ash shared painted a picture of a sophisticated, peaceful species that had been driven to violence by invasion and persecution. The galaxy's great monsters were actually victims defending their families. "We need to share this with others," David said during a research meeting. "Other stations need to see what we're seeing." Dr. Amara agreed. "We have been preparing something. There are still 3 Ravagers in captivity on various Council research stations. Using Ash's vocalizations, we have been attempting to communicate with them. The results are promising. The captive Ravagers respond positively to recordings of Ash's peaceful communication sounds. They become calmer, more cooperative. So we're not just proving one Ravager is intelligent, David realized. We're showing that all of them are, that the species as a whole has been misjudged. Exactly, but we need to be careful. The Council is actively searching for you. Commander Silas has made it his personal mission to bring you in. Haven Colony's independence will only protect us for so long. As if summoned by the mention of his name, an alert sounded through the station. A Council ship had entered the system and was requesting permission to dock. Commander Silas had found them. David felt his stomach drop, but Dr. Amara remained calm. I expected this. Silas is persistent, but he cannot simply take you by force, not here. However, he can request a formal meeting, and refusing would give him grounds to claim we are harboring criminals. What do? We agree to meet him, and we show him the truth. An hour later, Commander Silas arrived at the station with a security escort. He was a tall humanoid with metallic skin and eyes that glowed a cold blue. When he saw David and Ash in the meeting room, his expression hardened. You have caused considerable trouble, Silas said. Evading Council authority, stealing a research vessel, harboring a classified threat. Ash is not a threat, David replied, and I have proof. I am not interested in your proof. I have my orders. Then you are not a scientist? Dr. Amara interjected. You are a soldier following orders without question. We deal in evidence here, Commander. Would you like to see what we have learned, or would you prefer to remain ignorant? Silas glared at her, but David could see the internal conflict. The commander had not become a high-ranking council officer by being stupid. Curiosity warred with duty on his face. Show me, Silas finally said, but it will not change anything. David presented everything they had learned over the past week. Ash's language structure, the behavioral studies showing complex problem-solving, the cultural information about Ravager social groups, the responses from captive Ravagers to peaceful communication attempts. The evidence was overwhelming. Throughout the presentation, Ash sat quietly beside David. The creature's bioluminescent markings stayed a calm blue. When Silas looked directly at Ash, the creature did not bare its teeth or show aggression. Instead, Ash tilted its head and made a soft questioning sound. What did it just say? Silas demanded. David consulted his translation notes. Ash asked why you were sad. The vocalization indicates Ash senses grief in you. Silas went very still. That is impossible. It is an animal. It cannot sense emotions. Ash senses emotions better than most sentient species, Dr. Amara said gently. Ravagers are highly empathic. It is part of their social bonding mechanism. Ash knows you have experienced loss, and Ash is expressing sympathy. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Silas did something unexpected. He sat down heavily in a chair, his rigid military bearing crumbling. My family, he said quietly. My entire colony. Destroyed by Ravagers when I was 16 years old. I watched it happen. I have spent my life ensuring no one else suffers the same fate. David felt a surge of sympathy. I am sorry for your loss, truly. But Commander, have you ever investigated what provoked that attack? What your colony might have done before the Ravagers responded? Provoked? We were innocent civilians, were you? Or were you settlers on a world that belonged to them first? Were there mining operations? Scientific expeditions that captured Ravager young for study? Silas looked up sharply. How did you know about the expeditions? Because it follows the pattern. Every Ravager attack in the historical records came after humans or other species invaded their territory. They are not mindless killers, Commander. They are parents protecting their children, warriors defending their homes, just like you would do if someone invaded your world and took your family. Ash made a low, mournful sound. The creature slowly approached Silas, moving carefully to appear non-threatening. The security escort raised their weapons, but Silas held up a hand to stop them. Ash stopped a few feet from the commander and lowered its massive head. Then it did something that made everyone in the room catch their breath. The creature made a specific vocalization that David recognized. It was the grief sound, the one Ash used when telling stories about lost family members. Ash was expressing shared sorrow. The creature was telling Silas that it understood his pain because Ash had experienced the same loss. Silas stared at the Ravager. His glowing eyes dimmed slightly, and David realized the commander was crying. Silently, without obvious tears, but crying nonetheless. "All this time," Silas whispered. "All this time I thought I was preventing attacks, but I was just perpetuating the cycle. More families separated, more grief on both sides." He stood slowly and approached Ash. The creature remained still, patient, understanding. Silas reached out with one trembling hand and touched Ash's forehead. "I am sorry," Silas said, "for what was done to your people. For what I have done believing I was right." Ash made that soft, multi-layered humming sound. The friend sound. The forgiveness sound. The creature leaned into the commander's touch, accepting the apology. David felt tears running down his own face. This was what he had hoped for. Not just proving Ash was intelligent, but showing that understanding could heal even the deepest wounds. That enemies could become friends if they were brave enough to look past their fear and anger. Over the following weeks, Commander Silas became an unlikely ally. He used his position to delay the execution orders for captive Ravagers, claiming he needed time to verify David's research. He provided access to council databases that contained information about the original Ravager conflicts. Everything confirmed David's theory. The species had been defending themselves against invasion. Silas also helped David make contact with wild Ravager populations. Using Ash's vocalizations, they sent peaceful communication attempts into the outer reach. The responses that came back were cautious but not hostile. The Ravagers were willing to talk, to attempt understanding if approached with respect rather than weapons. Haven Colony became the center of a new movement. Researchers from across the galaxy began arriving, wanting to study peaceful Ravager communication. Some brought captive Ravagers with them, requesting that David and Ash help rehabilitate the traumatized creatures. The first rehabilitation was difficult. The captive Ravager, who David named Storm because of the dark coloring on its scales, had spent 3 years in a cage. It was aggressive and frightened, lashing out at anyone who approached. But when Ash spoke to Storm in their shared language, something changed. David watched as Ash communicated with Storm for hours. The vocalizations were complex, full of emotion and meaning that David could only partially understand. But he saw the effect. Storm gradually calmed. The aggressive posturing stopped. The creature began to respond, slowly learning to trust again. By the end of the week, Storm was eating from David's hand. By the end of the month, Storm had bonded with one of the Haven Colony researchers and was participating in language studies. News of the rehabilitation spread. More stations contacted Haven Colony, asking for help with their captive Ravagers. Each success built momentum. The evidence became impossible to deny. Ravagers were intelligent, social, and capable of peaceful coexistence with other species. But the Council remained officially unmoved. The laws classifying Ravagers as existential threats stayed in place. Powerful members of the Council had built careers on anti-Ravager policies. They would not change easily. "We need something bigger," David said during a strategy meeting. "Something so undeniable that even the most stubborn council members have to acknowledge the truth." Dr. Amara looked thoughtful. "What if we brought Ash to the council directly? Let them see firsthand what we have learned?" "They would never allow it," Silas said. "The security risk alone would be grounds for refusal." "Then we broadcast it," David said suddenly. "We request a formal hearing broadcast across the entire galaxy. Let billions of people watch as we present our evidence. Let public opinion force the council to act. It was risky. If they failed publicly, the backlash would be severe. But if they succeeded, they could change everything." "I will make it happen," Silas promised. "I still have enough influence to force a hearing. But David, you need to understand, this will be your only chance. If the council rejects your evidence after a public hearing, there will be no more appeals. The execution orders will be carried out immediately." David looked at Ash. The creature had been listening to the entire conversation, and those intelligent eyes held understanding. Ash knew what was at stake. The creature made a determined sound and pressed its forehead against David's chest. "Together. Always." "We will do it," David said. "We will go to the council and show them the truth, and the galaxy will have to listen." The Galactic Council chamber was the largest room David had ever seen. It stretched upward for what seemed like miles, with seating arranged in concentric rings that held representatives from hundreds of worlds. Holographic displays floated everywhere, showing real-time translations and data feeds. At the center of it all was a small platform where David and Ash would make their case. The hearing was being broadcast to every corner of known space. Billions of beings were watching. David felt the weight of their attention like a physical pressure. Ash stood beside him, perfectly still despite the overwhelming environment. The creature's bioluminescent markings glowed a steady, calm blue. David drew strength from that calm. If Ash could face this with courage, so could he. The council speaker, an ancient being whose species David did not recognize, called the session to order. The chamber fell silent except for the soft hum of translation devices. This hearing concerns the classification of the species known as ravagers, the speaker announced. David Chen, human researcher, has requested a review of this classification based on new evidence. You may begin your presentation. David stepped forward. His hands wanted to shake, but he forced them to be steady. He had practiced this presentation 100 times. He knew every word, every piece of evidence, every argument. But standing here, facing the collected authority of the galaxy, felt different than any practice session. Honored council members, David began. I stand before you today to present evidence that will challenge everything we thought we knew about ravagers. For decades, we have classified them as mindless predators, existential threats to be destroyed on sight. But we were wrong. Terribly, tragically wrong. He activated his data displays. Holographic images filled the air around him. Recordings of Ash's vocalizations with accompanying analysis, behavioral studies, problem-solving tests, cultural information. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Ravagers are not monsters, David continued. They are people. They have language, culture, family structures. They feel love and grief. They can reason, create, and communicate. Everything we attributed to mindless aggression was actually defensive behavior from a species trying to protect their families from invasion. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Some council members leaned forward with interest. Others looked skeptical or angry. David pressed on. I know this is difficult to accept. Many of you have lost people to Ravager attacks. I understand that pain. Commander Silas, who is here today, lost his entire family. But he has also had the courage to look past his grief and see the truth. Commander, would you like to speak? Silas stood from where he had been seated in the observers section. The chamber fell silent as the decorated military officer approached the platform. I spent 40 years hunting Ravagers, Silas said, his voice carrying clearly despite his emotion. I believed I was protecting the galaxy from monsters. But David Chen showed me that the real monster was my own refusal to see the truth. The Ravagers who destroyed my colony were not attacking for pleasure or conquest. They were rescuing their children from our research facilities. We took their young first. They responded with the same fierce protective instinct that any parent would feel. He walked to Ash and placed his hand on the creature's head. Ash made a soft sound and leaned into the touch. This being offered me forgiveness I did not deserve, Silas continued. Showed me compassion when I had shown its species only violence. If Ravagers are monsters, then they are better monsters than we are people. The chamber erupted in arguments. Some council members were moved by Silas's testimony. Others shouted that he had been manipulated or compromised. The speaker called for order, but the chaos continued. Then Ash did something that's silent. This was not the vocalization of an animal. This was art, poetry, history. This was the voice of a sentient species crying out for recognition. You heard it, David said quietly. All of you heard it. Can you still call them monsters? Can you still justify their extermination? A council member from a reptilian species stood. The evidence is compelling. But how do we know this is not an isolated case? One intelligent Ravager does not prove the entire species is sentient. Show them, Dr. Amara called from the observers section. She activated her own data display. We have been communicating with captive Ravagers across the galaxy, using the language David decoded. Every single one has responded with similar intelligence and complexity. This is not an isolated case. This is an entire species we have been systematically destroying out of ignorance and fear. More data filled the displays. Video recordings of captive Ravagers responding to peaceful communication. Behavioral changes showing increased cooperation and reduced aggression. Rehabilitation successes. The evidence kept mounting, piece after undeniable piece. A council member stood, her voice sharp. Even if we accept that Ravagers are intelligent, they are still dangerous. They have killed thousands. How do we guarantee our safety? David looked at Ash. The creature met his eyes and made a sound that David had learned meant trust and friendship. He turned back to the council. "The same way any species guarantees safety," David said. "Through communication, mutual respect, and understanding. Humans were once considered dangerous predators, too. We hunted megafauna to extinction on our homeworld. We fought wars that killed millions. But we also learned to cooperate, to form alliances, to see past our differences. That is what makes us truly intelligent. Not our capacity for violence, but our capacity for peace." He walked to Ash and placed his hand on the creature's side. "Ash could have killed me a dozen times. That first night when we met, I was completely defenseless. But Ash chose mercy, chose trust, chose to believe that I could be a friend instead of an enemy. Can we be brave enough to make the same choice?" The speaker called for a recess. The council members withdrew to deliberate. David and Ash were escorted to a waiting area. Hours passed in tense silence. Dr. Amara, Silas, Quillix, River, and the others who had helped them sat nearby, offering quiet support. Finally, the council reconvened. David and Ash returned to the platform. The chamber was packed with observers, and the holographic feeds showed that viewership across the galaxy had reached unprecedented levels. Everyone wanted to know what the council would decide. The speaker stood. "The council has reviewed all evidence presented. We have also consulted with it. We have reached a decision." David held his breath. Ash pressed close against his side. "The classification of Ravagers as existential threats is hereby revoked," the speaker announced. "Effective immediately, they are recognized as a sentient species with full protection under Galactic Council law. All captive Ravagers are to be released and provided rehabilitation support. Military operations in the Outer Reach are suspended pending the establishment of diplomatic relations." David felt his knees go weak. They had done it. Actually done it. Ash made a sound of pure joy, and David hugged the creature, not caring that billions of people were watching. But the speaker was not finished. Furthermore, the council recognizes David Chen for his extraordinary courage and dedication to the pursuit of truth. And we recognize Commander Silas for his willingness to question his own beliefs in the face of new evidence. You have both shown us what it means to be truly civilized. Not the absence of fear, but the courage to look past it. The chamber erupted in applause. Not everyone was clapping. David could see some council members who looked angry or dissatisfied. Change was never easy, and this decision would have far-reaching consequences. But it was the right decision. For the first time in decades, the galaxy had chosen understanding over fear. In the months that followed, David and Ash became ambassadors of a sort. They traveled to research stations and colonies, teaching others how to communicate peacefully with Ravagers. Captive Ravagers were released and rehabilitated. Some chose to return to their home territories. Others, like Ash, decided to stay and help build bridges between species. David established the Institute for Interspecies Understanding at Haven Colony. Dr. Amara served as the director, and Commander Silas headed security, ensuring that all interactions with Ravagers were peaceful and respectful. Researchers from across the galaxy came to study and learn. The wild Ravager populations in the Outer Reach were cautiously receptive to contact. They remembered the violence of the past, but they also recognized the genuine attempts at peace. Slowly, carefully, diplomatic relations began to form. The first Ravager representatives arrived at the Galactic Council, speaking through translators who had learned their language from Ash. Not everything was perfect. There were incidents. Some humans and aliens still feared Ravagers and attacked on sight. Some Ravagers, traumatized by years of persecution, responded with violence. But each conflict was investigated, addressed, and used as a learning opportunity. The cycle of automatic violence was broken. David never finished his original thesis. He did not need to. His work with Ash had become the most important xenobiology research in galactic history. Universities offered him positions. Research grants poured in. But David chose to stay at Haven Colony, continuing his work with Ash and the growing population of Ravagers who were learning to trust again. One evening, David sat in his quarters watching the sunset through the colony windows. Ash lay beside him as always, the creature's presence a constant comfort. Storm, the first Ravager David and Ash had rehabilitated, was also there with his own human partner, a young researcher named River who had bonded with Storm just as deeply as David had bonded with Ash. "Do you ever regret it?" River asked. "You gave up your old life, your career plans, everything." David thought about the question. His old life seemed like something from a different universe. The nervous graduate student working late in a lab, afraid to take risks, content to study life from a safe distance. That person was gone. In his place was someone who had learned what it meant to truly live, to stand up for what was right, to choose compassion over fear. Not for a second, David said. Ash made that soft, multi-layered hum. The friend sound. The family sound. The creature rested its massive head on David's lap, and David ran his hand along the familiar scales. 3 years ago, a power failure had opened a chamber door. A frightened human had faced a supposed monster. And in that moment of crisis, both had chosen trust over violence. That choice had changed everything. The galaxy was not perfect. Fear and prejudice still existed. But now there was also hope. Hope that understanding was possible. That peace was achievable. That different species, no matter how alien they seemed to each other, could find common ground. David looked at Ash, and Ash looked back at him. No words needed. Their bond transcended language, transcended species, transcended everything that should have made them enemies. They were family, not by blood or biology, but by choice, by the conscious decision to see each other not as threats, but as people. What do you think comes next? River asked. For you and Ash. David smiled. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Ash's bioluminescent markings glowed a peaceful blue. The creature made a sound that David had long since learned to interpret perfectly. A sound that meant home, safety, belonging. A sound that said everything that mattered. Together. Always. Forever. Outside the windows, the stars stretched endlessly. Each one potentially held life, held species that were different and strange and possibly frightening. But they also held possibility. The possibility of friendship, of understanding, of peace. The beast had broken free. The human had stood guard. And together they had shown the galaxy something it desperately needed to see. That compassion was not weakness. That understanding was not surrender. That the bravest thing anyone could do was to look at something they feared and choose to see a person instead of a monster. It was a lesson the galaxy would not forget. And it all started with a graduate student who was too stubborn to run away, and a creature who was too kind to attack. Two unlikely friends who had saved each other, and in doing so had saved so much more. The sun set over Haven Colony, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. David sat with his family, human and Ravager, together, and felt something he had not felt in years. Complete peace. The galaxy still had problems to solve. There would be setbacks and challenges ahead. But for the first time in generations, there was real hope. Hope that all species, no matter how different, could find a way to coexist, to understand, to become not just neighbors in the galaxy, but friends. And it all began with a beast who broke free and guarded a human student like its own. A simple act of kindness in a moment of crisis. Proof that the best parts of humanity, and the best parts of every species, were stronger than fear. David closed his eyes and leaned against Ash, feeling the steady heartbeat of his closest friend. Whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it together, the beast and the human, the student and his unlikely protector, two people who had chosen love over fear and changed the galaxy forever. Together, always, forever. The end.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. The thing about working maintenance on an interstellar diplomatic vessel is that nobody really notices you until something breaks. And Fiona liked it that way, honestly. No speeches, no formal dinners, no having to pretend she understood the difference between a Rigelian greeting bow and a Rigelian insult bow, which, for the record, was about 3 degrees and could start a war if you got it wrong. She was elbow-deep in a junction panel on Deck 9, humming something off-key and probably older than half the crew when the smell hit her. Musk. Sharp. Wild. With an undercurrent of something that made the lizard part of her brain sit up and whisper, "Hey, maybe we should not be here." Fiona paused, sonic wrench halfway to a stubborn relay coupling. The corridor behind her had gone very, very quiet. She turned slowly, because sudden movements around apex predators, yeah, she'd sat through that safety briefing, the one everyone slept through except the people who actually read their job contracts. 3 pairs of eyes stared back at her. Gleaming, golden, unblinking. Felkari cubs. Oh, fantastic. They were smaller than the adults she'd seen stalking around the diplomatic quarters, all coiled muscle and casual menace. But smaller was relative. Each one was still the size of a large dog, covered in midnight blue fur with those distinctive silver stripes that rippled when they moved. And they were moving. Closer. Low to the ground, heads tilted in that universal predator assessment of food, threat, or toy. "Ah," Fiona said, which was perhaps not her most eloquent moment. "Hi." The closest one, the biggest of the 3, with a white patch over one eye, chirped. Actually chirped, like some kind of ears swiveled forward. Fiona's training, such as it was, consisted of don't run, don't scream, don't make eye contact, and definitely don't. "You guys lost?" she asked, making direct eye contact, because apparently her survival instincts had clocked out early today. The cubs exchanged glances. The big one chirped again and took another step forward. The second one, sleeker and more cautious, hung back, watching. The third, noticeably smaller than its siblings, was already trying to climb into her open toolbox. "Hey! Hey! No!" Fiona lunged forward, forgetting entirely that she was lunging toward alien predators, and shooed the little one away from her plasma torch. "That's not a toy. That'll take your paw clean off." The small cub made a sound like a squeaky hinge and bounced backward, landing on its haunches with an expression that, on a human child, would have been pure mischief. Fiona blinked, then blinked again. They were just sitting there, watching her, the way kids watched adults do interesting things. "Okay," she said slowly, sitting back on her heels. "Okay, so, where's your, handler? Guardian? Pack leader?" She was pretty sure she'd seen the Felkari delegation on Deck 5 with some youngsters earlier in the week, which meant someone, somewhere, was missing 3 very expensive, very toothy political assets. The big one with the eye patch tilted its head the other way. Its tail, thick and tufted at the end, swished once. Fiona glanced down the corridor. Empty. She glanced at her comm unit. She should call someone. Security. Command. Literally anyone whose job description included dealing with unsupervised alien children who could probably bite through a bulkhead. The small one made that squeaky sound again and crept closer, sniffing at her boots. "You're trouble, aren't you?" Fiona muttered. "I can tell." It sneezed in response, a tiny explosion of air that ruffled its whiskers, and Fiona felt something in her chest do a stupid, inconvenient thing. The softening thing. The, "oh no, they're actually kind of cute" thing that bypassed every logical thought about claws and teeth and interstellar incident reports. She sighed, pulled her lunchbox out of her toolkit. "You guys hungry? Is that it?" 3 pairs of ears perked up simultaneously. "Yeah, that's what I thought." She unwrapped a protein bar, allegedly chocolate flavor, actually tasted like someone's idea of chocolate filtered through a recycling unit, and broke off a piece. "Here, don't tell anyone I did this. Pretty sure feeding the delegates is against some kind of protocol." She tossed the piece to the big one, who snatched it out of the air with reflexes that would make a mongoose jealous. Chewed once, swallowed, stared at her with what might have been respect. "Good, right? Yeah, it's terrible, but it's calories." She broke off 2 more pieces for the others. The cautious one approached delicately, taking the food with what looked like actual manners. The small one just pounced on it like it was trying to kill it first. Fiona found herself smiling. Then she caught herself smiling and frowned instead, because this was absurd. She was sitting in a maintenance corridor having a snack party with 3 alien predator cubs who definitely should not be here. "All right, look," she said, standing up and brushing crumbs off her work pants. "This was fun and all, but I've got 6 more panels to check before my shift ends. And you 3 need to get back to wherever you're supposed to be before someone notices you're gone, and I end up in front of a disciplinary committee." She packed up her tools, sealed the junction panel, and started walking. Made it about 10 steps before she realized she could hear the soft pat, pat, pat of paws on deck plating behind her. Fiona stopped, turned around. No. 3 cubs sat in a neat row, looking up at her. "No," she repeated, pointing back down the corridor. "Go, home, shoo." The big one yawned, showing off a truly impressive set of teeth. "I'm serious. I don't know what you think this is, but I'm not your friend or your person or whatever. Go find your actual people." The small one squeaked and started grooming its paw. Fiona stared at them. They stared back, completely unbothered. The universe's most patient game of chicken, except she was playing against creatures that literally hunted for fun. "Fine," she said eventually, throwing up her hands. "Fine. But when someone finds you following me around and asks questions, I'm telling them you stalked me. This is stalking. Interstellar stalking." She turned and kept walking. The padding of paws resumed behind her. By the time she reached the next maintenance junction, she'd accepted her fate. By the time she finished that panel, she'd named them in her head. The big one was clearly Reek, because he had that bold, "I'm in charge here" energy. The cautious one was Loam, all careful consideration and analysis. And the tiny chaos agent was definitely Pip, because if that wasn't a Pip, she'd eat her sonic wrench. She told herself she'd take them back to the Felkari quarters after her shift. Definitely after her shift. It wasn't her problem that they'd decided she was interesting. Someone else could deal with the diplomatic implications. Except when her shift ended and she trudged back to her quarters on Deck 12, all 3 cubs followed her right to her door. And when she went inside, alone, thank you, there were limits, they curled up in the corridor outside and apparently decided that was home now. Fiona leaned against her door, listening to the sound of purring through the metal. Deep, thrumming, contentment sounds that vibrated through the deck plating. "This is insane," she told her empty quarters. "This is absolutely insane." The purring continued. She should call someone. Right now. This instant. Instead, she took a shower, ate a rehydrated meal that claimed to be lasagna, and went to bed, trying very hard not to think about the 3 predators sleeping outside her door, like the universe's most dangerous security detail. She'd deal with it in the morning. Definitely in the morning. Morning came with a chime at her door, and the kind of pounding that suggested someone very important was very unhappy. Fiona groaned, pulled on her uniform, and keyed the door open. Gemma stood in the corridor, the first officer's expression hovering somewhere between bewildered and exasperated. At her feet, 3 Felkari cubs sat in perfect formation, tails curled neatly around their paws, looking for all the world like they'd been there on official business. "Fiona," Gemma said slowly, "would you like to explain why there are 3 juvenile Felkari camped outside your quarters?" Fiona looked at the cubs. The cubs looked at her. Pip yawned. "Would you believe me if I said they followed me home?" Gemma's eye twitched. "The captain wants to see you. Now. And bring them with you, apparently. Because they won't move." "Yeah," Fiona said, grabbing her toolkit out of habit. "Yeah, that tracks." This was going to be a long day. The captain's ready room was designed to be impressive. Sweeping viewports showing the star-streaked darkness of transit space, Holographic displays floating like captured constellations, furniture that probably cost more than Fiona made in a year. Very official, very intimidating. Less intimidating when 3 alien cubs were sprawled across the expensive carpet like house cats, one of them actively chewing on what looked like a decorative pillow. "Pip, drop it!" Fiona hissed. Pip looked at her, looked at the pillow, and took another deliberate bite. Fiona heard something tear. Captain Dimitri sat behind his desk, hands folded, face carefully neutral in that way that meant he was screaming internally. Next to him, Gemma stood with a data pad, her expression suggesting she'd already drafted 6 incident reports and was working on number 8. "So," Dimitri said eventually, "this is irregular." "Yes, sir," Fiona agreed, because what else was she going to say? "The Felkari delegation is in a state of—" He paused, glancing at Gemma. "Panic, sir. The word you're looking for is panic." "Concern," Dimitri corrected smoothly. "Diplomatic concern. Apparently, these 3 juveniles are the offspring of some very important people, and their disappearance last night caused something of an incident." Fiona winced. "I tried to take them back. They wouldn't go." "Yes, we're aware. We're also aware that when the Felkari handlers attempted to retrieve them this morning, all 3 cubs, and I'm reading directly from the report here, displayed aggressive defensive posturing and refused to abandon their chosen position outside Technician Fiona's quarters." Rick, as if understanding he was being discussed, lifted his head and chirped proudly. "They're children," Fiona said, a little desperately. "Can't you just pick them up? Carry them back?" Gemma made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "The handlers tried. One of them ended up with claw marks across his environmental suit. Not through it, thankfully, but the message was clear." "Okay, but," Fiona gestured at the cubs, "they're not being aggressive now. Look at them. Loam's literally napping." "With you, they're docile," Dimitri said. "With everyone else, they're apparently auditioning for a horror film. Ambassador Eric Small is, quote, deeply troubled by this development and is requesting a formal meeting to discuss the situation." A formal meeting? About babysitting? About an unprecedented behavioral anomaly in a species that has never, in recorded history, bonded with a prey species. The word prey hung in the air like a bad smell. Fiona looked at the cubs again. Rick had rolled onto his back, paws in the air, tongue lolling out in what was unmistakably a request for belly rubs. Prey. Right. "When's this meeting?" she asked. 1 hour. Conference room 3. And yes, you'll need to bring them because—" Dimitri's professional mask slipped for just a moment, showing pure exhaustion. "Because apparently, they won't let anyone near them except you. And the last thing we need is 3 traumatized predator cubs tearing through the ship looking for their—" He trailed off. "Their what?" "We don't know," Gemma said quietly. "That's the problem. We don't know what they think you are." The meeting was exactly as awkward as Fiona had imagined, except somehow worse. Conference room 3 was packed with people who all looked varying degrees of uncomfortable. The Felkari delegation took up one side of the long table, including Ambassador Eric Small, a towering figure of midnight fur and barely contained predatory grace, and Elixigor, a slightly smaller male whose silver stripes seemed to shimmer when he moved. The human contingent occupied the other side. Dimitri, Gemma, a couple of diplomatic officers Fiona didn't recognize, and, joy of joys, someone from intelligence with the kind of face that suggested she thought everyone was a potential security threat. Which, fair, but still. And then there was Fiona, sitting at the end of the table with 3 cubs draped across her like living scarves. Pip had claimed her lap. Rick was pressed against her left side, purring like a small engine. Loam had her head on Fiona's right thigh, golden eyes half closed in contentment. Everyone was staring. "Right," Dmitri said, after a silence that stretched just past comfortable. "Ambassador Eriksmol, thank you for joining us. I understand this situation is as unexpected for you as it is for us." Eriksmol's ears flicked back. A gesture Fiona had learned meant displeasure. When he spoke, his voice was a deep rumble, translated through the universal comm system with only a slight delay. "Unexpected does not capture the magnitude of this anomaly. Felkari cubs imprint on pack leaders. This is biological imperative, survival instinct honed over millennia. They imprint on strength, on dominance, on the scent of apex status." His gaze fixed on Fiona. "They do not imprint on prey." "I'm sitting right here," Fiona muttered. Pip squeaked in agreement. "No offense intended," Eriksmol continued, though his tone suggested he didn't particularly care about offense. "But humans register on our instinctive threat assessment as food," Elixir supplied helpfully. "Prey species, low threat, soft." "Okay, wow, thanks for that," Fiona said. Gemma cleared her throat. "Perhaps we could focus on the current situation rather than humanity's position on the food chain." "The current situation," Eriksmol said, leaning forward, "is that 3 cubs from high-ranking families have rejected their own kind in favor of a—" He paused, searching for words. "A maintenance technician. With no combat training, no leadership rank, no offense, but you're really hammering home this whole humans are useless thing," Fiona interrupted. Rick growled, low and warning, and suddenly Eriksmol went very still. The cub was staring at the ambassador, body tense, ears flat, protective. "Fascinating," the intelligence officer murmured, making notes on her data pad. Elixir leaned forward, studying the cubs with intensity. "May I approach?" Fiona said. "Sure." The Felkari liaison moved slowly, gracefully, every gesture deliberate. He got within 2 meters of the table before Rick stood up, placing himself between Elixir and Fiona, lips pulled back from his teeth. Not quite a snarl, but close. Elixir stopped, blinked slowly, sat back. "Extraordinary. He's guarding her." "Cubs guard pack leaders," Eriksmol said, but his voice held uncertainty now. "But pack leaders are always Felkari," Elixir finished. "Always predators, never prey." He tilted his head, studying Fiona. "What did you do?" "Nothing. I was working. They showed up. I gave them some food because they looked hungry. And now they won't leave me alone. That's it. That's the whole story." "You fed them," Eriksmol said slowly. "You, a prey species, fed predator cubs. They were cubs. They were hungry. Was I supposed to just ignore them?" "Yes," 3 people said simultaneously. Fiona threw up her hands, dislodging Pip, who tumbled into her lap with an indignant squeak. "Well, excuse me for having basic compassion." "You weren't afraid," Elixir said, sudden understanding in his voice. "When you encountered them, you weren't afraid." "I was a little afraid. They have a lot of teeth." "But you didn't run, didn't scream, didn't freeze." Elixir looked at Eriksmol. "She treated them as equals, as individuals worthy of interaction." "That's insane," Eriksmol said. "Prey runs. It's instinct." "Maybe human instincts are different," Gemma offered. "Or maybe," the intelligence officer said, still making notes, "she's just weird." "Hey!" What followed was 2 hours of the most surreal discussion Fiona had ever been part of. Theories ranged from pheromonal anomalies to psychological imprinting to the possibility that Fiona had somehow performed an unknown Felkari bonding ritual by complete accident. Someone suggested brain scans. Someone else suggested isolation testing. The intelligence officer suggested surveillance, which earned her a flat look from Dmitri. Through it all, the cubs stayed pressed against Fiona, occasionally chirping or growling when someone said something they apparently didn't like. She started to recognize patterns. Rick reacted to perceived threats, Loam to sudden movements, Pip to anything that sounded aggressive. They were reading the room, responding to emotional context, protecting her. Finally, Dmitri called a halt. "All right, here's what we're going to do. Fiona, you'll continue your normal duties, with 3 apex predators following me around, with 3 juvenile Felkari in your care. Yes, Ambassador, I assume you'll want some of your people nearby to monitor." Eric's mole's tail lashed once. "I will assign handlers to shadow at a distance. If the cubs show any signs of distress or aggression—" "They won't," Fiona said, with more confidence than she felt. "Right, guys." 3 pairs of golden eyes looked at her with absolute trust, and something in Fiona's chest twisted. These ridiculous, dangerous, apparently very confused predator babies had decided she was their person, and despite every logical objection, she was starting to decide they were hers too. "Dismissed," Dmitri said, sounding exhausted. "And Fiona? Try not to start any interstellar incidents." "Too late," Gemma muttered. The next 3 days were a masterclass in chaos management. Fiona tried to maintain her normal routine. Maintenance checks, repairs, system diagnostics, but everything took 3 times as long when accompanied by a trio of helpers. Rick insisted on inspecting every panel before she opened it, as if checking for threats. Lomi watched her work with intense focus, occasionally reaching out to touch tools with one careful paw. Pip just created entropy, climbing into access shafts, batting at loose wires, and once, memorably, getting his head stuck in a coolant intake. The crew's reactions ranged from terror to fascination. Some people crossed to the other side of the corridor when they saw Fiona coming. Others stopped to stare, taking photos, whispering to each other. One engineer asked if she could pet them. Rick allowed exactly 3 seconds of head scratches before deciding that was enough social interaction and returning to Fiona's side. The cubs were learning too, watching, mimicking. When Fiona used her sonic wrench, Rick tried to pick it up with his mouth, dropped it, then carefully used both paws. When she walked with her hands in her pockets, all 3 cubs developed a strange hopping gait that seemed designed to match her stride. When she took a break in the mess hall, they sat underneath her table in perfect formation, like furry soldiers at attention. "This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen," Lieutenant Dmitri said, sitting across from Fiona during lunch on the 3rd day. "And I once watched a Geltharian molt during a diplomatic dinner." "They're just kids," Fiona said, sneaking a piece of protein to Pip under the table. "Weird, toothy, alien kids, but still kids. Kids that could bite through your arm. Kids that haven't bitten through my arm. There's a difference. Your optimism is either inspiring or deeply concerning. I haven't decided which." Below the table, Rick made a sound like gravel in a blender, which Fiona had learned was his version of laughing, or threatening. The line was thin. That night, Fiona did something probably stupid. She let them into her quarters. She told herself it was practical. They were sleeping in the corridor anyway, and people kept tripping over them. She told herself it was safer. If they were inside, they couldn't wander off and terrorize other crew members. She told herself a lot of things that were probably justifications, but the truth was simpler. She was getting attached. They curled up on the floor next to her bed, a pile of fur and claws and quiet purring. Loam draped one paw over Rick's back. Pip wedged himself between them, tiny and content. Safe. "You guys are going to get me fired," Fiona whispered into the darkness. Rick's tail thumped once against the floor. Agreement, or maybe just sleep twitching. "I don't know what you think I am. I'm not a pack leader. I'm not a warrior or a hero or anything special. I fix things when they break. That's it." Pip squeaked, soft and drowsy. "Yeah, I know. You don't care." Fiona closed her eyes. "Well, just so you know, I'm keeping you. All three of you. The universe can figure out the paperwork." The purring intensified, a sound like distant thunder, and Fiona fell asleep to the sound of her strange, dangerous, perfect new family breathing in sync. The distress call came at 0300 hours, which was, in Fiona's opinion, an absolutely terrible time for anything to happen. She was dreaming about something involving infinite corridors and missing tools when the ship-wide alert jerked her awake. All three cubs instantly on their feet, ears forward, bodies tense. "Medical transport refuge. This is the endless frontier," the comm system crackled. "We're receiving your distress signal. What's your status?" Static. Then a voice, tight with fear. "Under attack. Pirates. They've breached our port side. We have patients on board. Please." The connection cut out. Fiona was pulling on her uniform before she consciously decided to move. The cubs watched her, reading her tension, feeding off it. When she headed for the door, they followed without hesitation. The corridors were chaos. Crew members rushing to stations, security teams mobilizing, the ship's engines thrumming as they changed course. Fiona made it to engineering before Gemma's voice crackled over her personal comm. "All non-essential personnel to safe zones. That means you, Fiona." "I'm engineering staff. Pretty sure I'm essential." "You're a maintenance technician with 3. A pause. "Just get to a safe zone. That's an order." Fiona looked at the cubs. They looked back, waiting, trusting. "Yeah, about that," she muttered, and kept walking. Engineering was controlled pandemonium. The chief engineer was barking orders, people were routing power to shields, and someone was swearing creatively at a console that was apparently not cooperating. Fiona found an empty station and pulled up the ship's status displays. The Endless Frontier wasn't a warship. She was a diplomatic vessel with defensive capabilities, emphasis on defensive. Against a dedicated pirate crew with military-grade weapons, they were going to have problems. "Shields at 60%, someone called out. "Weapons systems charging." "Medical transport is 8 minutes out." Fiona pulled up the shield distribution matrix, fingers flying over the controls. She could reroute power from non-essential systems, maybe boost the forward shields by 15%, buy them some time. The ship shuddered. Alarm klaxons wailed. "Hull breach, Deck 8, Section 12. Fiona's stomach dropped. That was 2 decks below. Engineering. And Section 12 was... "That's the maintenance junction," she said out loud. "There's an external airlock access there. I was supposed to replace the seals next week." "Lockdown protocols engaging," the chief engineer shouted. "All personnel evacuate affected sections." But Fiona was already moving, cubs at her heels, because she knew that junction. She knew every panel, every access shaft, every vulnerability. And if pirates were coming through there, they'd have a direct route to the ship's primary databanks. "Fiona!" Gemma's voice in her ear. "Where are you going?" "Deck 8. They're going to hit the data storage." Security is en route. Stand down." Fiona switched off her comm. The cubs kept pace with her as she ran, their claws clicking on the deck plating, bodies low and predatory. This was different from their playful following. This was hunting posture. They knew something was wrong. She reached deck 8 and slowed, listening. Voices ahead, speaking a language the universal translator struggled with, harsh and guttural. The emergency lighting cast everything in red, shadows jumping and stretching. Fiona pressed herself against the wall, cubs beside her, and peered around the corner. 3 figures in armored enviro suits, military weapons, moving with purpose toward the data junction. Pirates. Had to be. And they were between her and the emergency lockdown controls. Her mind raced. She could go back, find security, let them handle it. That was the smart play. The safe play. The lead pirate raised something that looked like a plasma cutter, aimed at the data junction door. Fiona looked at the cubs. They were staring at the pirates with intensity, bodies coiled. Rick's lips had pulled back from his teeth. Loam's tail was rigid. Even Pip had gone absolutely still, golden eyes locked on the intruders. "Okay," Fiona whispered. "Okay, if we're doing this, here's the plan." She pulled out her data pad, accessed the environmental controls for this section. Lights. She could kill the lights. And the gravity, maybe, for just a few seconds, enough to... The cubs moved, not toward the pirates, toward her. Rick pressed against her left side, Loam her right, Pip between her feet. Protective formation. Guard positions. They weren't going to attack. They were waiting for her to lead. "Oh, no," Fiona breathed. "Oh, no, you think I'm going to..." The lead pirate turned toward their hiding spot, weapon raising. Fiona's hands moved on the data pad. Lights out. Gravity to 20%. Emergency vents to full blast. The corridor plunged into darkness. Shouts of alarm. The soft sound of bodies floating, disoriented. And then the cubs launched forward, and Fiona discovered that apex predators were even more terrifying in microgravity. Rick hit the lead pirate's center mass, claws finding purchase on the enviro suit, sending them spinning. Loam went low, sweeping another pirate's legs, or where their legs would be if gravity was normal. Pip, tiny chaos incarnate, latched onto the third pirate's helmet and just started screaming. A sound that was probably meant to be threatening, but came out more like a demonic squeaky toy. Fiona pushed off the wall, floating toward the environmental controls, fingers dancing over the panel. She could lock this section down, trap the pirates here, vent the atmosphere slowly through the breach they'd created. Something grabbed her ankle. She kicked, hard, connected with something that felt like armor. The grip loosened. She grabbed a handhold, pulled herself to the control panel, slammed her palm against the emergency lockdown. Blast doors slammed shut at both ends of the corridor. The gravity snapped back to normal. Bodies hit the deck with heavy thuds. Fiona landed in a crouch, sonic wrench in hand. When had she grabbed that? And found herself face to face with a pirate who was trying to aim a weapon with a very angry Rick attached to his arm. She didn't think, just moved. Sonic wrench to the side of the helmet, maximum frequency. The pirate's shields flickered, died. The helmet's seal cracked. He dropped the weapon, clutching his head, and Rick let go, backing toward Fiona. The other 2 pirates were down. One was unconscious. The other was curled in a ball while Loam stood over him, one paw on his chest, growling softly. Pip had apparently claimed a dropped weapon as a trophy and was trying to figure out how to carry it. Fiona stared at the scene. 3 pirates, neutralized. 3 cubs unharmed. Her hands were shaking. "What?" she said to the universe at large. "Just happened?" Rick chirped, smug and proud. The door at the far end of the corridor began cycling open. Security override. A team burst through, weapons raised, and froze at the scene before them. Fiona raised her hands slowly. "So, funny story." The team leader, a Rigelian with skin like burnished copper, lowered his weapon. "Fiona? What? How did you—" "The cubs helped," she said weakly. "And I know where all the environmental controls are. And I might have committed several safety violations. And also, I think I'm going to pass out now." She didn't pass out, but it was close. The security team secured the pirates. Someone called for medical. And Gemma appeared from somewhere looking like she'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. "You," Gemma said, pointing at Fiona, "are the most infuriating, reckless, brilliant idiot on this ship." "Thank you?" That wasn't a compliment. Felt like one. The cubs had arranged themselves around Fiona again, purring, pleased with themselves. Pip was still trying to carry the weapon, which was twice his size. Gemma looked at them, looked at the unconscious pirates, looked back at Fiona. "They fought to protect you." "Yeah, I noticed that." "No, you don't understand. They didn't attack. They defended. They followed your lead. They—" Gemma ran a hand through her hair. "They think you're their pack leader. Actually, genuinely think it. That's insane." "Is it?" Gemma gestured at the corridor. "You just took down 3 armed pirates with a sonic wrench and 3 cubs. You didn't panic. You strategized. You led." Fiona looked down at the cubs. Rick stared back, golden eyes bright with something that looked almost like pride. Loam's tail was swishing contentedly. Pip had given up on the weapon and was now grooming his paws, the picture of innocence. "I'm a maintenance technician," Fiona said quietly. "You're a pack leader," Gemma corrected, "whether you wanted to be or not." From somewhere down the corridor, Fiona could hear Captain Dimitri's voice, demanding status reports. She could hear the hum of the ship's engines, the distant klaxons finally going quiet. Normal operations resuming. Except nothing was normal anymore. And maybe, Fiona thought, looking at her 3 ridiculous, dangerous, perfect cubs, that was okay. "Come on," she said, scratching Rick behind the ears. "Let's go explain this to the captain. Again." The cubs followed, of course. They always did. And somewhere in the chaos, Fiona realized she'd stopped questioning it. Ambassador Eriksmol arrived in Medical Bay while Fiona was getting checked over by a doctor who seemed more interested in the cubs than in her minor bruises. The ambassador moved through the space like a storm front, all coiled power and barely restrained intensity, and every person in the room suddenly found somewhere else to be. Except Fiona, who was stuck on a medical bed with 3 cubs draped across her legs like furry blankets. "They fought," Eriksmol said without preamble. "My people witnessed it on the security feeds. Juvenile Felkari, not yet trained in combat, coordinated an attack with precision that would impress adult hunters." "They were protecting me," Fiona said. "That's all." "That is not all." Eriksmol approached slowly, and for once the cubs didn't react defensively. Rick watched him but remained calm. "Do you understand what you witnessed? What you participated in? A really bad day at work?" The ambassador's ears flicked. "Amusement, maybe." "Pack hunting." "True pack hunting, with a designated leader directing strategy while the pack executes tactics. You did not tell them what to do. You did not need to. They read your intentions, your movements, your focus. They acted as extensions of your will." Fiona thought about that, about the way she'd moved toward the control panel and the cubs had moved toward the pirates, about how she'd known somehow that they would defend her while she worked, about the trust that flowed both ways. "I still don't understand why," she said quietly. "Why me? I'm nobody special." "That," Eric's mole said, "is what I came to explain. May I?" He gestured to a chair near the medical bed. Fiona nodded. The doctor, sensing this was above his pay grade, made himself scarce. Eric Simol sat, a strange sight, this massive predator folding himself into human-sized furniture with surprising grace. Our species evolved in a hostile environment. Multiple apex predators competing for territory, resources, survival. Felkari cubs developed an unusual trait. They do not imprint on their biological parents. They imprint on the strongest available pack leader, regardless of bloodline. "Natural selection," Fiona said. "Cubs who could identify and follow the best leaders had better survival rates." Precisely. But here is what my people forgot over generations of civilization. The cubs are not looking for the strongest fighter. They are looking for the strongest leader. Strategy, problem-solving, resource management, calm under pressure. His golden eyes fixed on her. "You displayed every trait of pack leadership when you encountered them. You assessed the situation. You provided resources. You showed no fear, no aggression, only competence. To them, you registered as the most qualified leader present. But I'm human. Prey. Adult Felkari see humans as prey because we are trained by culture to see you that way. Cubs have no such training. They see only behavior. And your behavior," he paused, something almost like respect in his voice. "Your behavior is that of an apex predator who hunts with intelligence rather than claws." Pip chose that moment to wake up, yawn enormously, and try to bite Fiona's data pad. She gently redirected him to a stress ball the doctor had left behind. He pounced on it with murderous intent. "They're still just kids," Fiona said. "They are, but they are also the future of my species, and they have chosen you as their teacher." Eric Smole leaned forward. "The question is, will you accept?" "Accept what?" "Adoption into a Felkari clan. It has never been done with an alien species, but the precedent exists in our ancient laws. A pack leader who earns the loyalty of cubs may claim clan rights." He paused. "You would be the first human ever granted this honor. Your cubs would be recognized as your pack. You would have legal authority over their upbringing." Fiona looked at the 3 balls of fur and chaos currently occupying her medical bed. Rick had fallen asleep sitting up, leaning against her side. Loam was watching her with those intelligent golden eyes, waiting. Pip had murdered the stress ball and was now napping on its corpse. "I have a job," Fiona said. "I'm a maintenance technician. I can't exactly raise 3 alien kids and fix junction panels at the same time." "Why not?" Eric Smole asked simply. "They are already following you everywhere. You are already teaching them. I have seen the reports. They are learning tool use, spatial reasoning, problem solving. One of them attempted to repair a panel yesterday." "That was Loam. She was actually pretty good at it until Pip knocked over my toolkit. You see? You are already raising them. The only question is whether you do so with the blessing of my people, or whether you continue in this strange limbo state that is causing my diplomatic staff significant stress." Fiona laughed despite herself. "Your diplomatic staff is stressed? You have no idea. There are 11 different reports attempting to classify this situation, 3 different cultural committees arguing about precedent, and yesterday, someone suggested we might need to renegotiate our entire treaty with humanity because of 3 cubs and one very stubborn technician. That's ridiculous. Yes, which is why I am offering a simpler solution. Join the clan. Raise your pack. Show the galaxy that strength comes in many forms. His tail swished once. And stop giving my people collective heart attacks every time you do something unexpected. I'm not trying to cause problems. I know. You are simply being yourself, which, apparently, is revolutionary. Eric's stood, preparing to leave. Think about it, but do not think too long. The cubs are growing quickly, and the imprinting window does not last forever. What they learn from you now will shape who they become. He left, and Fiona was alone with the cubs and her thoughts. Well, mostly alone. The doctor was probably watching from somewhere, making sure she didn't have a concussion. "What do you three think?" she asked the cubs. "Should I officially become your weird alien mom?" Rick's ear twitched in his sleep. Loma blinked slowly, which Fiona had learned was the Felkari equivalent of a smile. Pip farted and kept sleeping. That's a yes, then. 3 months later, Fiona was replacing a faulty relay in junction panel 23B when Rick attempted to hand her a sonic wrench. He'd been watching her work for 20 minutes, studying which tool she used when, and apparently decided he could anticipate her needs. He was right. She needed that exact wrench. "Thanks," she said, taking it. "Good job." Rick's purr could probably be heard 3 decks away. Lome was across the corridor, carefully sorting spare parts by size and function. She'd developed a system that was honestly better than Fiona's original organization method. Pip was supposed to be helping, but had gotten distracted by a fascinating dust particle and was attempting to murder it. Normal day. Weird, impossible, perfect normal day. The adoption ceremony had been 3 weeks ago, a formal affair with more witnesses than Fiona thought strictly necessary, but apparently making history required an audience. She'd stood before the Felkari High Council, 3 cubs at her side, and spoken the ritual words that Eric's mole had taught her. Words about pack, about loyalty, about the bond between leader and led. The cubs had responded with their own vocalizations, a complex series of chirps and growls that meant, roughly translated, "This one is ours, and we are hers, and anyone who disagrees can fight about it." Very diplomatic, her children. Captain Dimitri had attended, looking somewhere between proud and exhausted. Gemma had actually teared up, which she denied later. Half the ship's crew had crowded into the observation gallery, and the other half had watched via live feed. Fiona had become the first human pack leader of Felkari cubs, and somehow her life had gotten both more complicated and simpler at the same time. "Fiona?" A voice from down the corridor. "Lieutenant Dimitri, carrying a data pad. Got a requisition here for 3 sets of modified engineering tools, sized for, quote, juvenile Felkari paws, extra grip, reinforced for enthusiastic use?" "Yeah, that's mine. They keep trying to use my tools and they're too big, or too small, or they get dropped, a lot. Command approved it. They also approved a request from the Andromeda Science Institute. They want to study your teaching methods. Apparently, 3 other species with pack bonding young are very interested in cross-species adoption protocols now." "I'm not a protocol. I'm just winging it." "You're making history. There's a difference?" He handed her the data pad. "Also, Gemma wanted me to tell you that you're being considered for a commendation for the pirate incident. I broke about 15 safety regulations. You also saved the ship's data core and proved that humans can kick ass when properly motivated. Command is choosing to focus on the second part." Fiona signed the requisition form, watched Pip finally catch the dust particle and immediately lose interest. You know what the weirdest part is? This feels normal now. 3 predator kids following me around, learning engineering, occasionally threatening diplomats who are rude to me. Just another day. Normal is relative. Your normal is everyone else's science fiction. Dmitri paused. For what it's worth, you're doing great. They're good kids. They really are, Fiona said softly. Terrifying, occasionally destructive, always hungry, but good kids. That night, back in her quarters, now officially expanded to accommodate 3 growing Felkari, Fiona lay in bed listening to the symphony of purring from the floor. Reek and Loam had claimed opposite corners, establishing territory. Pip, as usual, had wedged himself into the space between her bed and the wall, because personal space was for other people. Her datapad chimed. A message from Eric Smol. The High Council wishes to formally thank you for your service to our people. The Cubs' progress reports are exceptional. You are teaching them to be both Felkari and something new, something better. The galaxy is watching, Fiona. Show them what humanity can do. No pressure, then. She set the datapad aside, closed her eyes, and listened to her strange, impossible family breathe in the darkness. Somewhere out there, other ships were traveling between stars. Other crews were dealing with their own crises. Other people were living their own stories. But here, in this moment, Fiona had everything she needed. 3 cubs who thought she hung the stars. A job she was good at. A purpose she'd never expected. Hey, she whispered into the dark. Thanks for following me home, guys. Best mistake I ever made. Pip squeaked in his sleep. Rick's tail thumped once against the floor. Loam's purr shifted to a deeper frequency, the sound of absolute contentment. And Fiona smiled, because the universe had given her the strangest gift imaginable, and she was keeping it. All of it. Forever.
Commander Vex Talaran had seen a lot in his 30 years running the Galactic Combat Training Facility on Station Chronos 7. He had trained Krellian shock troops, Azurian berserkers, and even a Thoraxian hive warrior who could technically count as 12 beings in one body. His forearms crossed with practiced authority as he surveyed his domain, the crown jewel of which was the Gauntlet Mark IX combat simulator. Beautiful piece of machinery that, cost more than a medium-sized moon, could generate any combat scenario in the known galaxy, and had a perfect track record of breaking even the most arrogant warriors within an hour. So when the human walked into his facility that morning, Vex's primary reaction was amusement. The secondary reaction was concern for the poor creature's mental health. You want to run the gauntlet, Vex said slowly, as if speaking to a particularly dim child. You, a human. That is why I'm here, yes, Marcus Reeves replied, setting down his gear bag with a thud that suggested it was heavier than it looked. I need the advanced combat certification for my assignment, and apparently this is the only facility in the sector that offers it. Vex's antenna twitched, which in Krellian body language meant something between pity and second-hand embarrassment. He had heard of humans, of course. Everyone had. They were the new species on the block, barely 2 centuries into galactic society. Soft, pink, distressingly fragile-looking things. They had exactly 2 arms, no natural armor, no venom sacs, no electromagnetic sensing organs, and their homeworld was a death world only by the most generous possible definition. Sure, it had weather, and some large predators, but please. Vex had trained people from planets where the rain was sulfuric acid. Listen, Vex said, his voice taking on what he imagined was a kindly tone. The gauntlet is designed for elite military personnel. We are talking about warriors who have survived actual combat. The psychological trauma alone has hospitalized dozens of beings. Perhaps you would be better suited to our introductory programs. Marcus just smiled. It was not a particularly reassuring smile. I appreciate the concern, Commander, but I assure you I can handle it. I did read the description. Multiple hostile environments, adaptive AI opponents, escalating difficulty. Sounds fine. Sounds fine. Vex resisted the urge to physically shake this delusional mammal. Instead, he gestured to his assistant, Chitwick, a nervous insectoid whose species had perfected the art of anxiety over millions of years of evolution. Chitwick scuttled over with the waiver form, all 23 pages of it, printed on the special reinforced paper they used for legal documents that needed to survive being crumpled by angry, traumatized recruits. Read carefully, Chitwick chittered, mandibles clicking nervously. Especially page 7, subsection 14, regarding existential dread and the facility's non-liability for questioning the nature of your own existence. Marcus skimmed through the document with the casual indifference of someone who had definitely not read the terms and conditions. He signed with a flourish on the final page. All set. Vex felt a small twinge of something that might have been guilt. Then he remembered the human had been warned, and really a lesson in humility would do the creature good. He led Marcus to the simulator chamber, a massive spherical room that hummed with barely contained computational power. I will start you at veteran level, Vex announced, punching in commands on the control console. This is typically reserved for beings with at least 5 years of active combat experience. You may tap out at any time by speaking the safe word, which is mercy in your language, or by simply collapsing into unconsciousness. The simulator will detect this and halt the program. Great. How long do these usually run? Marcus asked, stretching his arms in a way that suggested he was limbering up for something considerably less intense than mortal combat. The facility record is 47 minutes, Vex said proudly, held by Captain Yenna Starbridge, an Azurian warrior with 16 confirmed combat drops and a personal kill count that is classified for morale reasons. Cool. Should be a decent warm-up then. Warm-up. The human called the gauntlet a warm-up. Vex decided that when this was over he would be very gracious about not saying I told you so. He would just let the human learn through experience, like all foolish creatures must. Whenever you are ready, Vex said, closing the chamber door with a satisfying pneumatic hiss. Marcus rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and gave a thumbs-up gesture that Vex assumed meant readiness. Let's do this. Vex activated the simulation. The chamber shimmered and reformed into a dense alien jungle, complete with bioluminescent foliage, oppressive humidity, and the distant screech of something with too many teeth. Vex watched the monitor in the control room as Marcus appeared on screen, surrounded by vegetation that could charitably be described as aggressively hostile. Level 1 is a survival scenario, Vex explained to Chitwick, settling into his observation chair. Hostile environment, limited resources, several apex predators. Most recruits spend the first 10 minutes in pure panic mode. Let us see how long before he calls for mercy. On screen, Marcus looked around, assessed his surroundings, and immediately started jogging. Not running in panic, mind you. Jogging. Like he was in a park. Is he treating this like exercise? Chitwick asked, antennae quivering. Before Vex could respond, a Draxan prowler, a 6-legged nightmare of claws and fury, burst from the undergrowth. The simulator had rendered it beautifully, all dripping fangs and murderous intent. It lunged at Marcus with a roar that had previously made a Thoraxian warrior wet himself. Marcus sidestepped, grabbed a branch, and used the creature's own momentum to redirect it face first into a tree. The prowler crumpled. Marcus continued jogging. Beginner's luck, Vex muttered, but his primary stomach was already tightening with the first whisper of doubt. Level 2 initiated automatically. The jungle dissolved into a zero-gravity asteroid field with hostile drones. This was where most recruits started to mentally break down, as the human inner ear was notoriously bad at handling zero-G transitions. Marcus adapted in approximately 4 seconds. He used the debris as cover, turned a piece of shrapnel into an improvised projectile weapon, and methodically disabled each drone with the kind of casual efficiency that suggested he had done this before. Which was impossible, because Vex had checked, and humans did not train in zero-gravity combat simulations back on Earth. They definitely did not. Perhaps their species has some natural advantage we are unaware of, Chitwick suggested hopefully. Perhaps, Vex said, watching level 3 load. It was a toxic atmosphere scenario, the kind that required constant movement to reach safe zones while fighting through enemy combatants. The atmospheric mix would make breathing difficult and painful for humans, or so the database claimed. Marcus cleared it in 8 minutes. He was not even breathing hard. Level 4 was the hostile alien horde situation, where 50 individual enemies attacked in coordinated waves. It was designed to be overwhelming, to create that fundamental terror of being outnumbered and outgunned. Marcus treated it like a very aggressive game of tag. At one point, Vex distinctly heard him say, "Come on, formation, you are all bunching up. I can see you all at once. Try flanking." By level 5, a combined arms scenario with shifting environmental hazards and advanced AI opponents, Vex was no longer commentating. He was simply staring at the screen where Marcus was casually ducking plasma fire while using a destroyed combat drone as a shield, and for some reason the human was smiling. "Commander," Chitwick said quietly. "The biometric readings." Vex looked at the telemetry. Marcus Reeves's heart rate was 62 beats per minute. That was lower than his resting rate from when he had walked into the facility. "This is not possible," Vex said. "Also," Chitwick continued, clicking nervously, "the simulator temperature is elevated. Not critically, but, well, elevated." "That is normal for extended runs," Vex said dismissively, but he checked the gauge anyway. It was higher than usual. He told himself it was a fluke. The control room door opened, and Captain Yenna Starbridge walked in, her blue-scaled face arranged in an expression of curiosity. "Heard you had a human running the gauntlet. Wanted to see how long before the inevitable emotional breakdown." "Any moment now," Vex said with significantly less confidence than he intended. On screen, Marcus finished level 5, stood in the brief respite between scenarios, and said to nobody in particular, "Huh, this is actually kind of fun. Reminds me of that time in Detroit." "What is a Detroit?" Chitwick asked. Nobody had an answer. Level 6 loaded. Yenna pulled up a chair. "This should be good." It was not good. It was deeply, profoundly concerning. By level 10, the observation room had gained several additional spectators. Word had spread through the station that something unusual was happening at the gauntlet, and now a dozen off-duty personnel were crowded around the monitors, watching with a mixture of fascination and growing existential dread. Level 10 was not supposed to be reached. Historically, only 3 beings in the facility's entire operational history had made it this far, and all 3 had required extensive psychological counseling afterward. The simulator at this stage was pulling out everything, combinations of scenarios that bordered on sadistic, shifting gravity that changed every 30 seconds, multiple enemy types that required completely different tactical approaches, environmental hazards that were actively trying to kill you, psychological warfare elements that whispered your deepest fears. Marcus was juggling it all while providing color commentary. "Okay, so the gravity shift is every 28 seconds, not 30, he said, casually adjusting his timing while fighting off what appeared to be digital manifestations of nightmare creatures. "And seriously, simulator, the whole manifestation of death thing. Come on. I have seen scarier things in nature documentaries. Have you people ever watched anything about Earth-ocean life? Now that is terrifying." In the control room, things were decidedly less casual. Warning lights were illuminating across the console like a very stressed-out holiday display. Chitwick was frantically pulling up diagnostic screens, his chittering reaching frequencies that suggested imminent panic molt. "Commander, the processing cores are running at 94% capacity," Chitwick reported. That should not be possible. The simulator is designed to never exceed 70% even under maximum load." Vex stared at the numbers. The simulator's AI was working harder than it ever had. It was throwing everything at Marcus, adapting in real time, creating new scenarios on the fly, and the human was just, handling it? "The temperature is now critically elevated," Chitwick added. "We are approaching thermal shutdown protocols." "Do not shut it down," Vex said, his pride now wrestling with his engineering sense. He will break. Humans break. I have read the xenopsychology reports. Yeah, about those reports, Captain Yenna said, leaning back in her chair with the expression of someone watching a particularly entertaining disaster. I have actually served with humans. Did a joint operation about 6 years ago. You know what I learned? Those reports are written by xenopsychologists who have never seen a human do anything more strenuous than fill out paperwork. On screen, Marcus had just used a digital alien corpse as an improvised surfboard to ride down a lava flow while shooting at aerial targets. He was laughing. I am now taking bets, Yenna announced to the room. 20 credit says he makes level 15. That is impossible, someone said. 50 says he makes level 15, another voice countered. Money began changing hands. Vex wanted to shut it all down to maintain some dignity, but he was trapped by his own procedures. You did not stop a simulation unless the participant requested it or lost consciousness. Those were the rules. Rules he had written. Level 11 loaded, then 12. The temperature gauge moved from yellow to orange to a particularly aggressive shade of red. Smoke, actual visible smoke, began wisping from one of the cooling vents. This is bad, Chitwick announced. This is very bad. The simulator is processing more combat calculations per second than it does during 10 normal sessions combined. The human is making it work too hard. How is that possible? Vex demanded. The AI should be able to handle any scenario. Yes, under normal circumstances, Chitwick said, but it is designed assuming the participant will make mistakes, will slow down, will show fatigue, will demonstrate predictable human, Oh? The simulator is adapting to counter his moves, but he adapts faster. So it adapts again. And he adapts again. They are in a feedback loop. The AI has never encountered someone who forces it to constantly recalculate at this speed. On screen, Marcus encountered an ambush from above for the third time. Oh, come on, he said, sounding genuinely disappointed. That is the third time you have tried the ambush from above thing. Mix it up. Try lateral, or below, or, I do not know. Just stand there and ask nicely. At this point, I would appreciate the variety. He is critiquing the simulator's tactics, Yenna said, delighted. He is giving it performance feedback. Level 13. The control room door opened again, and sludge oozed in. Sludge was the facility's chief engineer, a Glorbosian whose species was essentially sentient protoplasm, with a genius-level understanding of complex machinery. He took one look at the diagnostic panels and made a sound like a deflating whoopee cushion. Who authorized this? Sludge burbled. These readings are impossible. You are going to fry the entire neural network. The human is still in there, Vex said weakly. Sludge extended a pseudopod to check the data streams. The human is forcing my beautiful simulator to think harder than it has ever thought. Do you know what the processing costs are? Do you have any idea how much computational power is being used right now? This is more than we used during certification for heavy weapons operators. This is more than we used that time we accidentally left it running over a long weekend. Level 14 loaded. Marcus was now actively styling on the simulator, doing things that were technically effective, but absolutely unnecessary, like diving through a narrow gap while spinning, or using an enemy's weapon while simultaneously disarming 3 others. I think, Yenna said slowly, we might need to reconsider some assumptions about human combat capabilities. What assumptions? Vex asked, watching his professional pride crumble in real time. All of them, Yenna replied. The simulator made one last, desperate attempt at level 15. It created 50 elite enemies simultaneously, a scenario that was not supposed to be accessible, that existed in the code only as a theoretical maximum. The chamber filled with hostile combatants, all moving with perfect coordination. Marcus paused. For a moment Vex thought victory was at hand. The human was finally overwhelmed. Then Marcus smiled. Oh good, now we are talking. I was getting bored. Chitwick made a sound like a tea kettle achieving consciousness, and then immediately regretting it. The simulation at level 15 was, in technical terms, completely losing its mind. It was designed to challenge. It was programmed to adapt. It had sophisticated AI subroutines that could generate virtually infinite combat scenarios. What it was not designed to do was experience something approaching digital frustration, but if computers could feel emotions, the Gauntlet Mark IX was definitely feeling some type of way about Marcus Reeves. Vex watched the screens with the hollow expression of someone whose entire worldview was being systematically demolished by a cheerful mammal who kept making references to something called a CrossFit box that apparently prepared him for simulated death better than actual military training. The 50 elite enemies converged on Marcus with perfect tactical precision. They were using advanced formation tactics, covering fire, synchronized attacks, everything the simulator's highest-level combat algorithms could produce. Marcus looked at them the way someone might look at a moderately challenging Sudoku puzzle. "Okay, so you want to come at me simultaneously," Marcus said, analyzing the formation while casually dodging plasma fire. "Interesting choice. Tactically sound. But you are all programmed with similar response times, which means if I create a choke point here and force you to... Yep, there we go." He proceeded to turn the enemy's coordination against them, using the terrain to funnel them into positions where their numbers became a liability. It was, Vex had to admit with great reluctance, actually quite brilliant. More smoke was coming from the control panels. Not wisps anymore. Actual smoke. The kind that suggested things that should not be on fire were exploring the concept. "I am pulling circuit breakers," Chitwick announced, scrambling across the console with his multiple limbs. "Temperature has exceeded critical thresholds. We are approaching catastrophic failure." "How much longer can the system sustain this?" Vex asked. "It cannot," Sludge burbled grimly. "It should have shut down 3 levels ago. The only reason it is still running is because the AI is too busy trying to kill the human to realize it should stop." In the simulation, Marcus had cleared the 50 enemies and was now facing the environmental hazards, which had escalated to a level that could be described as aggressively apocalyptic. The ground was simultaneously freezing and on fire, which was a neat trick. The air was full of shrapnel moving at supersonic speeds, and the gravity was doing things that would make a physicist cry. Marcus was treating it like an obstacle course. An annoying obstacle course, admittedly, but nothing that required actual stress. "This is not possible," Vex said, for what might have been the 20th time. "Our database clearly states that humans have standard endurance, standard reflexes, standard psychological resilience. This is not standard." "Commander," Yenna said, "I am going to tell you something, and you are going to hate it. I already hate everything about this situation. Humans," Yenna continued, "do not have a normal understanding of the word training. I learned this the hard way. Do you know what they consider recreational activity?" Vex did not, but he was getting the feeling he was about to find out. "Ultramarathons," Yenna said. "Running distances that would kill most species. For fun. They have something called mixed martial arts, where they fight each other until someone gives up, and they do this voluntarily. Their idea of a relaxing vacation includes jumping off cliffs attached to elastic cords or diving into water to look at the predators. Their planet has an entire continent where everything is actively trying to kill them, and they founded a nation there and called it a good time." "That is insane," Chitwick chittered. "That is Australia," Yenna corrected. "Also insane, yes, but apparently quite lovely if you are human." On screen, the simulator was pulling its absolute last resort, the scenario that existed in the code but was never meant to be used, the one the programmers added as a joke. It was every horror, every nightmare, every possible thing that could go wrong in combat, all at once. It was digital hell. Marcus studied it for about 3 seconds. "Huh. Creative. I like it. Okay, let us see." And he dove in. Alarms were now blaring across the facility. The temperature had gone from red to a color that did not exist on the normal spectrum, something that suggested the machine was experiencing concepts beyond standard thermal dynamics. Engineers were running toward the control room. Someone was shouting about fire suppression systems. Vex pulled up Marcus's personnel file with shaking hands, something he probably should have done before letting the human into his facility. He read through the service record. Standard postings, nothing unusual. Then he reached the personal information section. Physical training routine. His morning jog, Vex read aloud slowly, is 20 miles, in full gear, before breakfast. How much is a mile? Chitwick asked. Sludge did the conversion. About 0.6 of one standard unit. So 12 standard units, Vex calculated. That is farther than my species can travel in a day. He does it before breakfast, Yenna repeated. That is the warm-up. Then he does what humans call a workout. The simulation was dying. You could see it in the way the scenarios were starting to glitch, the way enemy movements were becoming jerky and uncoordinated. The AI was running out of ideas, out of processing power, out of the ability to continue. It had thrown everything it had at Marcus, and Marcus was still going. Emergency shutdown, Sludge announced. Activating now, we have no choice. Wait, Vex said, because at this point he needed to see how this ended. Commander, the gauntlet is literally catching fire, Sludge said. Which was true. Actual flames were visible through the seams of the main processing unit. The smell of burning circuitry filled the control room. Fine, Vex conceded. Shut it down. Sludge slammed the emergency cutoff. The simulation froze, flickered, and died. The chamber door opened with an angry hiss that suggested it was also judging everyone's decisions today. Marcus walked out, slightly sweaty, looking around with mild confusion. Wait, why did it stop? Is there a level 16? Vex stared at him. Chitwick had collapsed into a small, clicking pile of stress. Yenna was laughing so hard she had tears streaming down her scaled face. Sludge had formed a puddle of existential despair on the floor. The simulator, Vex said carefully, caught fire. Oh, Marcus said, is it okay? No. Sludge burbled from his puddle. No, it is not okay. It will never be okay. My beautiful machine. Ruined. Sorry about that, Marcus said, and he sounded genuinely apologetic. Should I have gone easier on it? 20 pairs of eyes stared at him. Several species present did not even have eyes, and they were still staring. The post-simulation damage assessment took approximately 30 seconds, which was 30 seconds longer than Sludge needed to declare the Gauntlet Mark 9 completely and irrevocably destroyed. The chief engineer had reformed from his puddle of despair into a pseudopod of very specific technical fury, pointing at readouts that showed melted circuits, fried processing cores, and what appeared to be a neural network that had experienced the computational equivalent of a nervous breakdown. This, Sludge announced to the assembled crowd, is what we in the engineering field call comprehensively screwed. The main processing core is slag. The AI matrix has corrupted. The cooling system melted. The backup cooling system also melted. The tertiary emergency cooling system, which is theoretically impossible to damage, has somehow achieved a state that I can only describe as sad. Repair cost estimate is, well, more than a small warship. How much more? Chitwick asked weakly. A medium-sized warship, possibly approaching large. Marcus, who had been given a towel and a bottle of water by someone who assumed he needed it, looked genuinely distressed. I am really sorry about that. I signed all the waivers though, right? Vex checked the paperwork with the desperate hope of someone looking for a legal escape hatch. The human had indeed signed all the waivers, every single one, including the one about equipment damage, which Vex had included as a joke because nobody had ever damaged the gauntlet before. It was supposed to be indestructible. It was not, apparently, indestructible against humans. Captain Yenna, still grinning with the satisfaction of someone who had won a significant amount of money on her bets, stepped forward. Commander Vex, I think we need to have a conversation about human training protocols. There are no human training protocols, Vex said. They use the same ones as everyone else. Yes, and that is the problem, Yenna replied. She turned to Marcus. Quick question. What do you consider a light morning jog? Oh, just 20 miles or so, Marcus said. Nothing major. Gets the blood flowing. Yenna looked at Vex. Convert that. Chitwick did the math. 12 standard units. And what? Yenna continued. Do you do for an actual workout? Marcus shrugged. Depends on the day. Upper body, lower body, core, usually about 2 hours. Mix of strength training and cardio. Maybe some swimming if there is a pool. 2 hours, Vex repeated slowly, after running 12 standard units. Well, yeah, Marcus said. That is just the warm-up. You need to properly train afterward. The observation room had gone very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happens when a large group of people simultaneously realize they have made a terrible mistake in their understanding of reality. What? Chitwick asked in a very small voice. Do humans consider difficult exercise? Marcus thought about it. I mean, there is this thing called an Ironman triathlon. You swim for about 2.4 miles, bike for 112 miles, then run a marathon. That is pretty challenging. How long is a marathon? Someone asked. 26.2 miles. More conversion calculations. More horrified silence. And humans do this voluntarily? Vex asked. Oh sure, Marcus said. It is pretty popular. I have done a few. Great way to spend a weekend. Yenna was nodding with the expression of someone whose worldview was being validated. This is what I tried to tell Command. Human recreational activities are what most species would classify as advanced military torture. Their idea of fun is our idea of war crimes. That seems harsh, Marcus said. Marcus. Your planet has an entire continent where everything is venomous or otherwise capable of killing you, and you people decided to live there anyway, Yenna countered. You have animals called drop bears, box jellyfish, and something called a cassowary, which is apparently a bird, but also a velociraptor. Your plants can cause pain that lasts for years, and you call it Australia and treat it like a tourist destination. Okay, but Australia is beautiful, Marcus protested. Also, drop bears are not real. That is just a thing we tell tourists. The fact that you have to specify which deadly animals are real and which are made up to scare people is proving my point, Yenna said. Vex was still processing the numbers. He pulled up human physical standards from the galactic database. This says humans have average endurance. Average for humans, Yenna corrected. The problem is that humans wrote those reports. They do not realize their average is everyone else's exceptional. Do you know what a human considers couch potato behavior? Sitting around only exercising 3 times a week. They are apologetic about it. I mean, I could be in better shape, Marcus offered. You just destroyed a military-grade combat simulator by forcing it to work harder than it was ever designed to work. And you did it while chatting casually about how it reminded you of Detroit, Yenna said. You do not get to claim you are out of shape. What is a Detroit? Chitwick asked again, but everyone ignored him. Station command arrived at that moment, led by Admiral Torx, a Vraxian whose species was known for being extremely by the book and having absolutely no sense of humor about damaged equipment that cost more than his annual budget. He looked at the smoking ruins of the Gauntlet Mark IX, looked at Vex and made a sound like a disappointed walrus. Explain, Admiral Torx said. Vex tried. He really did. But how do you explain that a human had broken a supposedly unbreakable machine by being too good at the thing the machine was designed to test? How do you explain that everything they thought they knew about human limitations was based on humans being polite and not wanting to brag? Yenna stepped in. Admiral, with respect, I think we need to reconsider how we handle human personnel. They require different training protocols. The standard ones are not challenging enough. Not challenging enough? Admiral Torcus repeated. This one destroyed the most advanced combat simulator in the sector. Because it was too easy, Yenna said. He called it a warm-up, sir. The Admiral looked at Marcus, who gave a little wave. Is this true? I mean, I would not say it was easy, Marcus said diplomatically. It was a pretty good workout. 7 out of 10. Could use some refinement in the AI tactics and maybe better cooling systems, but overall decent. 7 out of 10, the Admiral repeated. Decent, Vex added, his voice hollow. As a warm-up, Yenna finished. The Admiral was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, which in Vraxian sounded like a leaking hydraulic line. Draft new protocols, human-specific. Clearly, we have been underestimating them. Underestimating is one way to put it, Yenna muttered. The emergency meeting of Station Kronos 7 command staff took place 3 hours later, after the fires were put out and Sludge had finished cataloging the damage in a document titled, "Why I Am Requesting Early Retirement, a Technical Analysis of Broken Dreams." Marcus had been asked to wait outside, which he did cheerfully, doing something he called push-ups in the corridor. After his first 100, several passing personnel decided to take alternate routes. Inside the conference room, Admiral Torx was reviewing the incident reports with the kind of expression that suggested he was reconsidering all his life choices. "So let me be certain I understand this correctly," the Admiral said. The human completed 15 levels of the gauntlet simulation, setting a new facility record by approximately, forever? He did this while the simulator was actively trying to kill him with scenarios we did not even know existed in the programming. He did this so effectively that the AI worked itself into literal thermal shutdown, and his primary complaint is that it was not challenging enough. "That is accurate, sir," Vex confirmed, his forearms slumped in defeat. "And he was not enhanced? No cybernetics, no genetic modifications, no performance-enhancing substances?" "We checked," Chitwick said. 3 times. He is baseline human. This is apparently normal for them." "Normal," the Admiral repeated, as if testing the word to see if it would make sense. It did not. Captain Yenna leaned forward. "Admiral, I have been saying this for years. Humans are classified as a Tier 3 species because we evaluated them based on their technology and politics. But physically? Sir, they are a Tier 1 species pretending to be normal because they do not want to be rude about it." "That is a serious claim," Admiral Torx said. "Their planet is a death world," Yenna continued. "Not borderline, not technically. Actually a death world. The gravity is high. The atmosphere is corrosive enough that most species need respirators. The weather actively tries to kill you. They evolved as persistence predators, which means they are designed to chase things until those things die of exhaustion. They have adrenaline, which is essentially a built-in combat stimulant. They can ignore pain through sheer stubbornness, and they think this is all completely unremarkable because every other human is exactly the same way." "So what do you propose?" the Admiral asked. "New classification, human protocol training standards. We build simulators that actually challenge them, which means simulators approximately 5 times more intensive than what we use for everyone else." The Admiral considered this. "The cost is less than replacing the gauntlet every time a human needs certification," Sludge burbled from his corner. "I have run the numbers. If we get more humans coming through, and based on their expanding role in galactic affairs we need equipment that can handle them. This means significant upgrades to processing power, cooling systems, and structural integrity. Also, possibly therapy for the AI." "The AI needs therapy?" "The AI experienced existential dread," Sludge said. "It had a purpose, which was to challenge warriors. Then it met a human and realized that some beings cannot be challenged by conventional means. This has caused what I can only describe as a crisis of confidence in the code." "Fine," Admiral Torx said. "Draft the new protocols. Budget approved. I will deal with Central Command and their inevitable questions about why we need funding equivalent to a small fleet. Anything else?" "The human wants to know when the new simulator will be ready," Vex said quietly. Everyone looked at him. "He asked?" the Admiral said. "He is, I believe the phrase is, eager to try again," Vex confirmed. "He mentioned something about wanting a proper challenge next time." The room was silent. Then Yenna started laughing again. That same delighted laugh of someone watching the universe reorganize itself around new and terrifying information. 3 months later, the new simulator was unveiled, the Gauntlet Mark X, human-rated. It had triple the processing power, a cooling system that could handle a small sun, and AI that had been extensively counseled about not taking performance personally. The facility held a small ceremony, because apparently this was newsworthy enough that galactic media showed up. Marcus was the first test subject naturally. They had agreed to this. He walked into the new chamber, which hummed with barely restrained power, and gave a thumbs up to the control room. Commander Vex, who had been demoted to Human Liaison Officer, which he suspected was just a nice way of saying the person responsible for this mess, activated the simulation. It was set to Legendary Nightmare Mode, a difficulty that had been created specifically for humans and was theoretically impossible for any other species to survive for more than 30 seconds. Marcus ran it for 2 hours. When he emerged, slightly more sweaty than before but still fundamentally fine, he stretched his arms and considered the experience. Pretty good, he said. I would give it a solid 7 out of 10, maybe 7.5, definitely a decent warm-up. Chitwick fainted. He just collapsed directly into unconsciousness, his body's way of saying that it could not process this reality anymore. Vex stared at the human, then at the monitoring equipment which showed the simulator had performed flawlessly and was still operating within acceptable parameters, then back at the human. 7 out of 10, he said flatly. Yeah, Marcus confirmed. The AI tactics were much better this time. Really appreciated the varied approach. The difficulty curve was solid. My only critique would be that it plateaued a bit around the 90-minute mark. Maybe add some more escalation in the final phases? More escalation, Vex repeated. Just a suggestion, Marcus said. But hey, this is a great facility. Much better than the one on Station Kepler 9. That one barely got my heart rate above resting. He gathered his gear bag, thanked everyone for their time, and left to file his certification paperwork. Behind him, he left a control room full of personnel who were collectively reconsidering everything they thought they knew about physical limitations, mental endurance, and the nature of the word warm-up. Captain Yenna patted Vex on the shoulder with one scaled hand. You know what the worst part is? Everything, Vex suggested. Everything is the worst part? The worst part, Yenna said, is that he was being nice. That was him going easy on the simulator so he would not break it again. He pulled his punches. Vex looked at her. How do you know that? Because I have seen humans in actual combat, Yenna said. What he just did? That was Marcus Reeves being polite. That was him on a casual Tuesday. Imagine what he could do if he actually tried. Vex did not want to imagine that. He had imagination enough, and it was all occupied with horror. The official report filed to Galactic Command 3 days later was a masterpiece of bureaucratic understatement. It noted that human physical standards had been revised upward. It mentioned that new training protocols had been implemented. It suggested in very careful language that perhaps humanity's classification as a Tier 3 species was due for review, at least in terms of individual combat capability. What it did not mention, because nobody wanted to put it in writing, was the conversation Admiral Torkus had with his counterpart at Central Command. They are terrifying, Admiral Torkus had said. The humans? Yes, the humans. They are persistence predators from a death world who consider our advanced military training to be light exercise. They have a concept called no pain, no gain, which means they do not consider it worthwhile unless it hurts. They think suffering is character building. Their idea of fun is our idea of war crimes. And they are all like this. Every single one of them. Surely you are exaggerating. I wish I was, Admiral Torque said. I truly, desperately wish I was. Back at Station Chronos 7, Marcus was filling out his certification paperwork in the administrative office, chatting pleasantly with the clerk about whether the station had a decent gym. The clerk, a Zellian with 6 eyes, all of which were currently staring at Marcus with a mixture of awe and terror, mentioned there was a fitness facility on Deck 12. Great, Marcus said. I need to get my real workout in. The simulator was fun, but I need to keep up with my routine. The simulator was not your workout? The clerk asked. Nah, that was just a warm-up, Marcus said. Gets the blood flowing. Now I need to actually exercise. The clerk made a note in her personal log to never, under any circumstances, go to Deck 12 while humans were present. Marcus finished his paperwork, thanked everyone for their help, and headed off to find the gym. Behind him, the legend grew. The human who broke the gauntlet, the mammal who made the simulator cry, the being who called hell a warm-up. And somewhere in the station's social networks, Someone posted a video compilation of Marcus running the gauntlet Mark X with the title "Human does literally nothing impressive by human standards, accidentally redefines galactic combat training." It got 40 million views in 6 hours. The top comment was from Captain Yenna. "Wait until you see what they call a fun weekend." I have been running the Human Training Protocol facility for half a standard year now. We have processed 73 humans through advanced combat certification. Not one of them has failed. Not one has complained. Several have asked if we can make it harder. I have learned things about humanity that I wish I could unlearn. I know about CrossFit, which is apparently a cult based on suffering. I know about ultramarathons, which are races that last for days. I know about something called Hell Week, which is military training so intense that the name itself is considered accurate, not hyperbolic. I know that when a human says something is easy, it would kill me. When they say something is moderate, it would kill my entire unit. When they say something is challenging, it would require orbital bombardment to survive. And I know that Marcus Reeves, the human who started all this, just qualified as an instructor. He will be training the next generation of galactic warriors. He assures me he will go easy on them. I am updating my will. But I will admit, and I will only say this once, humans have made us better, stronger, more capable. They have forced us to reconsider our limits. And in a galaxy that is growing more dangerous, perhaps we needed that. Perhaps we needed someone to show us what is actually possible when you refuse to accept limitations. Perhaps we needed humans, even if they are absolutely terrifying. End log. Marcus's review of the facility, posted to the Galactic Training Network. Station Chronos 7 has excellent facilities and helpful staff. The new Human Protocol Simulator is a solid warm-up option. 4 out of 5 stars. Would recommend. Only downside is the gym on Deck 12 needs heavier weights.